Hey, hello. Hello, everyone. I send greetings to you all in the wonderful name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Greetings from God the Father. Hey, hello. Yeah, sorry, I got some feedback there which I just had to take care of. Yeah, so I send greetings to you all from our God, one God the Father, and from our Lord Jesus Christ. Just give me one moment. Let me just make sure everything is fine here, because I'm dealing with the technical issues and also the scriptural issues as well. So I'm just the only one fixing everything here. So right now, let me just make sure that everything is okay on Clubhouse as well. Yes. Okay. I think. I think I'm good at Clubhouse, on Clubhouse, but I just want to ping and share this on Clubhouse so that others could join. And so I'm presently on Clubhouse, Facebook, and YouTube, and I'm just confirming that everything is fine on the three channels. So you're all welcome. Let me see who's I'm trying to get to the I can't see my chats, which is not good. So I'm just wondering why I can't see the chats. It's all disappeared. Where's my chat? Because if I can see the chat, that's not going to be good at all for me. And I don't know where that disappeared to. So I don't even know who's joined and who has said a word or who has said something. Let me see. Can I go to YouTube? Okay, let me check Facebook. Yeah, Harry Jones, I see you. So just give me one moment. I'm having problems with the chat. Every other thing is fine, but for some reason my chat is not popping up. So so share, please help me share this. Invite your friends, and I would just like to play this song whilst I wait for others to come in, and to give me the opportunity to also share this on Clubhouse as well. So I just be blessed by this song, Old Rugged Cross. It's a song I love, a song that reminds me of what Jesus, my Lord and Savior, has done for me. And through his blood we have salvation, we have hope in him beyond this life. So we give God thanks. So unfortunately I'm not seeing the chat come through, but I would probably try to fix it along the way. I don't know why that's the case, but for some reason something is just not right about this. I would see what the problem is and try to fix it. So I'll just play this song, and then whilst I wait and share the room in Clubhouse, and then we'll start very shortly. So you're all welcome. God bless you. If I'm not acknowledging you, just know that my chat on Restream is not popping up. I don't know where it disappeared to, so I'll have to physically go and look at the chats on YouTube and Facebook to actually see who has come in. But like I said, let me play this song, and this ministration, I pray you're blessed by it. Then I would also just use that as an opportunity to wait for others to come in. Yeah, Patrick, I see you. I'm going to make you a mod because sometimes my system crashes as well. So you're welcome. Please help me ping. Patrick, please help me ping. I see you on Clubhouse. Help me ping. And let me say something ahead of time. My system, for some reason, it's a very good system, but I noticed that when it interacts with certain apps, it crashes. Oh, okay. So at least I see that it's popping up now. So at least that's some comfort. I see it's popping up on the screen. Yeah, hello, new EYZ. You're welcome. God bless you. I see it's popping up on the screen, but I can't see it on my restream. So at least that I know someone has said something. Yeah, God bless you, my brother. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You are very welcome. Yeah, so if for any reason I go off, know that it's because my system has crashed. Okay. I will come back, and there'll be a part 2. I don't really know. I pray it doesn't happen, but just know that it does happen. So if all of a sudden I go off, please note that, just inform them in the chat that my system has crashed, and within 2-3 minutes I should be back up, and I would continue either with a part 2 or from where I stopped. So this teaching is very important. So, but I know that my system crashes sometimes on me. So just in case that happens, please note that I'll still be here until I finally close the stream officially. I might have to come back over and over again if it crashes, but please pray it doesn't crash on me. All right. So I just want you to be blessed by this ministration, Old Rugged Cross. Oh, Sharon is your real name. Oh, Sharon, God bless you. Yeah, sometimes, when there's so many nicknames, I find it very difficult to keep tabs with the names. But yeah, you're welcome, Sharon. God bless you. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know that. Okay, so so I want to wait for some people, and like I said, let me play this song, and then we'll go from there. Let me see. Okay. Old Rugged Cross. I love that song. On a hill far away stood an old rugged cross, the emblem of suffering and shame. And I love that old cross were the dearest and best, for a world of the sinners was slain. So I'll cherish the old rugged cross till my trophies at last are laid down. I will cling to the old rugged cross and exchange it someday for a crown. Oh, that old rugged cross, so despised by the world, as a wondrous attraction for me. For the dear Lamb of God left his glory above to bury to the Calvary. So I'll cherish the old rugged cross till my trophies at last I'll lay down, and I will cling to the old rugged cross and exchange it someday for a crown. In that old rugged cross, stained with blood so divine, a wondrous beauty I see. What was on that old cross? Jesus suffered and died to pardon and sanctify me. So I'll cherish the old rugged cross till my trophies at last I'll lay down, and I will cling to the old rugged cross and exchange it someday for a crown. Yes, I will cling to the old rugged cross and exchange it someday for a crown, and exchange it someday for a crown. Praise God. Praise God. Praise God. I hope you were blessed by that. Let us cling to that rugged cross and someday exchange it for a crown. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. All right. So, yeah, Patrick, did you ping? Were you able to ping for me? I was trying to just ping Eliyahu, ping, just ping the crew, ping as many people as you can. And we'll just jump right to it. Normally, if you want to discuss, okay, that's fine. I would prefer that you have the conversation with eventually Yeah, so he said the church is quite popular in the Church of England. Used to hear it a lot when I worked in the church doing funerals. Yeah, that's a very powerful song. I love it. It's just that the idea is good, the inspiration is wonderful, but sometimes they are just they could be miscued in their understanding sometimes. Like you see that song, Holy, Holy, Holy Lord God Almighty. That's a very beautiful song. The only place where they messed it up is that last bit that goes, God in three persons, bless the Trinity. That's where they really messed that up big time. So when I sing that song, I have a new campaign to change some of these wordings as a means of like campaigning. Instead of saying God in three persons, bless the Trinity, we sing one God the Father, be blessed forevermore. So at least that would draw the attention to some people, and they'll say, why? That's not how it sounds. Then it opens up for some kind of conversation, and then they get to understand why that should not be. We shouldn't be singing the song with that end beat that says God in three persons, bless the Trinity, because that's really misleading when you consider the fact that triune call, so to speak, holy, 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 is an expression used for only God the Father, as we see in Revelation chapter 4. Never used for Jesus, never used for a triune God. Holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty. If you go to the book of Revelation 4, you see that was exclusively used for God the Father. The same in Isaiah 6 as well. That when you see that expression, holy, 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 that is attributed to the one God and Father and no one else. So people of God, remember I told you, if for any reason I go off, remember that this will be because my system has crashed. So just be patient and I'll come back in, okay? So having said that, I'm going to pray and then I'm going to dive right into it. Feel free. If you want to join the conversation, I'll prefer you coming through Google Meet. Let me ping the link here rather than Clubhouse, because Clubhouse is secondary. So they might not, if you're on Clubhouse, those on Google Meet may not hear you. So if you actually want to have a proper discussion, I think you should join me on Google Meet, and I'm going to share the link now before I start, so that let me see, joining info. Okay, yeah, so that's the link right there. I'm going to share it on Clubhouse one. I think I just shared that in Clubhouse, and I'm going to also share that on YouTube as well. So just give me a moment. Let me see. It's linked to Google Meet. So let me pin that. So anytime. So that message is pinned now on YouTube. So yeah. All right. So Father Lord, we want to thank you for today. Thank you for your goodness, your kindness, your love. Thank you for sparing our lives. Thank you for allowing us see these days, an opportunity, for giving us the breath of life. Father, I pray that you help it count. That every day we live, that we live for you and to the glory of your name. Please, we ask for your mercy to forgive us our sins and our shortcomings. But we pray that you continually transform us into that image of Christ, so that the world dying to see the manifestation of the sons of God will see the sons of God in glory, to the praise and glory of your name, Father, and your Son, Jesus Christ. And Father, as we go into looking into this text, I'm praying that you will bring revelation knowledge and light into our hearts, so that we come to the unity of the faith and speak one thing as your word has said, so that you and you alone will be glorified. Thank you, Father. I pray and commit my mind, my heart, my words, my vocal cords to be in complete subjection to your spirit, to help me say what you have me say today, that at the end of it all, that you and you alone will be glorified. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Okay. Okay, I see. Repent of Trinity, you may have to show me how to do this later. So pinning the YouTube link to Discord yeah, maybe let's talk about that. Maybe send me an email, or so that I can I'll know more about it. So so Taylor has joined. So for security reasons, when a person joins, the audio is blocked and the video for now. So just for security reasons. So if possible, so Taylor, can you to make sure it's you, could you show your camera for a while? Good, I see you, and I know. Okay, now I think your audio is are you able to? Is your audio on? Can you turn on your mic? Because I did not. So James is also here. So I want to believe it's. So James, yeah, could you? Yeah, who spoke? Was that Taylor?
That was me. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. So.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, okay, I know that's James, so I already know that. Okay, that's fine. There's going to be, just to let you know, there's going to be a teaching first of all, so you need to be patient, you need to be careful. If you want to chime in, it's okay, but let it be brief. Then after the teaching, we're now going to full popcorn mode. But if there's an observation, you could make your observation briefly about something that's important, and then let us finish, and then we'll just open it up. But my prayer is that at the end of the day, let it not just be that we're discussing for the purpose of debate, but let God himself teach us and bring us to the unity of the faith. So for those who may not know me, my name is OJ Giwa Amu, and I'm also popularly known as the Watchman, and I'm the host of this channel, Back to the Biblical Faith. And it's a channel dedicated to contending for the faith that was once delivered to the saints. So please, if you've been blessed by this, and if you want to support, I'll encourage you, please don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, and also click on the notification bell icon so that you'll be notified of content anytime we go live or anytime we upload something to the channel. Okay, so today I want us to look at something very interesting and something very controversial that has caused a lot of misunderstanding amongst Christians. Hebrews 1:10. It's a verse that I believe that has been grossly misunderstood by so many people. And I do understand that the vast majority of the commentaries and the way these the translations are being rendered, of course, seeing that most of them are heavily Trinitarian, would want to give you the idea that the Father continues to speak from verse 5 to verse 6 to verse 7, and then he calls the Son God in verse 8, and he says the Son is Yahweh in verse 9, and he lays the foundation of the earth. You understand? So I want to briefly just read to let you see, to give you an idea of some of these kind of evident biases you see from these translations, and then when I begin to teach, it will become clear why these translations are biased. So if you give me one moment, and then we'll begin to actually go into the text to see what's going on there. So okay, so if you look at this, we're looking at Hebrews chapter 1 now. I want to read it from let's say I want to read it from like a popular Trinitarian translation like the NIV, so that let me see, that would help underscore my point then before I go to other translations. And he also says, so notice what you see here from the NIV, all right? But unto the Son he says, your throne, O God. Then notice verse 10 that says, and he also says. See, that was added. Reason why you see this kind of things in the NIV is because the author wants you to believe that the speaker is the same person speaking, but they added that he also says. But that he also says is not in the Greek, it's not there. That was an addition. Let me look at another very evident one that shows some of these biases. Let me see. Okay, well, the amplified version somehow gives the, let me see, but about the Son. Listen. Oh, this is really interesting. I want you to watch this. I want you to watch this. Okay, so I don't really know if I should. Let me share my screen here. Maybe it might be easier for you on. Okay, just give me one more. Let me share my screen for my Google Meet guests, because it might help so that they can easily see what everyone is seeing. Let me see. Let me do this real quick. Okay, so the screen I'm looking at is the one you would also be looking at. So that way it's easier. Okay. Yeah. Taylor, you could see the screen, right? James, you could see the screen even on Google Meet, right? So it's up to you. You could look at it here. You could also look at it on the stream. Anyone, so at least you could follow me. Now, notice what's going on. Notice what?
I just wanted you could hear me. That's all.
Oh yeah, I can hear you, James. You're welcome.
Okay, that's fine.
Very well. You're good. Yeah. So let me see. So by the way, those are my guests. Yeah. So just to let you know that that's James and that's Taylor. I'm sure they have a lot to say, but let's go on for now. So if you look at this, look at the bias here. This is the amplified version, right? Look at what it says here. It says. In verse 10, but about the Son, look at this in the parenthesis. The Father says to him. You see that? So they're already injecting this thought and idea into the readers to believe that God is the speaker. So there's already a bias because these heavily Trinitarian-based translations already have that idea that God is speaking to Jesus. So that's why you see these insertions there. All right. So when someone reads this and says, but unto the Son, the Father says to him, your throne, O God. You see, the Father calls the Son God. What are you going to say about that? Done deal. All right. And he said, the scepter of righteousness, you've loved righteousness and hated iniquity. Therefore, God, your God. But then when he gets to this place, you see, it doesn't make sense what they are saying. Some people are saying that he's calling the Lord God. But then again, the Father is saying, therefore, God, your God. So that already tells you something is wrong here, that there's a third person speaking here, not the Father. There's a third person speaking here, not the Father. Because he's saying, God, your God. In other words, God, even your God. But if you, except you want to appeal to Elism, God speaking of himself in the third person. But if you read this in context, you'll see that someone is speaking about the Son and saying, therefore God, which is the Father, who is your God, has anointed you. You see what it's saying there? But I just wanted you to see some of these translations, like this amplified version, the NIV that says, and he also says. So when you read that, you already get that idea that the Father continues to speak to the Son. All right. So let's see. Let's actually go. But let's see some translations. Okay. Let's actually begin to look at this. This teaching, and then we'll take it from there. Let me just let's actually look at this from Hebrew chapter 1. I think that would really help a lot. So give me one moment. Okay, good. I just wanted to format that. Now, if you see, let me start from the beginning, all right? Let's start from the beginning. So that may be. So I'm just comparing three translations here: the King James, New King James Version, the New American Standard Bible, and I'm also looking at the Revised English Version. Okay, I'm looking at the three of them. I believe that the Revised English Version best renders the chapter out of these three texts, and you're going to see from an unbiased scholarly perspective how I've come to that conclusion. Now, the King James says, God, who at various times and in various ways spoken in time past to the fathers by the prophet, hath in this last day spoken to us by his Son, all right, whom he has appointed heir of all things, through whom he made the worlds. Now, notice that this worlds there's a letter there, B, showing that it could be translated as ages, aeons, and all that. All right. So it talks about him. American Standard Version, the New American Standard Bible says the same thing. God spoke in time past, spoken in His Son. Not a problem so far. Everything is going fine. The point is still the same. The Revised English Version said, God in time past spoke through the prophets in many parts, many ways. He has in the end days spoken to us by His Son, whom He appointed heir over all things, through whom He gave form to the ages. Okay, so fine, no problem. So the point here is that God, which is the Father, spoke in time past in diverse manners in prophets, but in these last days He speaks to us in His Son. Okay, so let's continue. In the next, did I go too far? Okay, so in verse 5, now the question the Hebrew writer begins to ask a question, right? This is the New King James. For which of the angels did He ever say, "You are my son, today I have begotten you"? And again, I will be to him a father, and he will be to me a son. Okay? Okay, so Patrick said, even if he was speaking to the Son, check this out, Isaiah 51:16, Net Bible footnotes. Okay, maybe we'll check that out. Yes. No, it's about the Son, right? We'll get there. I don't even have a problem that it's about the Son, but it's. I want us to look at the text to see how it's about the Son and who the speaker is speaking to the Son. All right. So, but I like that. Please, Patrick, keep that for me, and then maybe you like to share that. With us later sometime in the stream. So it goes on to say, for which of the angels did He say, "You are my son, today I have fathered you"? So the same thing Revised English Version says, to which of the angels did He say at any time, "You are my son, today I have become your father"? So now the point of the Hebrew writer is he's beginning to expound on the superiority of the Son. All right, so the Hebrew writer is trying to emphasize on the unique and prized position the Father placed the Son above the angels and above everyone else. So this is what the Hebrew writer is trying to show by saying, look, the Father never said to any angel this, which to me, in some sense, disqualifies Jesus from being the angel of the Lord in the Old Testament in some sense. Although we can, sorry?
I'm sorry, my phone went off. Sorry, I apologize.
Okay.
That was my phone.
Okay, we're good. So, James, could you just say something again? Because I want to see if they can hear you in Clubhouse.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think they can hear you. Let me see. Yeah, I think they should be hearing, because what I did this time. I wanted a situation where the people in Clubhouse can interact with the people on Google Meet. So just hold on, give me one moment. I know you're hearing me. The Zoom. Oh yeah, just hold on. Now I think they should be able to hear you. Let me take this from the where are you guys? Hey, James, sorry, just say something again. Just say hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
Oh, okay, I see. They should be able to hear you. You're coming out directly through the sound, this audio. Okay, that's fine. I think they should be able to hear you in Clubhouse. Yeah, I believe so. But Patrick, or Repent of the Trinity in Clubhouse, did you hear James when he spoke? Were you able to hear him in Clubhouse? If you could just say yes. You could speak in Clubhouse. Oh, beautiful, Patrick, you heard him. Woo! Boom. See, they can hear you in Clubhouse. Good. Okay. All right, so that's fine. That's fantastic. Okay, so let's go on. So notice that I want you to notice something here, that the Hebrew writer is always quoting from either a psalm or something in the Old Testament, a prophet or a book, and he's relating that to the Son in one way or the other. It's very important you take note of this as we continue this teaching. Notice that so the Hebrew writer is not just saying something from his own mind. He's also trying to project something, but at the same time, he is quoting various scriptures from the Old Testament to establish the point he's trying to make. All right. So now this is the key bit. Okay. How do the Trinity believers answer this question? God swore to Abraham by himself alone because there was no other witness for him. Where was Jesus if Jesus was with God in the Godhead? Well, interestingly, maybe James can answer that later, but interestingly, some of them are going to tell you that the God that swore to him was Jesus, since he's the angel of the Lord in the Old Testament. But we'll get to that later. Yeah, but that's a good question. So the question is again in verse 5. To which of the angels did he say, "You are my son"? So so on the screen, if you look at these two quotes, notice what the Hebrew writer is doing. They were taken from Psalm 2:7 and 2 Samuel 7:14. So we can see that because it's important you understand that, as you see that the Hebrew writer is not just quoting something from thin air, he's appealing to these Old Testament passages and he's relating it to the Son. So the whole idea here, as you get to see, it's not just about the superiority of the Son, but also the relationship, the unique relationship between the Father and the Son. It's also important. We'll get to see that as well. So from Psalm 2:7, I want to read that. It says, "I will announce and decree of the Lord. He said to me, you are my son, today I have fathered you." So as you can see, the prophetic spirit of Christ is already being called upon here. Even when Christ did not literally say this in the Old Testament, is attributed to Christ saying this by the Hebrew writer. You see that? I would today, not this one. This part here that says, "I will announce the decree of the Lord. He said to me." You see, this is the prophetic spirit of Christ in the psalmist saying that this is what God the Father said to him. "You are my son, today I have fathered you." So even though Christ did not literally say this thing in the Old Testament, you could see how the Hebrew writer can draw from the Old Testament and attribute it to Christ. And then you could see 2 Samuel 2:7-14 here, where it says, "I will be his father and he will be my son. If he commits iniquity, I will chasten him with the rod of men and with the stripes of the children of men." So you could see the Hebrew writer is also quoting this when he goes back to say, "And again, I'll be to him a father, I'll be a father to him." You could see this. So that's where the Hebrew writer is getting this from. So let's now go to verse 6, because it begins to get a little bit tricky here. All right. So verse 6 from the King James. "And again, when he bringeth his first begotten into the world, he said, and let all the angels of God worship him." New American Standard Version says what? "When he brings the firstborn into the world, he says, and let all the angels of God worship him." Revised English Version: "When he brings his firstborn into the world, he says, and let the angels of God pay him homage." Okay. Now, what is interesting about this verse, and I'm not dogmatic about who the speaker is here. It could be, it's likely still God the Father speaking. But the point what I want to draw your attention to is that this is taken from the Septuagint, Deuteronomy 32:42. If you go and look at, that's where you see that let the angels of God pay him homage or worship him. There's also an allusion to Psalm 97:7. If you check that. And the speaker here in these verses, it could be the psalmist, it could be the writer of Deuteronomy 32, or it could be God speaking. So it's okay. Now, the reason why this is not so clear is because if you go read the whole chapter of Deuteronomy 32, where this was taken care of, you're going to see a blending of the speaker going in between God and the author speaking. The author is speaking and God is speaking. So sometimes you don't even know who is speaking. I mean, I gave you examples. So look at Deuteronomy 32. Look at verse 4. If you go to verse 9, you see it changes. And then verse 16 to 20 changes again. Abruptly like that. This is what we call the speaker blending and speaker confusion, which we have been speaking about. And in verse 32, it changes back again and changes to God, and again in 35 and then 43. So it's unclear if it's Moses or God speaking here, but let's say it's God. No problem, because it will make sense to say when he brings, God is commanding the angels to worship him. Now, the issue here is that there's a radical departure from verse 7. And this is what many of these Trinitarian authors will not tell you. because they want you to believe that God continues to speak, and then you're going to see why that is wrong. If you, and I want to encourage every Trinitarian here, and a modalist or anybody who has always believed that God is telling Jesus that he laid the foundation of the earth, just have an open mind, okay? You don't have to agree, but at least first listen to the argument. First listen to the points, right? That's what I would encourage you to do. And then, so that you can now bring forth an honest response, an honest rebuttal, or an honest response, either in favor or refutation. Again, remember, pray for me. Pray that this system doesn't crash. But if it does, I would start again, know that I'm still here and haven't gone. I'll come back. It crashes sometimes like that and everything just goes off. But I'm hoping that it will be sustained throughout the stream. So we move to verse 6. Now, this is where it becomes very interesting. And I want you to see where the REV departs from the conventional. And then you're going to see the justifiable reason why it departs from the he says. Now look at what the King James said. And of the angels, he says, who makes his angels spirits and his ministers a flame of fire. Now, if you have been reading those Trinitarian translations, your mind would have already been programmed to believe that God is still speaking and God continues to speak in verse 7, that he's the speaker still speaking. You see the idea here? The New American Standard Bible says the same thing. And because these are all Trinitarian-based translations anyway. And regarding the angels, he says, he makes his angels wings. You will see that this doesn't make any sense when we begin to actually see the Psalms. Now, how does the Revised English Version beautifully render this? It says this, and of the angels, it says, who makes his angels as wings and his ministers as a flame of fire. Do you see that? So beautiful. Now, the reason why the REV says it says, because it wants you to clearly know that it's the scriptures saying this, not God the Father. The psalmist is the one speaking here now, not God the Father. So that's why it departs and uses it says. Now, it's not that he says will be wrong, but as long as you have the idea that this he says has switched now to the psalmist, not God the Father. But the reason why the REV says it says, because it wants to make it clear that it's not God the Father speaking, but scriptures now. It's very important you notice. The Greek lege means to say. It can be he says, it says, as per scriptures say. And I want to give you an example of this to let you see that this is a fair critique. I want to give you an example where the same expression lege was used and was translated either scriptures say or it says. These are the same. You will see this in Luke chapter 4:12. And Jesus answered and said to him, it has been stated. Can you see that? The same thing here. It has been stated. You shall not put the Lord your God to the test. It's the same lege. But it didn't say he says. It says it has been stated. So that's why the REV clearly says it says. Because when Jesus says it has been stated, Jesus is referring to the scriptures now. All right? And in this case, so if we go on, the Berean study says, but Jesus answered, it also says, do not put the Lord your God to the test. So you see that these are real examples where lege is translated as it says. And if you look at the contemporary English version, it's even so clear. It says, Jesus answered, the scriptures also say, don't try to test the Lord your God. So there's a biblical basis for the REV saying it says. It's not just like something just randomly done without, So when you now get to, where are we? Let me see. Did I skip something? All right. So in verse 7, it says, who makes his angels spirits? Again, it says, but to the Son, No. So this is the King James. Let me start with this. Is what the King James says. And of the angels, he says, who makes his angels minister spirits? But to the Son, he says, remember, because you already have that mindset that he says that the Father has been speaking, you believe, because these verses make you now believe that, oh, the Father is still speaking. He said, let all God's angels worship him. He said, I'll be to him a father. Now the Father is still saying to the Son, the Father is saying to the angels, who makes his angels ministering spirits. And you're going to see that doesn't make sense very shortly. And then the Father is also saying to the Son, your throne, O God, is forever. So that's why I'm reading this, to let you see how the King James renders this. In verse 9, he says, you have loved righteousness and hated lawlessness. Therefore, God, your God, has anointed you. So they still want you to believe that verse 8 is connected to verse 9. Like saying, that verse 8 is God speaking to the Son, and God is also saying, you've loved righteousness, therefore God, your God. In fact, some Trinitarians even believe that when the writers here says, therefore God, your God, that God the Father was calling Jesus his God, or calling Jesus God. Like saying, therefore God, is like saying, like, therefore president. Is like they believe that, people like some Trinitarians like Yeshua. I think Yeshua Speaks is the first one I heard say that, and that was just so funny. Therefore, God, Jesus is calling God the Father is calling Jesus God. Therefore, God, like my God, your God. It's so funny. But in any case, 13 above. I see you. You're welcome. God bless you. So now, and you, Lord, in the beginning laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the works of your hand. They will perish, but you remain, and they will all grow old like a garment. Like a cloak, you will fold them up, and they will be changed. But you are the same, and your years will not fail. So when you read this, you already have that mindset. You're programmed to believe that the Father continues to speak to the Son. All right. Yes. Thank you, Repentant Trinity, for sharing that as well, to let them know that I'm also live on YouTube. Yeah, maybe I should also ping that link. I think that may be helpful as well. I think I'll do that as well. Just give me one moment. Let me ping the link to the Clubhouse, so that anyone who comes there would see. Okay, yeah, ping the link here. So you could see the bias there. So when you read this translation, right, you have no doubt in your mind that God the Father continues to speak. All right. So if we go to the New King James, I just read that. The same thing with the NASB. You see that he says, and then it goes on to say, he anointed you, and you, Lord. So they make you believe it's like a conversation, like the Father is just speaking. But the fact is that the Hebrew writer is quoting a series of different psalms to make specific points regarding specific issues. He's not quoting what the Father continues to say from verse 6. Okay. So if we look at look at how the Revised English Version puts it, so beautifully puts it, so that you see what's going on here before we now actually begin to look at the Psalms. It says, and to the angels it says. So for us to understand why it says, and you see that it's not the Father speaking, I would need to take you on that journey. We need to see it. Okay, it's important we see it. We need to see it. So let's go to the text. Notice okay, let me just let's go to the Psalm that they quoted that from, which is Psalm 104. Because that's the best way you can appreciate this, so that you see that it's not just someone trying to bring an idea in there. The speaker is not God, but the psalmist. So that's why it says. Now, check this out, folks. You see that God is not the speaker here. The Lord cares over his works. Listen to this. Bless the Lord, my soul. Can you see I'm reading from here? Right? Bless the Lord, my soul, because this was from Psalm 104. They got this from. That's where the Hebrew writer is quoting that, where it says he makes his angels flaming fire. Look at this. Bless the Lord, my soul. Lord my God, you are great. Is this God the Father speaking? No, the psalmist. You are clothed with splendor and majesty, covering yourself with light as with a cloak, stretching out the heavens like a tent curtain. He lays the beams of his upper chambers in the waters. He makes, you see, he. So it's not God. God is not the one speaking here. All right. He makes the clouds his chariot. He walks on the wings of the wings. He makes the winds his messengers, flaming fire his ministers. So it is the psalmist speaking here. So when the Hebrew writer is saying, but about the angel, it says, do you now see why the Revised English Version best renders this? Because when it says, it wants you to know it's the scripture saying that. Oh, so even if it says, he says, as long as you have the understanding that he there is not God the Father, but the psalmist. Because you could see clearly here that God is not the one speaking here, but the psalmist. So I'm breaking this down. I want you to follow me because you need to patiently follow this teaching with an honest heart to see, objective, open mind to see what's going on here. The Hebrew writer could not have been quoting this to say God the Father is speaking, because God the Father is not speaking anywhere here. Is it God the Father saying, bless the Lord, O my soul? Is it God the Father saying, Lord my God, you are very great? No, it's the psalmist. So that's why the Hebrew writer is saying about the, so if we go back to the text, all right, if we go back to what's going on there in on the screen, you would see, going back to the teaching where it says, and of the angels it says, or scriptures say, or the psalmists say, or he says, the psalmist, not God the Father, who makes his angels as winds and his ministers a flame of fire. Boom. So you see how we're exegeting the text, because we just went to the psalm where the Hebrew writer quoted that from, and you could see that the speaker there is the psalmist. So that's why when it says, and of the angels, it says, is very accurate. Or the psalmist says, or the scriptures say, or it says. The same thing. So you say God the Father is done speaking. He's not speaking. he left off speaking in verse 6. And again, so, but of the Son, or about the Son, but regarding the Son, it says, not God the Father saying to the Son, God, your throne, O God. No. But of the Son, it says, your throne, O God. Now, this is also another controversial text, because some says you should read, God is your throne, or your throne is of God. But it's okay. Let's even say that the psalmist called the Son God. The Davidic king was called God. This psalm was originally applied to the Davidic king, and then applied to the Son here. So even if the Son was called God here, the point I would not want the audience to miss is that God the Father is not the speaker. God the Father is not calling the Son God. It is a psalmist who called the Davidic king in Psalm 45 God, because God has a wide variety of meanings. It doesn't mean, it's not always a deity title. And that's what many Christians don't understand. So when he said, but of the Son, it says, your throne, O God, is forever and ever. A scepter of righteousness is the scepter of your kingdom. You have loved righteousness and hated iniquity. Therefore, God, your God, has anointed you with all oil of gladness rather than your companions. Right? So let's stop there and go to the Psalm, just like we did before, and also find out where the Hebrew writer is getting this from. It's very important. Where's the Hebrew writer getting this from? He's getting it from Psalm 45. So let's look at it. Let's go to the Psalm. And then you see again what you notice there too, that God is not the speaker here either. Okay? So look at the Psalm. It even tells you a song celebrating the king's marriage. It even tells you. It's there. So this was the Davidic king. This was initially applied for too. And then you know how dual prophecies or dual prophetic utterances could also apply in scriptures. On one hand, Israel is said to be the firstborn of God, but in Hosea it's applied to Christ. So we see that all through the scriptures. But this was originally applied to the Davidic king, and then applied to the Son as the ultimate reality in Hebrews 1. So look at what it says here. For the music director, according to the Shoshanim, a maskil of the sons of Korah, a song of love. This is what I'm saying. Listen to this. God is not the speaker here either. Now let's start. My heart is moved with a good thing. I address my verses to the king. So this is to the king. My tongue is a pen of a ready writer, right? You are the most handsome of the sons of mankind. Grace is poured upon your lips. Therefore, God has blessed you forever. You see that? Are you seeing the same kind of phrases used now? It goes on to say, strap your sword on your thigh, mighty one, in your splendor and majesty, and in your majesty ride victoriously, for the cause of truth, humility, and righteousness. Let your right hand teach you awesome things. Your arrows are sharp. The peoples fall under you. Your arrows are in the heart of the king's enemies. Now, verse 6, your throne, O God, is forever and ever. The scepter of your kingdom your throne, O God, is forever and ever. The scepter of your kingdom is a scepter of justice. You have loved righteousness and hated wickedness. Therefore, God, your God, has anointed you with the oil of joy above your companions. So before we even get to verse 10, you see that verse 10 is not even quoted here. It's another verse entirely. But the point here is that this is not God speaking. It's a song, a wedding psalm. Okay? A maskil of the sons of Korah, a sons of love. This is the psalmist actually celebrating the king. So God is not the one speaking here. So when he says about the son, it says, can you now see why the what do you call the Revised English version rightly says, but about the son, but of the son it says, because God is not the speaker, and God is not the speaker in verse 8 either. Your throne, O God, is forever and ever. You've loved righteousness. We just saw that. Now, this is a tricky bit. So when you read all those other Trinitarian translations, you see this and here, right? You need to understand how this and operates, and I'm going to show you from scriptures. Don't take my word for it. Look at the text yourself and confirm if what I'm saying is true or false. Okay? So it says, and this and is not showing that the speaker who was speaking before continues to speak. No. That's not the point. You need to understand the point. The point is saying, and about the son, we also have another verse that says this. That's the point. The and you see here is not showing a continuous thought of the same person speaking in verse 8. It's saying, about the son, we have the psalmist have this to say, and about the son, we also have the psalmist saying this about the son. Right? You, Lord, in the beginning laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the works of your hands. They will perish. But some people are going to say, oh, well, it doesn't matter, OJ. Even if you say the psalmist saying this about the son, the psalmist is saying that Jesus is the Yahweh that laid the foundation of the earth, right? No. You're going to see that it's the other way around. But you're not just reading it correctly. So, but let's go to the psalm now and see where they got this from so that you understand what is happening here. Okay? Remember, we've seen that Hebrews chapter 1 verse 7 was taken from Psalm 104. Hebrew 1:8, your throne, O God, was taken from Psalm 45. Now you're going to see that Hebrew chapter 1:9 to 10 was Hebrews chapter 1:10 to 12 was taken from Psalm 102. So let's go there. There's something very interesting happening in Psalm 102 that you need to appreciate. It's very interesting, okay? And you need to understand that from the Septuagint version and from the Masoretic text. So I'm going to open both of them so that you can understand what's going on here. So before we get there, let me see if I can get out. Let me get to the Septuagint, and I want to compare it side by side so that you can appreciate what's going on. So let's see. Okay, let's on one hand open the Septuagint here, and then let's open. Let's say. Okay, let's go with the NASB. Okay, let's go with the NASB, because actually what's happening is that the Hebrew writer quotes most of the time from the Septuagint, not from the Masoretic text, not from the Hebrew text, from the Septuagint. That's why you see most of those quotes are from the Septuagint, right? Now, notice something. I want you to notice something about this because it will help you understand why they're 13 above. Thank you for that. Thanks. He called me the Trinity Slayer. You're going to notice something very interesting here. Please pay attention to what I'm about to show you. It's very important. You're going to see that there's a change. There's a change in the verse before it says you lay the foundation of the earth. You're going to ask yourself, why is this? Let's quickly go there, and so that I will show you what I'm going to explain to you why it's like that. And this way I will depart from some of my Unitarian or unipersonal monotheists brethren like Brother Carlos and Sir Bozard, and I do respect their interpretation, but if you read this text in context, you could see that this could not have been talking about the new creation, and this could not have been talking about the Son laying the foundation of the earth. Even in the new creation, you will see that. Now, notice something about, this is the Septuagint. Now, let's go to that verse. Before, we are going to read before then, and I'm going to tell you why you see that, why I believe there's that distinction. Now, there are some things that also come. The Bible says when you teach, how do you teach? You teach by doctrine, by knowledge, or by revelation. So there are some things that could also be taught by revelation, and I think this is one of them. But of course, you don't impose that revelation. You also have to allow the Spirit of God contemplate that truth in the hearts of many, if indeed you actually receive the revelation from God regarding that. Notice what it says here. When the people are gathered together and the kings to serve the Lord, he answered him in the way of his strength. Look at this. He answered him in the way of his strength. Why? Tell me the fewness of my days. Take me not away in the midst of my days. Thy years are throughout all generations. Now look at the quote here. In the beginning, thou Lord, you laid the foundation of the earth. The heavens are the works of thy hands. Now, why is the Septuagint saying this? Now, notice that the Septuagint has this strange insertion here. He answered him in the way. But if we go to the Masoretic text, right, you don't see that there. See this. You don't see that there. Look at this. He has broken my strength in the way. He has shortened my days, right? I say, my God, do not take me away in the midst of my days. Your years are throughout all generations. In time of old, you founded the earth, and the heavens are the works of your hands. So what is going on here? Why does the Septuagint have, he answered him, but who is answering what, right? But then again, the Septuagint has, he answered him in the way of his strength, but we don't see that here. I'm going to show you, behold, I show you something interesting. Why that's the case. What do you see here from the beginning, folks? Go to the beginning of this. What do you see here? A prayer for the poor when he is afflicted. Very important. And pours out his supplication before the Lord. Hear my prayer, O Lord, and let my cry. So, now, the reason is because the Septuagint is approaching this psalm from the position of the onlooker, the one who is observing what is going on with the suffering servant, right? Why? That's why it says a prayer for the poor. You see that? On the other hand, look at this, a prayer of the afflicted. But the Masoretic text approaches it from the perspective of the suffering servant himself communicating with God directly. This is important to understand why you see that distinction there. Okay? So on one hand, this is a prayer of the afflicted. So the afflicted is the one making that supplication directly to God. But the Septuagint is approaching it from the perspective of a third party looking at what the supplicant is doing. So that's why you see that he answered him in his way, and we're going to get there. But in any case, God is not the speaker here. God is not telling his son, oh Yahweh, you laid the foundation of the earth. This is the psalmist praising God for laying the foundation of the earth. This is the prophetic spirit of Christ in the psalmist praising God for laying the foundation of the earth. So rather, what you're going to see is that the Trinitarians have it the other way around. Rather than say that it's God the Father telling the Son that he laid the foundation of the earth, this is Christ himself exalting God for laying the foundation of the earth. And you're going to see that when I share that. Now, you're going to see that the experience here being spoken about this suffering supplicant, ties a lot with the passions of Christ. It ties a lot with the sufferings of Christ. So that's why the Hebrew writer is identifying this with Christ as well. So when he says about the Son, it says, you're going to see how it ties that to the Son here as the suffering servant, as the afflicted. Think about this. Let's just read some of the verses. Let's look from the Septuagint, turn not your face away from me in the day when I'm afflicted. Incline thine heart in the day when I shall call upon thee. Speedily hear me. Is this God speaking? This is God, is the speaker here? No, of course not. See, I am blighted like grass, and my heart is dried up, for I have forgotten to eat bread. By reason of the voice of my groaning, my bone has cleaved to my flesh. Do you see the Spirit of Christ in the psalmist here? This is the prophetic Spirit of Christ in the psalmist. I have become like an owl, just like you see in Isaiah 53, the same kind of thing you're seeing here about the suffering servant. I have watched and am become as sparrow, dwelling alone on the roof. All the day my enemies have reproached me, and they that praise me have sworn against me. I have eaten ashes, and it were bread, and mingled my drink with weeping. You see, when he says, are you able to drink of this cup? Did Christ not say that? Because of thine anger and thy wrath, for thou hast lifted me up and dashed me down. Does the Bible not say, please the Lord to crush him? Remember, to bruise him? Are you seeing the same thing now? My days have declined like a shadow, and I'm withered like grass. But thou, Lord, endurest forever. You see that the person speaking here is not God. You see the same kind of phraseology you see in the Hebrew. The person who is speaking here is not God speaking to the Son, but rather this is a prophetic spirit in the psalmist. This is the Son speaking to the Father. It is a prophetic spirit in the psalmist rendering this to God the Father. You see the mystery here? Then it goes on and goes on and goes on, but let me get to the verse that matters. I'm going to verse 18. Let this be written for all thy generation. The people that shall be created shall praise thee, for he has looked out. Now this is the key. This is the key part. Now let's look from verse 19. Now the writer, the speaker now, is now speaking about God looking out from his sanctuary. He says, for he has looked out from the height of his sanctuary. The Lord looked upon the earth from heaven. That is Yahweh God the Father now, to hear the groanings of the fettered ones, including the suffering servant, to loosen the sons of the slain, to proclaim the name of the Lord in Zion, and to praise and his praise in Jerusalem. When the people are gathered together and the kings to serve the Lord, he answered him in the way of his strength. So what are we seeing is going on here? The writer is saying, the Lord, which is God, looks down from the sanctuary, right? The Lord is hearing the groaning of the fettered ones, and the Lord, this is Yahweh Jehovah, God the Father, he's proclaiming the name of the Lord in Zion, and his praise to those ones on the earth when the people are gathered and the kings to serve. Now, the Lord who is looking down from heaven, the suffering servant now is now answering God. In verse 23, you see that the Lord who is looking down from heaven and proclaiming his name, he answered him. Now this suffering servant is now answering back to God who is proclaiming his name. You see the whole thing? That is why you have this, he answered him in the way of his strength. Tell me the fullness of my days. Does this not already tell you that this cannot be God the Father speaking to the Son? Does it not already tell you that this is the suffering servant, the supplicant speaking? Look at this. He answered him in the way of his strength. Remember, tell me the fullness of my days. Take me not away in the midst of my days. Thy years are throughout generation. Now, in the beginning, thou, Lord, didst lay the foundation of the earth. The heavens are the works of your hands. They shall perish, but thou remainest. But they shall wax as old as a garment, and as the vesture shall thou fold them, and they shall be changed. You see? Clearly here, God the Father is not the one speaking. It's the suffering servant answering back to God. And this is the prophetic spirit in Christ speaking. And you're going to see that. So, a lot of Trinitarians have the cart before the horse. It's not God the Father speaking to the Son, but it's the Son speaking to the Father and praising him for laying the foundation of the earth. And you're going to see that as I use Hebrews chapter 2 to buttress this point. So you see very clearly that God the Father is not the one speaking in Psalm 45. He's not the one speaking in Psalm 104, and he's still not the one speaking in Psalm 102. So that is why the Revised English Version is so spot on and renders it, it says, it says, it says. If you go to the Masoretic text, you don't see he answered him in the way of his strength. Oh my goodness. All this while I've been, I just realized that it's my PowerPoint that has been on the screen, and my audience have not been seeing what I've been reading on YouTube. Anyway, no problem. I think I could still look at it from Masoret. You could go back and look at it now. I just looked at the Septuagint, and the reason why it says he answered him, you don't find that in the Masoretic text, is because remember, the Septuagint is approaching it from the perspective of the onlooker seeing the sufferings of the supplicant, but the Masoretic text approaches it from the suffering servant himself, dealing with God directly, like he's the one expressing those things to God directly. That's why you don't see he answered him in the way of his strength. But notice something very clear here. It's still the same thing here, right? Let's go back to that same verse we just read. You will see that it's very straightforward. This is much more straightforward. Okay, look at this, right? Let's look at that passage we saw, right? Verse 18. This will be written for the generations to come, that the people yet to be created may praise the Lord, right? For he looked down from his holy height from heaven and looked upon the earth. Listen to this. To hear the groaning of the prisoner, the same thing we read from the from the Septuagint, to set those who are doomed to death, so that the people may tell of the name of the Lord in Zion and his praise in Jerusalem. Listen to this. When the people are gathered together and the kings to serve the Lord. Listen to this. He has broken my strength in the way. You notice that the Septuagint said he answered him, but this one is just speaking directly now. The suffering servant is speaking directly. Is it God saying that Jesus has broken his strength in a way? Is it God is God the speaker here? No, he's the suffering servant. So whether you want to look at the Masoretic text or you want to look at the Septuagint, it's the suffering servant speaking. It's not God the Father. So this is why those, even my Unitarian brothers who say that this is God the Father telling the Son that he's a new creation, no, that's just completely off. More so, as the scriptures clearly say that this will pass away, it will vanish, they shall be folded up. So is a new creation going to be folded up? No, that's silly. It's absurd if you think about it. So it goes on to say, he has broken my strength in the way, right? He has shortened my days. I say, my God, do not take me away in the midst of my days. Your years are throughout all generations. In time of old, you founded the earth, and the heavens are the works of your hands. How clearer can it be? Who is the one calling my God in scriptures? Is that not Christ? Is it God the Father? Do you see God the Father ever tell anyone my God anywhere? That's ludicrous. So it tells you directly that the speaker here cannot be God the Father. Is the suffering servant, and the Hebrew writer is now tying that experience with the Son. I say, my God, do not take me away in the midst of my days. Let a Trinitarian open their mouth to tell me that this is God the Father speaking. I hope they can tell me that. Telling the Son that the Son, my God, do not take me away in the midst of my days. Your years are throughout all generations, right? Then he continues in time of old, and this is what the Hebrew writer is quoting from. He's quoting this verse. You see that? Okay? In time of old, you founded the earth, and the heavens are the works of your hands. Even they will perish, but you endure. So in time of old cannot be referring to the new creation. And the new creation is not going to perish. So you see why that translation is very problematic for three reasons. First of all, God the Father is not the speaker, number one. Secondly, of old, in the time of old, you laid the foundation, cannot be speaking about the new creation. Then thirdly, we see that this creation will perish. So when you put these three things together, you see that it's not just, it takes the exegetical leap and stretching you would have to make to come to that conclusion. It's amazing. But when we see here that this is the suffering servant speaking, right? And then you can now see how this ties to the Son. It makes sense. So let's go back now. Now that we've established that in the text, right? Neither Psalm 45 speaks about the Son. it speaks about the Father speaking. Psalm 102 doesn't speak about the Father speaking, and Psalm 104 doesn't speak about the Father speaking. Now we can now correctly exegete the text. It says, right? Now, about the Son, let's look at verse 9. About the Son, right? From verse 8. This, it says, is not even there. It's just lege. It doesn't even have, it just, if you read it from the Greek, it's about the Son, your throne, O God. But the reason why it says here, it makes sense because it wants you to know that the scriptures are saying this. But who is saying this about the Son? The psalmist. We saw it. It's not God the Father. Right? You have loved righteousness and hated lawlessness. Therefore, God, your God, has anointed you with the oil of gladness, right? Rather than your companions. And we also have this regarding the Son. You see how, so it's not, don't read it like the Hebrew writer is trying to tell you that, oh, and the person speaking here continues to speak. That's not the point. The point is, about the Son, we have these scriptures that say this about the Son, and about the Son, we also have these scriptures that say this about the Son. You see how that and works there? Now, for you to see that this is the case, I want to read the beautiful commentary from the Revised English Version that helps cement this, and just look at this with an open mind, and then I'll go to Hebrew chapter 2 to let you see that indeed, contrary to what a lot of people think, it is not God the Father telling the Son that he laid the foundation of the earth. It is the Son telling God the Father and praising him for laying the foundation of the earth, and you're going to see that. So look at what so cites from, Hebrews 1:10 cites from Alex, which adds another "O Lord" not found in the Masoretic text. Yeah, but it's fine. But you see, the thing about it is that even that notwithstanding, the speaker clearly is not God, brother. It's not God. We've gone through the Masoretic text and we've gone through the Septuagint. The speaker cannot be God. It's not God speaking there. It's the suffering servant. So it's not God telling the Son that he laid the foundation of the earth. Secondly, brother, the scriptures clearly say that this will perish. All right? It says they will perish. It makes no sense in the light of the new creation to say that the God is telling the Son he will found the new creation, the new heavens and the earth, but then they're going to perish. You see what I'm saying? It's still problematic. So, but in any case, it's the suffering servant that is the speaker. But I want to just read this commentary, and then you see how beautiful the Revised English Version makes this very clear. It says this, and of the angels, it says, which makes right, exactly. It's not God speaking and calling Jesus God. We've seen it clearly, brother. It's the suffering servant who's doing that. Praising God for laying the foundation of earth. Is it God saying, tell me the fullness of my days? Is it God saying that you've broken my strength? No, that is ludicrous. If we just objectively think about it, we'll see that it's not God speaking, it's the suffering servant. And yes, 13 above, you're right. Exactly. All right. Okay, so but the Masoretic text, even if we brother Carlos, even if we look at the Masoretic text, it still doesn't. We went through both of them. The Masoretic text shows that God is not the speaker; it is the suffering servant. All right, and it shows that these things will perish anyway. So it doesn't matter which one you look at; it's still the idea of a new creation translation is a problem. Anyway, let me read this. And of the angels, it says, "Who makes his angels as winds and his ministers as a flame of fire?" It says Bible other translations from we got this from Psalm 104. Remember we saw that. It says quoted from Psalm 104. The quotation most closely follows, right? Follows the Septuagint than the Hebrew text. It says the Greek verb is lege, the third person singular indicative active, present tense form of the common verb lego, and it can be translated he says, she says, or it says. And I gave you examples of this. So it's true. And so it said depending on the context, right? He says Matthew 8:28. She says John 14:11. So they're giving you examples. It says Matthew 12:44, Ephesians 4:8. The Revised English Version has it says, whereas almost every English translation of the Bible has he says. The REV has it says because Hebrew 1:7 is quoting Psalm 104:4, and it is clear in Psalm 104:4 that God is not speaking. It is the psalmist speaking about God, which we showed that very clearly. Bless the Lord, O my soul, my God, who makes his angels. We showed it. So they are right. They're correct. Hebrews 1:7 is quoting Psalm 104:4, and it is clear that, yes, that God is not speaking, but the psalmist is speaking about God. The Rev has it says, but if a translation has he says, then the he says refers to the psalmist, not to God, which is true. Hebrew 1:7 is quoting Psalm. I'm reading that again. Am I repeating myself again? Yeah. Okay. Hebrews 1:8-9 is quoting Psalm 45. We just saw that is a wedding psalm, and Hebrews 1:10-12 is quoting Psalm 102. We just saw that again. And God is not the speaker in any of those verses, as simply reading those psalms make clear. We made it clear. God is not. A problem with translating the verse as he says is that it confuses people as to who the he is. Right? And in many cases, people think he is God, which is true, which is not correct. Furthermore, if people wrongly assume that the he in Hebrews 1:7 is God, then they read that error into Hebrews 1:10 and think God is calling Jesus Lord and saying that Jesus made the heavens and the earth. You, Lord, in the beginning laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the works of your hands. But the context, Hebrews 1:13, which is God speaking, and the scope of the scripture, Genesis 1:1, give good evidence that it is God who is being referred to as who created the heavens and the earth, not Jesus. And this is a fact. All right? So it goes on to say, angels as winds. The point of this verse is to elevate the sun. The angels of God as swift winds, strong as fire, and goes on to talk about the angels. All right. All right. So now, as I begin to round up, let's go to Hebrew chapter 2, because it will help you understand what the Hebrew writer is doing there and why he's attributing this to the Son as the speaker in Hebrew 1:10, not the Father. Is the Son that he attributes this to, saying that in Hebrews 1:10, not God the Father. You're going to see that from Hebrew chapter 2. Now follow me very closely and see the same idea that the Hebrew writer uses here. Okay? So if we go to Hebrews chapter 2, let's go to Hebrews chapter 2. I want you to notice something here. So let's look at verse 5, so that you begin to see some of these similarities and these connections. Because it's only when you understand what is going on in Hebrews chapter 2, you could see, oh, so this is what this Hebrew writer is doing here. Verse 5, for unto the angels hath he not put in subjection the world to come, whereof we speak. Okay, so let me now address something here. Now, there's a popular misconception that because the Hebrew writer is saying here of the world to come whereof we speak, this must refer to the world, the heavens and the earth that the Hebrew writer is referring to in Hebrews 1:10. But I think that's a stretch, and I'm going to explain to you why. Because coming to that conclusion already presupposes that the Christians themselves and the believers were not already having fellowship and discussion regarding the coming kingdom and the coming world to come. It's assumed that when the Hebrew writer says here, the world to come whereof we speak, it's necessarily referring to the word being spoken about in Hebrews 1:3 and Hebrews 1:10. But that we can't reason the text that way, because think about it now. Like, let's see, for example, Taylor and James and Eliyahu and all the brethren here. for a lot of times, for a while now, we have been talking about the Trinity. We've been talking about, like, let's say we are talking about the new kingdom to come, the resurrection, and we've been speaking about it. I could write a letter and say the word wherein we speak. It doesn't mean that I'm necessarily saying that we are speaking about it there and there in the text I'm writing about that. I don't know if you get what I'm saying, but they're already assuming that because he said, for unto the angels had he not put in subjection the world to come whereof we speak. There's the assumption that this must be speaking about what the writer is writing about there, but it doesn't have to be so. They have been having conversations about the kingdom to come. However, in Hebrews 1:10, when we juxtapose that with Psalm 102, the verse clearly says, of old. It's not saying in the future you will lay the foundation of the earth. No, of old. And it says they will perish. So that already tells you that the context of the verse relates to the Genesis creation, not a future creation. I mean, it's very clear. But what I want you to see here is this. But one in a certain place testified. You could see that the Hebrew writer is not ashamed to refer to the writers of the scriptures testifying without us concluding that must be God speaking. He says, but one in a certain place that's saying, what is man that thou art mindful of him, or the son of man that thou visited him? Would you say it's God the Father speaking here? No, it's not. So when we read scriptures, we need to get the context of the one speaking there to know who the Hebrew writer is referring to when he says he says. It could be God the Father speaking, it could be the psalmist, or it could just be the writer of the text. That's why you see sometimes the Bible will say Isaiah said, Anyway, but look at this bit. Thou hast put all things in subjection under his feet, for in that he put all in subjection under his feet, he left nothing that is not put under him. But now we see not yet Jesus. Now we see not yet all things put under him. Who is that talking about? So you see, ultimately this is talking about Jesus, right? But we see Jesus, who was made a little lower than the angels for the suffering of death, crowned with glory and honor, and he by the grace of God should taste death for every man. Can you see this? You have put all things under his feet. You have set him over the works of your hand. Who set Jesus over the works of his own hand? Was it not the Father? So beautiful. So it already tells you, when you get to Hebrew 1:10 now, you now read where it says, the heavens are the works of your hand. That is Jesus praising God for laying the foundation of the earth, because God put all things under his feet. That is the prophetic spirit in the psalmist. The spirit of the Son in the psalmist praising God for laying the foundation of the earth. And you're going to see that. So you see the connection there. So it is not God the Father telling the Son that he put all things, that he laid the foundation of the earth. No, it's the Son praising the Father for laying the foundation of the earth and putting all things under the Son's feet, because the Father put all things under the Son's feet. You see how we're exegeting the scriptures? But let's continue. Look at what I want this to be in bold so that you see. Let me go to the NASB at this point. Let me switch, because I want to see the quotes there. Yes, because it will make more sense. Can you now see that the Hebrew writer is already making quotes from various parts of the scriptures here, the same way he's doing in Hebrews 1. What is man that thou? But someone has testified. Think about this. He says, when we go back to Hebrews 1, think about he says about the Son. He says, it's the same thing he's doing here, right? Okay, but someone has testified somewhere saying, what is man that thou should think of him, or the Son of Man that thou art concerned about him? You have made him a little lower than the angels. You have crowned him with glory and honor. You have put all things in subjection under his feet. We went to the Psalm 2:7 and the other place where we got this from. I can't remember the exact one, but we showed that at the beginning. Now notice this. Don't miss this bit. This is the crux of the matter, folks. As I'm rounding up, look at what he says. For in subjecting all things, he left nothing that is not subject to him. But now we do not see all things subjected to him, right? But we do see him who was made for a little while lower than the angels, namely Jesus, being, because of his suffering of death, crowned with glory and honor, so that by the grace of God he might taste death for everyone. For it was fitting for him for whom are all things, and through whom are all things, in bringing many sons to glory, to perfect the originator of their salvation through sufferings. Listen to this. But both he who sanctifies and those who are sanctified, that's Jesus and us that Jesus sanctifies, are all of one Father. Is that not interesting? For this reason, look at this. I thank God for the spirit of revelation here. For this reason, he, that is Jesus, is not ashamed to call them brothers and sisters, saying, the Hebrew writer is attributing this to Jesus. He's putting these words on the lips of Jesus, saying that it is Jesus saying these things in the Old Testament, even though we know that Jesus was not literally present there. You see what the Hebrew writer is doing here? He said Jesus is not ashamed to call us his brethren, saying, and then he quotes from a psalm again. Time will not permit me to go to the psalm, but you could see this in caps. It's telling you that the Hebrew writer is quoting from either the Psalms or from Isaiah, where he says this. All right? He's not ashamed to call us. So, brethren, could you tell me, where in the Old Testament did you ever see a literal Jesus speaking to anyone and calling us his brethren? Do you see a literal Son of God in the Old Testament saying, I am not ashamed to call them my brethren? You don't see them. No. Because Jesus did not pre-exist in that fashion. Right? But the reason why the Hebrew writer is saying that the Son is saying this, because the Hebrew writer is going back into the Old Testament and is drawing from the prophetic experiences of the writers of the scriptures and is attributing this to the Son. That's why Christ will say, search the scriptures, for in them you think you have eternal life, yet they speak about me. So you see how they speak about him. The Hebrew writer is saying here, he, Jesus, is not ashamed to call us his brethren. And then he puts those words in the lips of the Son, saying, he says that it was Jesus that said this. Where did Jesus ever say this? I will proclaim your name to my brothers. In the midst of the assembly, I will sing about your praise. And again, you see the and? Can you see the and? So that when we go back to Hebrews 1:8, you see what is going on here? And Hebrews 1:10. And we have another scripture where the Son also says this. You see what the Hebrew writer is saying? He's not showing a continuous thought. He's quoting from two different parts of scriptures. Can you see the and again? The same similarities. And again, I'll put my trust in it. And we also have another where the Son is saying this, behold, I am the children whom God has given me. Therefore, since the children share in flesh and blood, he partook of the same. So you could see that the Hebrew writer has quoted about 3 parts of the scriptures, and he has put those words on the lips of the Son, saying that it was the Son saying all these things. Brethren, I tell you the truth, it's not different from what he's doing here in Psalm. Let's go back as I'm rounding up. It's not different from what the Hebrew writer is doing right here. Look at the same thing he's doing it here. The Hebrew writer is putting those words on the lips of Jesus, and that's what he's doing here. So if we go to verse 8 here, right? Let's start from verse 8. But about the Son, or of the Son, but regarding the Son, the scriptures say, we have this scripture that say about the Son, your throne, O God, is forever and ever. A scepter of righteousness is the scepter of your kingdom. You have loved righteousness and hated lawlessness. Therefore, God, your God. And it makes sense because it shows you that it is not God speaking to the Son, but someone else, a third party. The psalmist is speaking to the Davidic king, but the Hebrew writer is attributing this to Jesus Christ. Now, the psalmist now speaking to Jesus Christ and attributing this to Christ and saying, therefore, God, that's the Father, your God, in other words, therefore God the Father, who is your God, has anointed you. That's not that Jesus, the Father, is calling Jesus God. The psalmist is calling the Son God, yes, in a non-deity title, because he called because we've seen that the word God has a wide variety of meanings. All right, the same way he called the King God in Psalm 45, he's attributing this to the Son and saying, therefore God. He's not calling the Son God. He's saying, therefore, God the Father, who is your God. That's what it means here. Therefore, God, your God, it's more like an emphasis, all right? Therefore, God the Father, your God, has anointed you with gladness. So he quotes this psalm and says about the Son, and we also have this about the Son as well. So that's what this and is. It's not a continuous thought to say, the speaker continues to say, no. Then he goes to quote from Psalm 102. And we also have this regarding the Son, where the Son is saying, just the same way he puts the words in the lips of the Son in Hebrews 1, as we saw them here. And about the Son, we also have this verse, you, Lord, in the beginning laid the foundation of the earth. So in other words, what the Hebrew writer is doing here, he's putting the words of the suffering servant, as we saw in Psalm 102, on the lips of the Son. You see that? So it is true that verse 8 and verse 10 are regarding the Son, but how? Regarding the Son, he's been exalted as a Davidic king, right? But verse 10 is showing that the Son is exalting the Father for laying the foundation of the earth and praising him for the works of his hands. Why? Because remember that the works of the Father's hand was put under the Son's feet. You see the connection now? So that is the connection between the verses here. The heavens are the works of your hands. They will perish, but you go on and on. We saw that is the suffering servant from Psalm 102, and the Hebrew writer is putting those words in the lips of the Son. So it's contrary to what a lot of Trinitarians think. It's the other way around. It is the Son praising God the Father for laying the foundation of the earth. It's not the Father calling Jesus God or praising him for laying the foundation of the earth. They will perish, and you will roll them up like a cloak. This cannot be the new creation. Definitely can't be the new creation. So, so rounding up, it's very clear. I hope this has been an eye-opener and a blessing. This particular revelation was quite insightful, because it's only when, like I said, when you go to Hebrews chapter 2, and you begin to see what's going on there. You see how the Hebrew writer is putting the words on the lips of Jesus, even though we never saw Jesus literally say any of these things in the Old Testament. But he's saying, for this reason, he's not ashamed to call them brothers, saying. The Hebrew writer is saying that it's Jesus saying all these things. So it's no different from what the Hebrew writer is doing here. He's also attributing these words to Jesus, saying them here, you, Lord, lay the foundation of the earth. He's putting those words in the lips of Jesus. It's a powerful revelation. It's quite interesting. So, God is not calling Jesus God. He's not calling him Yahweh. He's not telling him that, oh, you Yahweh, you lay the foundation of the earth. Okay, so rounding up, Patrick, so let's look at Isaiah 51:16. Maybe you might want to guide me to the Net Bible. Let's see that as well. Isaiah 51:16. And then I'll open it up. Isaiah 51:16. So let's see what it says. Okay. So let me read it from the NASB. Sorry, hold on. Let me just do this. Okay. And I have put my words in your mouth, and have covered you with the shadow of my hand, to establish the heavens and to found the earth, and to say to Zion, you are my people. So let's read that again. And I have put my words in your mouth, and have covered you with my shadow, with the shadow of my hand, to establish the heavens, right? To found the earth, and to say to Zion, you are my people. Okay? So, okay, first of all, when I read this verse, I don't necessarily see that the verse is saying that he put the words in his mouth so that Jesus would be the creator of the Genesis creation, or the Genesis creation. Now, it is possible that this could relate to the new creation. I don't have a problem with that, which is very possible, because Jesus is it is through Jesus that the new creation is administered. That's why when he says we have one God the Father, from whom are all things, and then we have one Lord, through whom are all things. So that's administration there. You see, one God the Father, from whom are all things, and then one Lord, through whom these things that God creates is being administered. Now, I want to read the footnotes, but so it is possible that this could be referring to the new creation, right? But the issue here is that when it comes to Hebrews 1:10, that's the point. The context of that relates to the Genesis creation very clearly. So this could be a good text to make an argument for Jesus being the because the Bible tells us that through whom he created what he gave form to the ages, the aeons. So this is a good text if you want to make an argument for the new creation. I wouldn't have a problem with that. But Hebrews 1:10 is definitely speaking about the old creation. Now, let me see, Patrick, where do I go to see the net commentaries on this one? How do I, let me see, let me go to the Net Bible and see, because so Patrick, if you can see my screen, maybe if you want to give, let me go to the Net Bible and let me see where I'm going to see the commentaries. Net Bible.
You've got to do it on Bible Gateway.
Oh, okay, so I have to look at it on Bible Gateway, not Bible Hub.
Yeah, it's at the bottom. It'll have footnotes on Bible Gateway.
Okay, let me see this. So just direct me if you can see my screen. Let me see.
Yeah, so I'm assuming it'll be the verse that he brought up. I don't know, but if you type in the verse and then NET on the right side of the screen where it says NIV, you can search through all of the different translations. All you have to do is either scroll or type N.
I see. Okay, see the Net Bible. Okay, I get. So let me see. Okay.
And at the very bottom of the page, if you write like just the verses in, it might have the footnotes. As you can see, there's some footnotes.
Oh, okay. So there's a footnote here. Is it, Patrick? Is this the one you're looking at? D? If you could see my screen. The circumstantial clause, not the plus object plus verb pattern, is understood as causal here. The prefix verb form is either a preterite or an imperfect used.
You said C.
Oh, C. Okay, you want me to read C? Okay, C. Good. Let me read C then. Let me see. Just give me one moment. I wish I could blow this up, but if I do... Okay, good. Let me see if I can blow this up like this. Okay, C. Let's read C now, so that people can also see. Okay, Isaiah 53:11 SN, right? Oh, I should go. Okay, Patrick. Okay, wait. Are you, Patrick? You could speak. Don't forget, you could speak from. You could also speak from Clubhouse if you want to speak, so I can hear you as well. So just in case, because you're still there. So if you want to say something, direct me. So are you happy? Are you happy from what I highlighted now? Can I start reading from there? Patrick, are you happy for me to read from there? Because you said I should go down. Is this?
I think he said actually D.
From here?
In D, that's B there. It will be under C. At the bottom, under C in D.
Okay.
So if you scroll down a bit, you said it's in D.
In D?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, in D. Okay, let's see.
And then you said read from D.
But that is D I just read from, and he said I should go up. That's the part I was reading here. D is the part I was reading here. It doesn't really say much. Yeah, Patrick, can you speak? I wish Patrick could just speak in Clubhouse or something.
He's at his Law's house, so he can't speak, I think.
Okay, but where does he want me to read from? I wish you could just tell me, because it's up. If you can see my screen, Patrick, if you could just tell me. Yeah, I can hear. Okay, so okay, let me. Can I just start reading from C then, right? Okay, so let's see this. So it says by the way, Taylor, were you able to hear Patrick?
No. I was wondering that earlier as well, because it sounded like you were talking to someone earlier, and I didn't know if you were reading comments. So I couldn't hear Clubhouse or Club Deck like in here.
Oh, okay. I think I know why. Sorry about that. I know why you couldn't hear. Just give me one moment. Yes, Patrick. Can you just? Is it possible to just say something? Just briefly. Just say hello. Just say hello, Taylor, or something. He's the only one. I wanted to test it though, but it's okay. We can continue. He's the only one there in Clubhouse. I wanted him to speak to see if he can hear, because I've always wanted those in Clubhouse and Meet to be able to communicate. You know.
OJ, you said that you've left. OJ, you have left. You left Clubhouse.
Really? Okay, I'm sure it has frozen. I'm sure it's frozen. Okay, wait, hold on. Let me. Yeah, that's the thing. It probably froze. Oh, so no wonder he wasn't speaking there. Just give me one moment. That's the thing with Club Deck. When you're using Club Deck, it's okay. You see, I'm not there. Okay, let me bring up Club Deck. Sometimes it's I just exited and I want to bring it back up. It's not letting me bring it back up. Says something is wrong. The way they program this Club Deck is so horrible. That's one thing I noticed. Is so horrible. Like one of the, I don't know, but I'm trying to go back. If Patrick is still there, I should be able to join again. And
he was moderator, wasn't he? So he's probably still like running it. He said he's pinged you.
Yeah. I've joined back again. So let me see. I'm back. Can you hear me? Taylor, can you hear him?
I hear him, but he's relatively low.
He's low. Yeah, he's low.
That's better.
Oh, wow. I'm happy because Taylor can hear you. Said that's better. So, but Patrick, could you hear Taylor? Could you hear Taylor? Could you?
I can hear him now, yeah.
Woo! I've done it at last. Taylor, you know I was struggling with this the last time. Now those on Meet and those in Club can actually begin to fight themselves. I'm just joking. I'm joking already. But I've always wanted those in Clubhouse to be able to communicate with my guests, so that way, I mean, anybody can choose to be in Clubhouse. And yeah. So Patrick, okay, I'm going to read that. I'm going to read what it says, and then we could take from there. So take it from there. So Hebrews, it says, let me just read from B. Anyway, everything. Isaiah 53:11. The song ends at the beginning with the Lord announcing the servant's vindication and the exaltation. Okay, so I'm here now. He says, he will acquit a righteous one, my servant many. Refers to the servant, but more likely it is ditographic. Note the preceding verb. That's like in some kind of Hebrew, I think. The precise meaning of the verb, the Hiphil is debated. Elsewhere, the Hiphil is used at least 6 times in the sense of making righteous in a legal sense, that is pronounced innocent, acquit. Then they quote some verses here, Deuteronomy 25. Okay, so it goes on to also add and say, it can also mean render justice as a royal function, Psalm 15:4, 82:3. Then it goes to say, and lead to righteousness, example, Daniel 12:3. The preceding context and the next line suggest a legal sense here. All right. Because of his willingness to carry the people's sins, the servant is able to acquit them. All right. They quote some places. So let's see. Object to this legal interpretation of the language, arguing that it's okay. Somebody objects to it, saying, arguing that it would be unjust for the righteous to suffer for the wicked, and for the wicked to be declared innocent. However, such a surprising development is consistent with the ironic nature of this song. Okay, so it goes on to say, it does seem unfair for the innocent to die for the guilty, but what is God to do when all have sinned and wandered off like stray sheep? Covenant law demands punishment, but punishment in this case would mean annihilation of what God has created. Okay, so God's justice as demanded by the law must be satisfied. To satisfy his justice, he does something seemingly unjust. He punishes his sinless. It's on the screen, Patrick. It's on my YouTube screen. So I don't. It's on my YouTube screen. If you're.
What it might be is sometimes with internet, sometimes it can be a little bit slower.
Oh yeah, there's just a lag. Yeah, it's just that
if he scrolls right up to date, then it'll probably be like if he stretch it to live. Sometimes it comes back a bit.
Yeah, I think he's just caught up with it now because there's a lag. Yeah, it was lagging because bandwidth and all. So there might be like a 10, 15, or even 30 seconds lag before you actually see what I'm. Yeah, so it goes on to say God's justice as demanded by the law must be satisfied. And to satisfy, he does something unseemly unjust, right? He punishes his sinless servant, the only one who has not strayed off. In the progress of biblical revelation, we discover that the sinless servant is really God in the flesh, who offers himself because he is committed to the world he has created. Okay, of course we know Net is also Trinitarian, so we understand why it will say that. What's his name? Dan Wallace is one of their consultants who does the editing and all this stuff. So Dan Wallace we know he's a Trinitarian. Anyway, if his justice can only be satisfied if he himself endures the punishment, then so be it. What appears to be an act of injustice is really love satisfying the demands of justice. All right, Isaiah 53:11. The circumstantial clause, note the VAV plus object plus subject plus verb pattern is understood as causal here. The prefix verb form is either a preterite or an imperfect used in customary manner. To be frank with you, I would say that of the, if 100%, I probably understood 10% of what he was saying, if at all. But Patrick, I don't really know the part you were trying to reference. I don't really see it here. I don't really know what the point would have been from what I just read here, though. So maybe you might want to help us out.
It's interesting the last part that you read, though, because it's for the notes that I've taken for like when it opens up. I've actually got Isaiah 53 verse 10 and 12 linked with Psalm 102, which is obviously in relation to Hebrews 1 verse 10. I don't know how that interrelates with.
I read the wrong thing. Oh my gosh. Isaiah 51:16. Oh my goodness. Patrick, why didn't you tell me I was wrong all this while? Maybe you did not know. No wonder. Okay. Oh my gosh, you just wasted valuable time.
It's a shame though, because Isaiah 53 does tie with Psalms 102 and such in Hebrews.
Sorry about that, Patrick. So, Patrick, you're asking, it's Isaiah 53:16, right? We just want to be sure. Isaiah 53:16.
Did you not see it, Isaiah 51?
What's wrong with me? 51:16. What's Isaiah 51:16? Okay. 16. Now where do I see
the notes at the bottom?
Oh, okay, I see. The footnotes are here. Okay, so this is where we see. So Patrick, when you always talk about these footnotes from net, this is where I should see them, right? Okay, now I know. Now I know. This could be quite useful, so that's good. They have lots of commentaries. Uh, 51:16. Okay, so we are here. This 51:15. Oh, but it jumps from 51:15 to 51:19, Patrick.
He says here in Jeremiah, apparently. Yeah.
I went to Jeremiah.
Yeah, you're looking at Jeremiah at the moment.
What is wrong with me today? What is wrong with me today?
It happens to the best of us.
Oh my gosh. Isaiah, right? 50. Please confirm it, Taylor. 51:16, right?
Yeah.
What is wrong with me today?
You almost put in 58 there.
This one, okay. Okay.
That's right.
Wow. So I will commission you as my spokesman. I cover you with the palm of my hand to establish the sky and to found the earth, to say to Zion, you are my people. Okay. So the footnotes say, let's read this now. The addressee, the second masculine singular, as 13:15, is this verse. This verse is unclear. Okay. The exiles are addressed in the immediately preceding verses. Note the critical tone, verse 12, 13, and the reference to the exiles in verse 14. However, it seems unlikely that they are addressed in verse 16, for the addressee appears to be commissioned to tell Zion.
He says E, by the way, just so you know.
Huh?
In the chat, he says E, like for elephant.
Oh, I should go straight to E. Okay, no problem. That will help a lot. Okay. 16. The infinitives in verse 16b are most naturally understood as describing the purpose of the divine actions described in verse 16a. The relationship of the third infinitive to the commission is clear enough. The Lord has made the addressee his special servant, his spokesman, so that the latter might speak encouraging words to those in Zion. Okay. But how do the first two infinitives relate? The text seems to indicate that the Lord has commissioned the addressee so that the latter might create the universe. Perhaps creation imaginary is employed metaphorically here to refer to the transformation that Jerusalem will experience. Okay. Okay, so I get what. So Patrick, if maybe I see what you're saying now. So, to found and create something. Are you trying to say that the idea that Jesus is seen? Okay, not creation. Okay, I see what you're saying. So not creation ex nihilo. Okay, so what Patrick is saying that creation can be used in relation to God's appointed spokesman or servant to transform something that could be seen as a form of creation without necessarily like being the person creating the stars, the moon. Patrick, I guess, is that the point you're making, right? I guess that's the point you're trying to make, Patrick. That's a very good point. I think I'll add this to my collections. That's a very, very good point, because it also says here perhaps that creation, the creation imagery is employed metaphorically here to refer to the transformation that Jerusalem will experience. Okay, so that's good. So creation could also refer to something that God is using Jesus to transform, not necessarily something that Jesus creates as. That's a very good point. Taylor, you see that? You see that? That's a very good point. And this is even coming from the Net Bible itself.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Okay, what you're looking at is somebody's conjecture, because he actually says perhaps. Perhaps creation imagery is employed metaphorically. So he doesn't even know. He's actually letting the readers know that he's drawing up a conjecture. So and also he's not supporting it with nothing. So it's clearly a conjecture. So you don't try to make this into a fact because a commentary says perhaps. I think that's kind of weak though.
No,
okay.
Yeah, I know you have a point, James. I see your point. Yeah, but the possibility is there. I think that's the main point, that the possibility.
You can see that the new creation is done through Yeshua anyway, through the blood and the resurrection and stuff with Colossians, John 1 and stuff, So this is just an extra addition to all of the verses that clearly point to the new creation through Jesus.
Yeah, because if we go back to look at the text, it's quite interesting. The context may make sense. See, I commission you as my spokesman, right? I cover you with the palm of my hand to establish the sky and to found the earth, to lay in Zion, to say to Zion, you are my people. So this is a very good. This is a text that actually, to me, I think the latter, even though it says perhaps, would be much more applicable based on the context. But there's also a problem here.
Patrick's point, by the way, saying in the chat, it's basically admitted by other Trinitarians that it's like a new creation type thing. That's the point that I think it's brought, even though it's an opinion, it's backed by Trinitarian opinion.
Oh, I see what you're saying. That even if a Unitarian makes that argument, it will. But yeah, Patrick,
can you guys name? Just be specific instead of just coming up with generalizations. Can you say something like this Trinitarian, a notable Trinitarian, not just somebody like me that's speaking? Somebody, could you said that a lot of Trinitarians agree with that. So just name one.
Yeah, so it's not a lot of them. It's talking about the people that write the footnotes for NET, which is a translation. That are Trinitarians. That what's his name?
Dan Wallace.
Dan Wallace would have overseen this statement being written up because he's having to do with the NET.
Yeah, exactly. So we read this commentary. Yes, Dan Wallace is more like one of the chief consultants and editors or whatever for this Net Bible. It's known. So this will not pass them if his approval or his interest wasn't here as well. He's the head. Yes, he's the head of. But he would have seen it exactly. That's a good point. So at least he's open, even as a Trinitarian, to see that.
But I would argue that in another matter pertaining to the NET, John 1:1. When you look in the commentaries, I'm just giving you an example that the writers of NET they made it look like Jesus is not the Logos, but then. Actually, like you said, Dan Wallace is on the team, but then when you look at Dan Wallace's, I'm just using an example that they're disagreeing. Like when you look at Dan Wallace's studies on John 1:1, he disagrees with the commentators from the NET pertaining to John 1:1. That's just an example, so it shows you, because you can look at what he says about John 1:1, that the Logos by nature is God. I'm not trying to change the subject. I'm just giving you an example where the commentators of the NET differ from Dan Wallace, who's one of the head people of the NET. You can't go by that. So.
So wait, so the commentators differ from Dan Wallace. So what's Dan Wallace's understanding of the Logos?
Dan Wallace, I can post you what he says. Could I post it?
Yeah, please post it. I'd like to know what he says. But Patrick, I'm going to get back to you. Don't worry. Could you please post it for me?
Yeah, let me.
Okay, so Patrick, going back to. Yes. Oh yeah, but it's still interesting to just let me know what he says about that, at least.
I've got
I'm trying to figure out how to post here because it's a whole different thing here. I don't have no idea how to post.
But Patrick,
Okay, I'll tell you what. You can do it for me. I'll tell you exactly what to type in because I don't know how to post on your. I know how to post on StreamYard, but it seems like it's complicated here.
no. You just go to the chat and post.
Go to where?
Oh, is that? Oh, who posted it here? Someone has put it here.
I put that into the chat. It's the Puritan board, and it's from Daniel Wallace on John 1 verse 1c.
Yeah, how do I do that? How do I do that?
If you look at the over there, there's a little like speech bubble thing next to the people.
Okay, you're talking about the bottom where you got the camera.
Over this way, below, like in the bottom right corner, there's like people typed in with 4, and then next to it.
Present my entire screen.
And if you put the link in there, he'll be able to bring it up for you.
No, let me. Share your entire screen, but okay, I got to go to my. I don't know how to go to the page where I posted it up. So let me see.
If you get the link and post it, he'll be able to do it for you.
All right, let me see if I can do that.
Or you could post it anywhere. YouTube, you could just even post it anywhere convenient for you. If YouTube here in the chat.
All right, hold on. We're gonna find. Give me like 1 minute.
John 4, I press for the mark of the high calling of God in Christ Jesus, and
John 1:10. Where's he at? I just had it here and then I lost it. Okay, this is what I want you to do, OJ. Just type in Dan Wallace exegetical insight on John 1:1.
Okay, I'll do that later. Don't
That's
worry.
the link. That's literally the link, by the way. I'll put the link in the chat. Exegetical insight on John 1 verse 1c by Daniel Wallace.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. So let me go back to Patrick's question. So Patrick, so the issue about that is this, right? How I would exegete that in relation to Hebrews 1 is this. Everything has to be understood in the context in which it applies, okay? So even though that statement, Isaiah 53:13 or 51:16, may be referring to Jesus Christ as the spokesman for the commission of the new creation. Like when the Bible talks about thrones, dominions, and everything, these things are created in him, and powers and all. And we could apply it to this verse. It could, but it would be a stretch to now say because this can apply, we're applying that to Hebrews 1:10, because the context of Hebrews 1:10 is very clear that that's speaking about the old creation. If you go to Psalm 102, it's very clear, all right, that number one, so there are 3 issues here, and I laid them why that could not be referring to the new creation, at least in my understanding. The first of all, the speaker there is not God. The speaker is not God. It's the suffering servant who is speaking. All right? Just like we see in Psalm 45, and we also see in Psalm 102, and we see in Psalm 104. So the speaker is a suffering servant, right? First of all. Secondly, the speaker, what I want to say, the text makes it very clear that it's of old, in the beginning of old. So the context tells us, and so when it says, these are the works of your hands, we see that the works of you see what we're saying. So it says of old, you laid the foundation of the earth. So the context there, or in the beginning, so that cannot make sense in light of a future creation of a heaven and earth to come, and then thirdly, we see that these things will be rolled up. They will pass away. They will perish. You understand? They will perish. So it's a problem for me that this, okay, so think about this now. I have commissioned you as my spokesman. I cover you the palm of my hand to establish the sky and to found the earth, to say to Zion, you are my people, yet these things are going to perish. You see that? You see what I'm saying, Taylor? Does it make any sense? Yet these things that God will be commissioning Yeshua to do, if he's to establish the sky, he's commissioning him as a new creation. Yet in the text we read in Hebrew, it says that these things they will perish, but that the Lord will remain. So this, we have to make sense of these things. We can't just, it doesn't make sense at all. When you put all these things together, Patrick, it's heavily problematic. So how will this new creation perish, but God remains forever? You see what I'm saying?
Hey, OJ, could you see the screen? I think I shared it with you.
Yes, I can see that. Is that it, Dan Wallace? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let me see if I could raise the, I don't know how to raise the, okay, could you read it? Because you're going to have to go to it, because I don't know how to raise the letters.
I wish you could make it bigger. It's too small. You have to.
I could do it. I can pull it up if I can share this.
Let me see if I can do it first. If I can't, then go ahead. Matter of fact, you do this, Taylor, because I can't. He's got a new format on StreamYard. I can do this instantly, but I'm kind of lost.
Okay, it's okay. It's okay. It's not so important for the purpose of this discussion. I just wanted to have it as reference. I already have it there. Okay. So I can always I can always look at it later. So that's fine.
Sorry about that. But all you gotta do is just remember these words: exegetical insight on John 1:1c by Dan Wallace. Write that down somewhere and then just look at it later.
No, it's already there. Taylor, you shared it right in the chat. Right?
Yeah, it's in the chat.
Yeah, so don't worry, it's in the chat. I can if I even click on it now, it comes up here, so I can see it here. So it's okay, but I just don't. I want us to look at it later, so I'm going to bookmark it and I'll save it for later. So it's fine.
Yeah, but for the purpose of what Patrick was saying, it has relevance because he made the point about the commenters that actually wrote the NET, and then Dan Wallace was ahead of it. It wouldn't bypass Dan Wallace. Well, that's not necessarily true, because I use this as an argument, because the commenters for the NET are directly in opposition of Dan Wallace, pertaining to his exegetical insight on John Wallace.
They're still Trinitarians, though, regardless if it was Daniel.
My point is that I understand. My point is that just because he's the head of committee doesn't mean he oversights everything, because some things get by him, because he's obviously in opposition to the NET. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah, so it's possible, right, that he didn't oversee that, possibly, but it doesn't say whether or not he did or didn't. But the fact that there are Trinitarians that have worked under him on the NET, there would have been Trinitarians anyway that agree with those statements.
Yeah. Go ahead, OJ. I didn't mean to interrupt. So.
Oh no, it's okay. It's
sorry.
No, so it's okay. So so basically that's just what I wanted to share, and then we've gone back to Hebrews 1:10, and I showed just a summary for those who may not have been here. I went to show that God actually stopped speaking in verse 6, and then from verse 7. The Hebrew writer begins to make a series of quotes from the Psalms, just like we saw. The speaker is not God in any of them. Psalm 45, Psalm 102, or Psalm 104. The speaker is the psalmist, and in Psalm 102 is the suffering servant. So he's putting those words in the lips of Christ and saying it is Christ saying these things. We saw that from Hebrews chapter 2, where he said he's not ashamed to call us brethren. And he's also saying, I'll praise you in the midst of the congregation and all that. So, but we see in Hebrews 1:8, where it says, regarding the Son, scriptures say, thy throne, O God, applying that which was applied to the Davidic king to the Son. And we also have, and so that, and before it gets to verse 10, we also have this about the Son, where the Son is praising God the Father for laying the foundation of the earth. Because remember, why would the Son be doing that? The same way the Hebrew writer is putting the words in the lips of Christ in chapter 2, he's doing the same in verse 10. Because remember, the works were put under the Son's feet. He says, what you have crowned him with glory, and you set him over the works of your hands. And who was set over the works of God the Father's hand? That's the Son. So one can understand why why the Son would exalt praise the Father for laying the foundation, for creating the heavens and the earth and laying the foundation of the earth. And we see very clearly that this is also in line with the fact that the suffering servant, the one who is speaking in Psalm 102 is not God, is the suffering servant. So it's the same way. So if you look at it this way, and I'll yield after this. So imagine that the scripture says something like, but regarding the Son, right? It says, my God, why have thou forsaken me? You see, that's the idea there. But about the Son, my God, why have thou forsaken me? So that's the idea. So it's going back to the psalmist. You remember that verse that says, my God, why have thou forsaken me? But we see Jesus on the cross actually repeating that thing. So that's the way I'm trying to say you understand what Psalm 1, Hebrews 1:10 is saying. And about the Son, we also have this verse speaking about the Son. In this case, the Son is the one saying to the Father. He's putting those words in the lips of the Son, the same way he put those words in the lips of the Son in Hebrews 2. So I hope, this was a blessing. So
is it possible I can give my opinion on this as well? Because David Pichetto seems to have a similar idea to this with how Hebrews 1:10 isn't talking about Jesus creating. A lot of the things that you said are spot on, but when I look at Psalms 102 verse 23-25, you can clearly see that the one that is being broken, he says, he has broken my strength in mid-course, he has shortened my days. Oh my God, I say to you, I say, take me not away in the midst of my days, you whose endure throughout the generations of old. You laid the foundations of the earth, the heavens are the works of your hands. Now the statement in verse 23 clearly states that this person's being broken in his strength, his days are being shortened, which is why I brought up earlier how it correlates to Isaiah 53 verse 10 to 12. I'll be brief just so I don't take up too much time. It says, yet it was the will of Jehovah to crush him. He has put him to grief when his soul makes a guilt offering. Then it goes on through 11, the rest of 10. And when it gets to 12, it says, because he poured out his soul to death. So he's been taken away in his the mid of his days. I think it was 33 this year. He poured out his soul to death and was numbered with the transgressors, yet he bore the sins of many and make intercessions for transgressors. So this person who's being crushed and his days being shortened is Yahushua talking to Jehovah God. And the statement that you brought up earlier in relation to the it or he, when you were saying that, I was looking up for this, and even in the Hebrews 1:5, which says he says, for example, can translate as it says in, for example, Matthew 12 verse 44 in the interlinear and the NESB. The Luke 11 verse 24, and it's the same exact use by these verses, the interlinear and NESB. Ephesians 4 verse 8 NESB. The Ephesians, and basically there's a few other ones. It says it says, but it can also be he says, depending basically on, I guess, the translation. But the fact that stands out for me is that Jehovah is a singular panim or presence, self. For example, Lamentations 4:16, Jehovah himself, which is panim, his presence or his face, he himself scattered them. Or Deuteronomy 4 verse 37, it says his own presence by his great power. There's never anywhere that says there's multiple presences. So Jehovah God is not Jesus, and the creation that is in relation to Jesus is the new creation in Colossians John 1, and it's always through him by God. I could go a lot deeper, but I don't want to take up too much time. But yeah, those two verses, Psalms 102, verse 23 to 25, in relation to Isaiah, how God crushes Jesus, he's been taken out in the midst of his days.
Yeah.
So
I disagree, but I'll speak
real
on it
quick.
later.
Wait, hold on, James. Real quick. I just want to clarify. So are you saying in Hebrews 1:10 is Yeshua speaking to God?
Yeah, it's so it's saying it says, and it's about Jesus, but Jesus is the one that's speaking to the Father, saying, "You laid the foundation."
Yeah, exactly.
And the Son is the speaker.
Yes, exactly. So that's
I disagree.
what I said.
I disagree. It's you're flipping it around completely behind its heels. So I'll talk about it later, though. Just go ahead and talk, OJ.
Okay,
I'll talk about it later. I don't want to.
Okay, so James, right? So that we can be very fair and honest to the text, right? You need to address the issues that I would encourage you to address the issues, right? That we brought up, that I raised because I went through pains to really show the correlation between all these things. So you have to now explain why why it's the Father when it gets to that time. I don't really have much to say. Again, I've opened it up now for those in Clubhouse and those in meet here to just let's we could discuss what we're so it's now opened up for anyone to now chime in, so.
Well, I'd like to carry on if James isn't going to say anything. You're saying that I'm flipping it around, but as we see the context in Psalms, it says and it says or he says or even and continuing their thought or statement. It's talking about the psalmist as OJ has brought up, and he's writing this about Jesus. And I haven't even thought of this until OJ kind of brought this up, and it's just clicked easily. And here in Psalms 102, which is being talked about in verse 10, we clearly see someone's talking to Jehovah and saying that he's going to die in the midst of his days, which is prophetic of Jesus. And we see that with Isaiah 53.
Exactly. But Patrick is okay, and that's nice. I like the fact that you have that alternative agreeing with James and Carlos, but I would still like you to objectively address the issues I raised. Number one, how is God the Father the speaker in Psalm 102? And I also encourage you to read the commentary from the Revised English Version, which I did. Read the arguments they made there objectively. First of all, who is the speaker in Psalm 102, the suffering servant? Is that God the Father? Then if it's not, then all of a sudden when the Hebrew writer is now referring to that psalm, you now make him God the Father by some kind of magical stand. When if you read the context, it's the suffering servant speaking. That's number one. Take me not in the midst of my days. I say, oh my God. And then how is that God the Father? So who is God the Father speaking to in Psalm 102? If you say he's the one. If God the Father is speaking to the Son in Psalm 102, is God the Father calling the Son, oh my God, take me not the way in the midst of my days? So that's one. Then secondly, I would like to know how you would address the issue that this creation is going to perish. You see what I'm saying? It even says that in the same Psalm, in the same Hebrews. If we go to even read the Hebrew 1, right? Let's go back again real quick. That is attributed to the Son. Even from Hebrews itself, chapter 1, is still extremely problematic to that interpretation in my view. Look at what it says. You, Lord, in the beginning laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the works of your hand. They will perish, but you remain. This is the Hebrew writer saying this now. He's quoting it. So the question that now we have to now address is the structure of this creation is going to perish. Okay, wait. Okay, so Patrick, I wish you were here with us in meet. It would have been better for us to interact more. So, Patrick, are you saying that the structure of the new creation will perish? I don't really understand that. So, if you're saying that it's the old creation that would perish, then that makes sense. Even if you say it's going to be transformed of time of old, but if you're saying that
After
1,000 years,
Yeah, at the end of the millennia, I think he's talking about. So you've got the 6,000 years, which we are at the back end. Then you've got the millennia of peace. Then at the end, there's the second resurrection, but the second resurrection is into the destruction, which is basically, in my view at least, it's the hellfire, the fire that's destroying the earth. Then it's the new creation, the new first day one or the 8th day.
Okay. So this.
Go ahead.
James,
that's okay.
Yeah, and I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you after this. So my question will be this: what then would it be? What creation would it be then that God the Father put the words in the mouth of Yeshua to found? Right, based on that interpretation. If you say that it's the creation before the millennial reign, then what is that creation? Because that's what we have now, right? So like, is it says the heavens are the works of your hands, and you have put, remember that in Hebrews 2, we read that the God put all things under the works of his hands. So that right there, it tells you the reference when it says the works of your hands. Because if you say that, I don't really see how. I'm really trying to understand this view of Patrick really from that perspective. If we read in Hebrews 2 that God put all things under the works of the hands, God put all things under the hand, under Jesus, right? It says, "What is man that thou art mindful of him? You've made him a little lower than angel, and you have set him over the works of your hands." And that is in relation to Jesus, who has been placed. Okay. Jared, is that you? Real quick.
Can I make a quick comment on that?
Yes.
Oh no,
yes, it's me.
You're welcome. Just for security, that's why I asked. But James, you're going to go next. Don't worry, I promise. Real next. So I just wanted to clarify that because I'm trying to find out what, from Patrick's perspective, what is that creation that God made Jesus create now, and how will God make a new creation through Jesus and cause that creation to perish? I can't relate to. Doesn't make, well, for me it doesn't make sense. But maybe when James goes, I'll open it up to other people and then we'll see. But yeah, James, I yield.
I'm just going to make a quick comment on Hebrews 1:10. I'm not going to go through what I want to go through.
Okay.
Because you're not. You're not reading it properly. It's because it says, "And you, Lord, in the beginning has laid the foundation of the earth." Has laid. Has laid is the past tense, aorist tense. So it's clearly past tense. It's talking about this earth that was laid, because it's past tense, aorist, and then you laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the works of thine hands. They shall perish. Now it's going forward about this earth shall perish. This is a verb in the future tense indicative. Indicative means it's a statement of fact. It will happen. So this earth will perish, shall perish, and will perish. It's future tense. If you look in the Greek, it's a verb. Future indicative. Indicative means it's a statement of fact. So this earth that was made, past tense, aorist, will perish, but you Jesus, you remain, and they all shall wax old like a garment. And then the new creation comes forth when Jesus comes back and he destroys this earth, destroys the whole earth and the people involved that don't accept him as their savior. And then the new earth will be established later on, along with the new creation. Those who are in Christ will, have new bodies, and they will be forever sinless. He'll put that government on us, so we're not able to sin anymore. But right now we have a carnal body, so that its carnal nature wants to sin, even though we're still Christians. We have a new nature that doesn't want to sin. We have an old nature that this carnal body wants to sin. I'm going off into another topic. I'm sorry, but anyway, Hebrews 1:10 that's what it's really saying. So.
Okay.
Anyway.
So James, you said that I'm not reading it properly, and I want to just make sure that you actually following what I was saying. So what did I not read properly about that text?
Yeah, because you're not okay. The first couple clauses are talking about this earth that was made. you, Lord, has laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the works of thine hands. And then you made a comment about it perishing. How could this earth perish? This earth perish? It's a future tense. That's what you're not recognizing, OJ. In verse 11, it says, "They shall perish." It's a verb in the indicative, a future indicative, showing that this earth will actually perish later on when Jesus comes back. You're not recognizing verse 11 as a future tense, and then verse 10 is past tense about this earth that was already created.
Okay. Okay. So Taylor, do you just see clear evidence that James did not follow anything I said? Because the person he's trying to refute is Patrick, not me. you see the point? Of course, I am the one saying it's the old creation.
Yeah, but you mentioned about
you see. So James, you're not listening. So
Patrick's talking that of the new creation.
Yeah, but what about the part where OJ mentioned about perish? He said that's not compatible. It's very compatible because it's the future tense. Didn't you say something about creation? OJ, didn't you?
James,
the new creation doesn't.
Let me explain myself. So James, please always take time to listen, okay? I know you may not have done it intentionally, but please. In fact, what you're saying is you're saying exactly what I'm saying, interestingly, but you don't even know that. And I'm using that to object to what Patrick is saying. So you need to listen to me well. I am the one arguing that is the old creation. That is Genesis creation, not the new creation, because the context clearly shows from Psalm 102 that it's the old creation of old in the beginning. Do you see what I'm saying?
I didn't hear that part. I apologize. You don't have to go deep into it trying to make a big argument about it.
No, I'm not making a big argument, but it's good we make the distinction because I am the one even using that to object to what Patrick and the likes of Carlos will be saying. So, and it's not about you now, but I just want to establish the point again. And now, Jared, you're welcome. Jordan and I came here. The point is this: there are 3 points I laid out there. Number 1, the speaker is not God in Psalm 102. It's evident. In 102, in Psalm 45, in Psalm 104, the speaker is not God, it's the psalmist. In Psalm 102, it's the suffering servant speaking, and that is represented by Christ, according to a Hebrew writer, because he's taking these words, as we see in Hebrews 2, and he's putting them on the lips of Jesus. So when we see the suffering servant speaking in Psalm 102, is the prophetic spirit of Christ right there. So that's why, even though it's the old creation, the Hebrew writer goes back when he says, but regarding the Son, he's taking those words that he sees in the psalmist, which represents the prophetic spirit of Christ, and he's putting those words on the lips of Christ, saying, it's Christ saying this. So it's not that I disagree that it's the old creation, but it's how we interpret who is speaking. The question here is, who is the speaker in Psalm 102? So that's the question we want to ask. Who is the one saying to the other, you, Lord, laid the foundation of the earth in Psalm 102? I think it's best we start from there. Who is the speaker there?
The speaker is the psalmist speaking about the Lord and his mercies.
Okay, wait, hold on. Okay. So when the speaker says, oh my God, take me not away in the midst of my days. So you say that's the psalmist, right?
That's the psalmist speaking to God in a form of a prayer.
Okay, so and he goes on to say, you, Lord, laid the foundation of the earth, right?
Yeah, the Lord would be YHWH. And he's still speaking to the Lord in the form of a prayer. Yeah.
Okay, so who is the Lord that the psalmist is speaking to in Psalm 102, saying that he laid the foundation of the earth?
Well, according to the Father, the Father is applying that Psalms 102 verse 24 through 27 to his Son, so therefore the whole chapter has to be in referencing to the Son. So that if the Father ascribes 3 verses in Psalms 102 24 through 27, then the context prior to that is speaking about the mercies of the Lord. Therefore the psalmist is actually referencing to the Son, even though maybe he may not know it at the time because it's progressive revelation. But the Father applied Hebrews 1:10 through 12, which is basically Psalms 102, 24 through 26, to his Son. So the psalmist is referencing to the Son, but he may not know it. He may or he may not. That's subjective. I can argue on something subjective.
Okay, so guys, can you see the presupposition already read into the text here? He already assumes that it's the Father speaking.
Because he said so.
No, wait. Okay, James, let's go to the text. Show me what shows is the Father speaking in Hebrews 1:8 or 1:10. Let's go to, so show me what says is the Father speaking there.
All right, let me go to the text and I'll just read it. Since you're...
Yes, let's see.
Okay. Let's get a little context now so we can... where should we start? Okay. We'll start with verse 6 because... we'll start with verse 5. I'll be quick about this. I'll just read it real quickly. For unto which of the angels said he at any time, thou art my son? The pronoun him has to be referring to the Father because the writer of Hebrews is claiming that because thou art my son, only the Father can make the claim that Jesus is his son. So the pronoun he, for unto which of the angels said he at any time, you are my son. The Father has to be in reference. Maybe the Hebrew writer is referencing, he's writing the words, but he's referring that the Father is speaking to the Son. So and then when you go on, it says, and again I will be to him a father, and he shall be to me a son. Clearly the Father is in reference here, speaking to his Son. And again, when he, the same pronoun he, bringeth in the first begotten into the world, he saith, and let all the angels of God worship him. The Father's declaring that the angels worship him. And then verse 7, and to the angels he, it keeps on using the pronoun he, because the writer of Hebrews is referring to the Father, so it's third person language, speaking to the Son, who maketh his angels spirits and his ministers.
Okay, hold on here.
But I want. All right, go ahead.
No, because I'm interacting with you now. I want to build with you now. This is where your assumption starts. My translation doesn't say he; it says it. Because we went to Psalm. Okay, James, where was this Psalm quoted from? This now you've. So if you notice, I didn't argue with you. I didn't have any problem with your claims that the Father was speaking when he says, "You're my son."
Okay,
wait, hold on. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, where do you see a discrepancy where it's it? I mean, are you saying all the pronouns from 5, 6, and 7 are it? Or just where does the he suddenly become it?
So hold on. It could be it, it could be he, it could be she. But I'm saying here, wait, hold on. Even if we agree that it's he, the reason is when the Hebrew writer says and about and of the angels, he says or it says, who is the one that said this? Who was the one speaking in Psalm 104 where this was quoted from? Who makes his angels as winds? Who was the speaker?
Wait. First of all, Hebrews 1 doesn't disagree with Psalms 104. Hebrews, the New Testament expounds greater, just like in Psalms 45, it doesn't say unto the Son, but in Hebrews 1:8 it says unto the Son.
No, James,
the New Testament expounds greater. So anyway.
No, James, that's not the question I asked you. James, we're building.
Yeah, but Psalms 104 is in harmony with Hebrews 1:5 and 6. It's the same thing.
No, Psalm 104 has nothing to do. Psalm 104 has nothing to do with Hebrews 5.
Then why did you bring Psalm 104?
Because that is what directly relates to this part they are quoting about the angels. Listen, James, try to listen, okay? That's why I said, I don't know if you followed from the beginning. I took out time to show each of these quotes that relates to the Psalms, the Psalms that were referenced. So I'm asking you in verse 7 now, because I'm arguing that there's been a switch. Yes, the Father was the one speaking, but now it's switched to the psalmist. That's why it says he says or it says, referring to the psalmist, not God the Father. So my question to you is, when it says, hold on, James, I'm going to ask you the question so that if you don't understand.
But you're assuming that verse 7 changed. Where do you get the authority to claim that the he suddenly changed without no argumentation for it?
James, listen, okay? It doesn't matter whether you say it or he.
You can't make assumptions without backing it up.
James, the word lege there can be it, can be she, can be he. I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, but let me tell you why it can't be. It cannot be it because in verse 6, okay, if you start back with verse 5, it makes it very clear which unto the angel said he. The Hebrew writer is speaking about the Father. That whenever you speak about somebody, it turns into third person language. That's why you see he, and then he says, "Thou art my son. This day have I begotten thee." It's very clear that the he would be the Father referring to the Son.
I am not doubting. I don't have an issue with that part. I've made it very clear.
Hear me out fully. In verse 6, it uses the same pronouns he, and again he bringeth in the first begotten into the world. He saith, let all the angels of God worship him. And of the angels, conjunction, showing it's an extension of the Father speaking.
No. Now this is you see. Now this is where there's a problem. There's an assumption.
Hold on. You're cutting me off. And first of all, it says, "Thou art my son." So very clearly, the he from henceforth has to be referring to the Father speaking about the Son. You made the claim that verse 7, all of a sudden there's a switcheroo on something, which you can't do that. You can't just change. You just can't make an assertion like that when very clearly the context prior to that is the Father referring to the Son. You're not seeing this.
Okay.
Well, I don't know why you don't see it.
Okay, so guys, this is the crux of the matter. If we cannot get past this part of the controversy here, then it will not make any sense.
Okay.
The basis. Hold on. The basis.
Maybe I can help.
Yes. Hold on, Jared. The basis for which James has built his entire argument that it has to be the Father speaking is that he has completely said that it is impossible for the Hebrew writer to say something that the Father said and then switch to say something that the psalmist is saying. You see what he's saying? So he's arbitrarily made that decision on his own. Not that he can provide that. We don't have any scriptural precedence for that. We have shown that there's scriptural precedence for that, because we have shown in the book of Hebrew chapter 2, where the Bible says the Son that is saying something, then it goes on to say someone said this, someone different from the Son. It also goes to show what the Father says. So the Hebrew chapter 2 shows where the Father is saying something, where the psalmist is saying something, and where Jesus is saying something. But according to James, it's impossible that, because we see that the Father is the one spoken of in verse 5 and 6, we must interpret that when the psalmist when the Hebrew writer quotes any other place from the writer, it must be the Father continuing to speak. You can't make that kind of argument. There's just no basis for that.
I was actually trying to bring forth my whole argument, and I got cut off in the middle. But verse 7, you have a conjunction. A conjunction is a continuing thought of what the previous thought was about. So verse 6, the Father is speaking referencing to his Son. So you have a conjunction which clarifies that the Father is still speaking in reference to his Son. So and then you go on to verse 8, which I was going to continue on. It says, but unto the Son. I know it doesn't say he saith in the Greek, but it's implied there because it says, but unto the Son. It's a statement, unto the Son. Only one person can call Jesus his Son, and that's the Father. So the Father is still speaking in verse 8.
It doesn't say but unto the Son, but about the Son, or regarding the Son.
No, it says but unto the Son. Look at the Greek. Or about the Son still is the same thing. Even if it says about the Son, it means the same thing, but unto the Son.
It's different.
So,
you know why it's different? Let me explain to you why it's different. If I say, but unto the Son, he says, well, that could still be the psalm is saying to the Son. But when it says, but about the Son, or regarding the Son, then that could be completely different, because the writer could be introducing something to say, this is what the scriptures say about the Son. So that's why it makes a difference.
All right, I disagree. It's if you look at any commentary, they'll tell you about the Son or unto the Son is really the same thing. But that's not my argument anyway, because if you continue on, it's I'll refrain from saying he saith, even though it's implied in there. Thy throne, O God, is forever and ever. So whoever he's speaking to, even though it says but unto the Son, about the Son, who is the Son? The Son is Jesus. No matter how you try to get around that,
I have no.
Thy throne, O God, is forever. I'm not.
Okay, sorry, you're not done.
Yeah, I know you're. Okay,
you don't understand because you don't even understand what I thought about it.
OJ, you gotta stop this, okay? Let me give me 2 minutes to jump up to Hebrews 10:12, and I'll be.
But you're misinterpreting me as you're going. My problem. See, I don't have a problem.
I'm using context.
No, but you're saying things I'm not saying. That's why I have a problem. The same way you did about Hebrews 10.
The only argument we had, you said, is that okay. All right. Let me just continue on without interruption. But unto the Son, I'll leave out he saith, even though it's implied there, because it says, and of the angels he saith prior to that. But unto the Son, only one person can call Jesus his Son. And then even if it says about the Son, it goes on, thy throne, O God, is forever and ever. A scepter of righteousness is a scepter of thy kingdom, or a scepter of your kingdom. Now it refers to the yous But unto the Son, your throne, O God, is forever. A scepter of righteousness is the scepter of your kingdom. So the yours, the you and the your is referring to the Son. And we see a continuation of that from Hebrews 1:8 through Hebrews 9, 10, 11, 12. Watch what it says. You have loved righteousness and hated iniquity. You can't argue that this is not about the Son, because it is. Therefore, God the Father, even your God the Father, has anointed you. They're both nominative nouns, so the case noun has to be the same first person. Therefore, God. In other words, we would say, therefore, Father, even your Father. Therefore, God, even your God. Same person, Father, has anointed you with the oil of gladness above your fellows. Again, we see the pronoun your and you in recognition to the Son. And then again, we see a conjunction in verse 10 where it says, and. It's a continue on. And it says, you, Lord, in the beginning has laid the foundation of the earth. And it's just going on and on, and referring to Psalms 102, 24 through 27, constantly using pronouns you and referencing to what is said previously in Hebrews 1, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And also Hebrews 5, 6, and 7, it's referring the he to the Father. So about the Son and but unto the Son and about the Son, that's really weak, because it's the same thing. All right, go ahead, OJ.
Okay, so guys, let's Jared, please just be patient, please. Okay, I know you're there, but I need to really clarify something here, because first of all, I don't even think James understands the argument at all. Okay, so James, let me ask a question, right? So when it says, and I'm sharing the screen now, right? When it says in Hebrews chapter 2:5, right? But someone has testified somewhere saying, what is man that you think of him, or the Son of Man that you're concerned about him? Is that God the Father speaking there?
For he hath subject to angels the world to come.
When he says someone has testified, he's referring to the scriptures. Is he saying that is God the Father saying this, or he's referring to someone in the scriptures that says this?
You'd have to. I wouldn't make an assumption that it's the Father speaking about the Son, but let me say it could be.
No, it's not, because it's someone saying and talking to God, what is man that thou hast made? That's why we need to understand that in context. But hold on. Hold on. The reason I'm asking you,
assuming that because the testifying, it says in other scriptures that the Father testifies to the Son, and the Son testifies to the Father. That's in the book of John. So just because it says testifies does not negate that that is not the Father. It could be. You're trying to make an assumption, because but someone. The Father is someone, has testified somewhere, saying, and this is a I forgot what verse this is in Psalms, but it's in Psalms.
James,
Psalms 2:7.
Sometimes just calm down and listen to yourself.
I'm not getting emotional.
What I'm saying is that you sometimes don't just argue because you want to argue. What you have to say needs to make sense. Now listen to this. For he did not subject to angels the world to come, right? About which we are speaking. But someone has testified somewhere saying, what is man that you think of him? So this cannot be God the Father himself speaking. He cannot be speaking to himself and saying, what is man that thou art mindful of him? James, don't you even don't you understand what I'm saying? It's someone asking God and saying, why do you think so much about man?
I forgot. Could you tell me?
So you say what?
What psalm is this referring to? This is obviously a psalm reference. What psalm is this referring to? I forgot.
Let me see. I think that would be
Psalm 8.
Psalm 8, yeah.
Psalm 8.
Yeah. So what does it say in Psalm 8?
Let me see.
Psalm 8 verse what? Anybody know?
James, just quickly, you do realize this can't be the Father, because it says the he would be talking about the Father, then someone is someone else. There's the he and the someone says this. Clearly two different persons.
Well, I didn't. First of all, I didn't make the argument that it's the Father. I said it could be. Second of all,
okay, wait. Okay, fine. Psalm 8, we are there. Oh Lord our God, how majestic is your name. You see, just like the other Psalms, this is not the Father speaking. All right. So it goes on to say, when I behold your heavens, the work of your fingers. You see that again? The moon and the stars, which you have set in place. What is man that you are mindful of him, or the Son of Man that you care about him? So you see that the Hebrew writer, wait, hold on, James. Can you see?
I just said
Okay,
Don't get all
okay.
excited because
That's fine. Can you see that the Hebrew writer can refer to someone speaking about something in the scriptures without that meaning that it's God the Father speaking? Yes or no? At least would you be honest to say, okay, yes, the Hebrew writer can make reference to something said and refer to the psalmist or someone saying that without that being God the Father? Can we first establish that?
I agree with that, with this caveat. Go back to Psalms. You just go back to Psalms 8, please. Go back to Psalms 8.
Okay.
Now go. Psalms 8 where it talks about Psalms 8 verse 4 it says, yes, it's the psalmist referring to God, but God is the one who is mindful of him. God is the one who made him lower than the angels, and you, which is God, you made him God. Made him lower than the angels. You crowned him with glory and honor. So the doer of the action would be God, and the psalmist is speaking about God.
I am not. I don't have a problem with that.
I have a caveat. I just have to
James,
make an explanation. That's all.
Yeah,
I'm not arguing against you. I'm just thoroughly, exhaustively telling you what Psalms is talking about.
That's fine. But the issue here is, who is the speaker, James?
I already told you it's the psalmist.
Okay, good. So let's move on, because I was still. So if we go back to Hebrews 2, you could see that this Hebrew writer, look at what he's doing here. All right. Okay. For both, if we go to verse 11 here, it says, for both he who sanctifies and those who are sanctified are all of one Father. For this reason, he, Christ, is not ashamed to call them brothers and sisters, saying, I will proclaim your name to my brothers in the midst of the assembly. I will sing your praise. And can you see this and again the Hebrew writer is using? He quotes another completely different verse. It doesn't mean, you see what I'm saying? But these are taken from, one was taken from Isaiah, another one was taken from Psalm. So you see what he's doing? He's quoting a series of texts that don't relate to the same speaker, but then he puts those words on the lips of Christ. James, was there any time Christ in the Old Testament made any of these statements?
Okay, first of all, let me make a statement. First of all, I'm agreeing with you what you're saying, but it's not the same concept that's in Hebrews 1. It's very clear, based upon the context, that the Father is referring to the Son. It's a different concept here. I agree with what you're saying, but you're trying to make this concept into the same concept that Hebrews 1 is trying to portray, and it's not. Hebrews 1 is a totally different animal, totally different argument. Hebrews 1 is clearly the Father referencing to his Son. You can't use the argument for this. You might use the argument for that, but you can't use the argument for this in Hebrews 1. Hebrews 1 through Hebrews 1:1 through Hebrews 1:12. It's clearly talking about everything about the Son.
Okay, now I want you to see, Jared, before I bring you in, I want you to see the inconsistency in James' argument.
No, that's not inconsistency.
No, hold. Where you can't speak when I'm done, okay? I waited for you to finish, but I want to show how it's inconsistent. Right. The reason why James is claiming it's clear, he just makes like bogus statements like it's clear because he says it's clear. But when you exegete the text, he cannot rationally show so. Now, notice that we went to Psalm 8 and he admitted that the speaker was a psalmist. Do you notice that? He admitted that it was not the Father. But in the same way, if I take James to Psalm 104, which shows the psalmist saying the same thing, he makes his angels winds, who makes his angels as winds and his ministers are the flame of fire. Oh, no, it's not the psalmist speaking then. It's God the Father. You see the inconsistency? Because he wants this to be God the Father, so that he ends up making God the Father speaking to the Son as the Yahweh that laid the foundation of the earth. But if he had followed the point and the argument, he would have seen that the same way he has recognized that it is not God speaking in Hebrews 2, where the Hebrew writer quotes the psalmist speaking, in the same way, the Hebrew writer there's a shift now. He's going to quote what the psalmist is saying about the angels, not what God the Father is saying about the angels. And we showed that in Psalm 104, where he says, bless the Lord, O my soul, my Lord, my God, who makes his angels. So it's the same thing. We also went to Psalm 45 to show that It's not God the Father speaking in Psalm 45 either, where it says, "Thy throne, O God." It's the wedding psalm attributed to the Davidic king. The same way we also went to Psalm 102, the part that says, "You, Lord, laid the foundation of the earth." It's not God the Father speaking, it's the suffering servant. So in these verses, God the Father has nothing to do with any of these verses. But you hear James say something that it's clear. It's clear. So on what basis is it clear when God the Father is not the one speaking in Psalm 102? He's not the one speaking in Psalm 45. He's not the one speaking in Psalm 104. On what basis do you say that it is clear that it's God the Father speaking?
I already told you you're missing the point. You're totally ignoring the context of the verse and who the verse is relating to, who the speaker, you got three persons involved. You got the narrator, and then you got the speaker referencing to somebody else, and it uses that same pronouns he and you. He and you. And then it clarifies it's about the Son even further in Hebrews 1:8, and it still continues to use the pronouns you. You're just denying the grammar. You're trying to use a different verse that's really a different concept, and you're trying to use that as an argument to come against Hebrews 1. And I would say that you're violating grammar, you're violating the context within Hebrews 1:8, and you're trying to merge something else that's about a different idea. It's still talking about the Son, but it's a different concept, and you're trying to equate that to as the same thing. Trying to use that argument based upon Psalms 45 or what we just went to in Hebrews 8 and references to Psalms 2. I'm sorry, Psalms 8 and Hebrews 2, and trying to use that as an argument coming against Hebrews 1:8, when the grammar is very clear that it uses the pronouns he, referencing to the Father, and it even uses Son 2 or 3 times in the. It's not the prologue. I think the prologue would be Hebrews 1 through 1:4, but it continues on. All is referencing to the Son from Hebrews 1:1 all the way from Hebrews 1:12, and I think it goes even further than that. So.
But you see, when you're not even making any meaningful response to what I'm saying, because you keep saying he's referencing to the Son, which is never my argument. But you see what James has also done here is that if James, you acknowledge that in Hebrews 1:8, the Greek word he is not there, lege is not there. It says regarding the Son, thy throne, O God. On what basis then do you say is the Father? How do we now know who the speaker? On what objective basis do you just arbitrarily say it's the Father speaking to the Son when we don't have the Greek word lege or he being said there? Well, on what basis do you objectively and honestly exegete that text and say is the Father saying to the Son?
You're talking about Hebrews 1, right?
Hebrews 1:8. Hebrews 1:8.
Oh, it's the context prior to that, the antecedent prior to that, and the antecedent before 7. All these are antecedents. They're referencing forward, are referencing to the Son, and then it continues on. Matter of fact, it even makes strong language because it uses, like in verse 6, it uses. Verse 5 is talking about the Son. Thou art my Son, today I have begotten me. And then it not only it uses the words, it talks about the Son, but it continues on with conjunctions. The conjunction, it starts off with the very first verse. In verse 6, it says and. Verse 7, and. Verse 8, but. Verse 9, thou. Verse 10, and. All these are conjunctions, a continuation of the same thought, the same person, and the same person would be the Father referencing to the Son. You're just denying pronouns, you're denying conjunctions, you're denying context based upon other verses that you're trying to integrate into this verse to make an argument, and it's just not making sense.
No, I'm not denying. This is the last thing I'm going to say. I'm going to pass it to Jared because he's been waiting there. We could go back to, because we're just going around in circles. James, he's not even meaningfully responding to the issues I'm bringing up. He's still saying it's about the Son. Wait, hold on. The issue is not whether this is about the Son. The issue is about the speaker. The basis for James' rebuttal, which is very weak and unfounded, is that, hey, because something has been said that about the Father saying this thing, well, we must assume that it's the Father that continues to speak in all the other verses. That's his argument and nothing more. He can't show from the context that it's the Father speaking. He can't show from the grammar that it's the Father speaking. He can't show from the Psalms. He can't even show from the Psalms. We are the ones going back to show in the Psalms that it is not the Father speaking, but he's not even addressing any of those things. Is it the Father saying, my Lord, my God? Wait, hold on. Is it the Father saying, my Lord, my God, take me not away in the midst of my days? You have broken my strength. Is it the Father saying that? That's ludicrous. It's the psalmist. So we know that when the Hebrew writer is saying regarding the Son, he says he's referring to the psalmist as the he saying, not God the Father. But let me let Jared speak, because I know he's been waiting. Jared, I want you to speak because this is just ludicrous. We're just going around in circles, and I don't even believe he even understands the argument I'm making. But yeah, go ahead, Jared.
Right. Yeah. There's a lot of confusion in the area here, and that confusion can be dispelled and put aside so we can see the Greek text clearly, and understand the flow of what's going on here. If we understand from verse 5 of Hebrews 1, for to which of the angels did he ever say? Now, that verb, it's in that verb, he ever say, we can translate it as he and not an it or whatever, because the quote is from a direct quote from the Father, Psalm 2. In Psalm 2, it is the Father. I better go. Sorry, I'm probably going to have to head out.
Oh,
Sorry.
Why? Your network?
Yeah, I'm at my home, so I gotta go.
Oh, that's so sad. I would have loved to hear what he wanted to say, but that's so painful. Yeah, but yeah. Before James, I know you wanted to say something, Pat Taylor. So, I wish I heard what Jared said before he left.
I was just wondering, because James said you're manipulating the pronouns, but Trinitarians do it consistently with I, me, my, he, with no context whatsoever in the entire Bible of Jehovah God being multiple persons as one Jehovah being. So you can't see that he's manipulating pronouns when what he said does stand with the it and stuff, because certain words that I've looked into can literally be he said or it says, depending on the translation. I've actually got, if I go, like for example, the same word used in the Matthew 12:44 in the interlinear and the NESB, or the Luke 11 verse 24 interlinear and NESB, or Ephesians 4 verse 8 NESB, Ephesians 5 verse 15 NESB is it says, Romans 15:10 in the interlinear, Romans 10 verse 8 in the NESB. It says, not he says. So he's got a valid argument in relation to the psalmist. The it is like the scripture saying about, or the psalmist is the he, not God speaking. So the psalmist is saying what God is saying to the Son, or the Son saying to God.
Yes. But so the issue is that, what I'm having a problem with James is that he just rules out, dismisses that possibility, because a priori he already has this long-held Trinitarian understanding of how these verses should be read. But James, you're not showing us why the Hebrew writer cannot be referring to the psalmist, especially considering the fact that we have shown you that each of these references, the one to Hebrews, the Psalm 45, Psalm 104, Psalm 102, God is not the speaker in any of these verses. So why can't the writer be saying, but regarding the angels, the psalmist say, even if you say he says, why can't he be referring to the psalmist? Since we know in Psalm 104 that is the psalmist speaking about the angels in the text. So why can the Hebrew writer not be referring to the psalmist? I don't know, is James still there?
Yeah, on mute, James.
Repeat the question. I didn't hear it.
So my question was, why is he not? Why do you just rule out the possibility that the text, is the Hebrew writer could be referring to the psalmist when he says regarding the angels? He says, that's as per the psalmists say, like you acknowledge in Hebrew chapter 2 when it says someone said in a certain text, especially considering that when we go to the psalm itself, it's not God the Father speaking, but the psalmist in Hebrew in Psalm 104 about the angels.
Because it's already been verified that you're correct in that, but it's not in Hebrews 1. It's a whole different argument. It's based upon the grammar and based upon what is being said when it says, "But unto the Son," and even prior to that, "unto the Son" in verse 5. Let me go to the text in verse 5. Hebrews 1. Yeah, Hebrews 1:5. It makes it very clear. For unto which of the angels said he? Who is the he? It's not the writer. It's not the narrator. It's not the narrator, because he said he at any time, "Thou art my son." Is the narrator calling Jesus his son? No. So the he, by logical deduction, has to be the Father. It cannot be the narrator of Hebrews. The he has to be the Father. And then it continues on with the same pronouns moving forward. And again, when he bringeth in the first begotten, the Father brought the first begotten into the world, the Son, he saith, and let all the angels of God worship him. So we see a continuation with the pronoun he. And verse 7, you think it's automatic switcheroo with and of the angels he saith, the angel the Father speaking about the angels, that he makes them ministers in flames of fire, but unto the Son, about the Son, he saith. It continues on using the same pronouns, the same conjunctions prior to the opening. Each verse opens up with a conjunction showing it's a continuation of the Father referencing to the Son. That's what a conjunction does. It's a continuation of a thought. So based upon the grammar alone, I know you want to go backwards, but you don't understand that all these statements referencing backwards are actually revelation revealed. The Old Testament is revelation, but it's concealed partially, and then it's finally revealed fully. That this verse is like Psalms 45 is clearly referencing. Psalms 45 doesn't always harmonize with Hebrews 1:8. And Hebrews 1:8 is a better, more clarifying explanation of who he's referring to. That's why it says unto the Son, where it doesn't say unto the Son in Psalms 45. We see a clearer explanation from Hebrews. The Hebrew writer is taking that and he's expounding who this is really talking about, and then it's referring that the Father is still speaking to the Son. You're missing all these points. You think you want to go backwards in time to try to come against what's forwards in time, and what's forwards in time is actually the revelation about what Psalms 45 means. It's part revelation, it's truth, and you can get insight who it's speaking about, but the full revelation is revealed in Hebrews 1:8 in reference to Psalms 45. So you're not seeing that point as well. There's a lot of points that you're not seeing.
Okay, so let's put James' argument to the test using Psalm 89, because like I said, the entire
Psalm 89.
Yeah. Hold on. Don't interrupt me, because now I want to say something. Because the basis for James' argument is that it's impossible for the Hebrew writer to. He still goes back to Hebrews 1:5. We're not contesting Hebrews 1:5. It's very clear the speaker is God, the one who said, "Thou art my son; this day have I begotten thee, and unto him I'll be a father." And let the angels of God worship him. But we're saying, when it gets to Hebrews 1:7, the Hebrew writer begins to make a series of quotes. The issue is not whether it's about the Son. We're not doubting. So when you say, "Oh, it's about the Son," it's about the Son. The contention here is about who the Hebrew writer is claiming is the speaker. And I'm saying that there is a switch. The Hebrew writer has spoken about what God the Father said up to verse 6. The Hebrew writer then begins to quote a series of psalms by different speakers. The psalmist saying something regarding the Son, but you are arguing and say, "Oh, no, because it was the Father who spoke in verse 5 and 6. Oh, then we have to interpret that the Father continues to speak, even though."
That's not what I'm saying.
So if that's not what you're saying, and I'm not done yet.
I'm saying you're not hearing me fully. I'm saying partially that. I'm saying partially that, but you're ignoring a lot of things. You want to go to Psalms 89? That's fine.
Yes.
I use that argument against Deuteronomy 29, 4 and 5. So we can go to that, but we don't see conjunction used in Psalms 89.
No.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Let me finish. Let me finish. No. I was the one speaking. You can ask me when I'm done. I want to use
you
this.
finish your thought, then I spoke.
Yeah, you can ask me. I'm not done. I wanted to make something. This Psalm 89, because this will speak to the argument James is making. If we are to follow because the Father said he says, the he, according to James, has to be the Father because it starts with the he being the Father, he says. So any he says, or it says, or he says that the author, references thereafter must be the Father because it started out with the Father. That's the idea behind this argument and nothing more.
No,
but let's look at you tell us what is more than that when I'm done. Let's look at Psalm 89. Then we have to conclude here that the masculine himself, Ethan, the psalmist here, is God. Why? Because there's no change in pronoun, personal pronoun. Look at this. He says what? I will sing of your graciousness. I will sing of the graciousness of the Lord forever. To all generations, I will make your faithfulness known by my mouth. James, who is the speaker here?
I brought that.
No. Wait. Fine. You could respond later, but just who is the speaker here, James?
Verse 1 and 2 is...
No. I didn't ask you about verse 1 and 2. I just asked you about verse 1. Who is the speaker here?
Verse 1 and 2 are Ethan, and verse 3 and 4 are God.
James, wait. You see why he wants to jump there fast? No, I want to take it step by step because I want to use the same argument to refute you. For I have said, graciousness will be built up forever in the heavens. You will establish your faithfulness. I have made my covenant with my chosen. I have sworn to my servant David. Oh, boom. Then we have to conclude that the psalmist is God because he's the one that made the covenant. Because see, I was used here, according to James' reasoning in Hebrew, he, I was used in verse 2. So why are you not using that same reasoning to say that the psalmist is the one that made the covenant with the chosen one here? Why are you switching and not applying the same rigid, dogmatic principle you're using to be consistent? Why are you not doing that, James?
I'm about to answer you if you let me, and please don't interrupt when I jump in. First of all, there's a lot of things going on here. The person whoever does the action would be the speaker. I agree that sometimes, and this is a rarity, but it does happen. This is not only the one verse. There's a couple verses, but there's not many times this happens. We have the singular personal pronoun I. Would be Ethan with Ezraite, because it makes it very clear. I will sing of the graciousness of the Lord. It cannot be the Lord speaking, because he's speaking about the Lord. He's singing of the graciousness of the Lord. And then he says, "For I have said, graciousness will be built up forever." He's continuing to speak, but guess what happens in verse 3? First of all, argument number 1. Verse 3 doesn't use a conjunction. That's another thing. That's not a continuation of the same thought. It's not a conjunction being used. We see that in Hebrews 1 where 5, 6, 7, and 8 are all conjunctions starting off with a continuation. We don't see a continuation here because the speaker has changed. Why has the speaker changed here? Because the person who does the action, I have made a covenant with my chosen. There's 20 verses that talks about the Lord made the covenant with his servant David. So based upon the doer of the action, the speaker has changed. And also no conjunction. That's another important point. There's no conjunction in verse 3. The doer of the action, the one who made the covenant with David, would be the Lord. I will establish your descendants forever and build up your throne to all generations. Also, that's one could make a strong argument, actually a thorough argument, that this is actually the angel Lord, because he's the one who made the covenant with David. He's the one who made the covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But anyway, that's outside. That's a whole different argument. I don't want to go into that right now, and I'm sure you don't want it either. But my point is that the doer of the action, made is a verb, so a covenant would be the subject. So therefore, no, it's not the subject, it's the object. I would be the subject, I'm sorry. I have made a covenant would be the object. He made the covenant with David. So very clearly the context changed based upon that. And furthermore, you don't... the conjunction, you're missing that point. You see a continuation of the conjunctions in Hebrews 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, for, thou, but, and. You don't see that in Psalms 89, verse 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. So, yeah.
James, can I ask you a question?
Well, I want him to respond to that.
Let me respond first, Taylor. So basically, what James is doing is subjectively moving goalposts and creating.
It's not subjective.
No. I let you speak. He's subjectively creating his own personal criteria and moving goalposts that clearly refute him. First of all, he rules out the fact that there could be a change in speaker, or in Hebrews 1, where it says he. All right, he rules out that because he wants it to be God the Father speaking throughout, on the basis that this one has no conjunction. But then guess what? He rightly concludes that even though I is used in verse 1, I is used in verse 2, this is a verb. I have said, I have made. All right? So normally, we should read that is the psalmist, that is God making the covenant if we go with James' argument. But now that we've thrown that out of the door, his remaining argument is that ludicrous conjunction and. Now that's where everything boils down to, right? And. So because it says and, we know it's the same person speaking. But look at the problem with that. Let's go to Hebrews 1. So when we first go to Hebrews 2, what you see here is that even though you see and being used, right, applied to Christ, the speakers are not the same in these three verses because they are taken from different psalms. I think one is even taken from the book of Isaiah, one of these ones here, and. So if you want us to, we can go and look at all these psalms where it's quoted from. The prophets or the ones speaking are not the same, yet it has conjunctions here. So you see that completely throws down his argument. James, if you can see my screen, it's here. And saying, and again, behold, I the children whom the Lord has given me. You could go, if you could go back, if you want to check that, you could see that these are taken from different psalms, and even one of them is even taken from the prophets, I think, where it says, there's one taken from, let me see, what is man that thou art so mindful of him? Okay, it doesn't have the conjunction there, but it's a clear example of three quotes that have the conjunctions and, but they are not the same speaker. In the Old Testament, it's not the same. So his conjunction argument is just a kind of criteria he just creates to evade the fact that it is possible, as we have seen, that a personal pronoun can be used. The Hebrew writer can make reference to someone saying something in a book in the scriptures and use the conjunction and. So when we get to what this and is doing here, what James is failing to understand that the and is not necessarily trying to qualify that is the same speaker speaking, but trying to show that we have another verse regarding this issue. You see what he's missing out there? He's missing out the fact that the and, what this and is doing here, right, in Hebrews 1, okay, is, all right, showing that we have another verse regarding this issue. So when it says, I'll be a father to him, and he will be a son, in verse 6 here, and when he brings his firstborn into the world, he says, and let all the angels of God worship him. Okay, but look at this. Regarding the angels, so this is a new thought now. You see that? This is a new thought now entirely. Regarding the angels, scriptures say. But James is saying, no, it cannot be scriptures say, or he says as the psalmist, or it says as scriptures. It must be the Father that continues to speak. You see he has no basis for his argument. It's just a subjective thing, a criteria makes. The conjunction argument has been debunked. The I argument has been debunked. That the I argument has been debunked by Psalm 89. The conjunction argument has been debunked by Hebrews 2. But again, the context argument refutes him, because when we go to the Psalms that the Hebrew writer quotes from, when he quotes from Psalm 104 regarding the angels, it is the psalmist speaking and not God speaking. And he acknowledged that even in Psalm 2, when he quoted that and it says, someone said in a certain psalm, what is man? He recognized that was not God speaking. Oh, but here somehow it has to be God. Because the moment he recognizes that, oh well, this could be the Hebrew writer actually referring to what the psalmist is saying regarding angels and what the psalmist is saying regarding the Son, the moment he recognizes that completely destroys his argument in verse 10 that God was telling Jesus that he was Yahweh that created the heavens and the earth. So that's why he has to hold on to that interpretation. But he hasn't been able to show from the context from the speakers in the Psalms. He hasn't been able to show from his argument that the conjunction argument has been debunked. The personal pronoun he, because his argument that it started out with the Father being referred to as he, so it has to continue on as the he. It was debunked by Psalm 89. So at the end of the day, he has no place to stand on. He just wants that to be the Father speaking throughout, and we've proven that is not.
Okay, basically, are you finished? First of all, I don't want to start speaking. Are you finished?
Yes.
Okay, good. So go back to Hebrews 2, where you were at. All right, Hebrews 2. Yes, I'd agree. Go. No. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Go to the part where you mentioned the conjunctions. Oh, that's it. Yeah, it says and again. So what's happening here is the psalmist is the writer is speaking about what God did. I will put my trust in Him. God will put His trust in His Son. And again, behold, I and the children whom God has given me. Therefore, since the children share in flesh and blood, okay, that goes on to something different. So,
God will put His trust in His Son. I just want to clarify. Did you hear that, Taylor?
Oh, wait. I will proclaim. Let me just look at the verse closely. I will proclaim your name to my brothers. In the midst of the assembly, I will sing your praise. I will proclaim your name.
Who is speaking?
It sounds like that's Jesus speaking. I will, because it says to my brothers. I will proclaim.
Okay.
To my, and if it said to your brothers, it would be God the Father speaking. I will proclaim your name. Yeah. So it appears to me that that's referencing to Jesus speaking. Actually, it's the psalmist referencing what Jesus said. I'll make it like that. It appears that way. Okay, but you're it's a
Taylor, are you seeing the whole thing now? He's able to. Wait, hold on.
I'm not finished with my argument. You can't just jump in.
Okay. Go on.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Hebrews 2 is a totally different concept in referencing to Hebrews 1. Hebrews 1 is totally different because it, first of all, it references about who He is. Hebrews 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is referencing to who Jesus is. And then Hebrews 1:5. Let's start at verse 5 because that's where we started before. For unto which of the angels said He at any time, He would have to be the Father, because it says, "Thou art my Son." You don't disagree with that, but where we have the contention is in verse 7. Okay, let's go to verse 6. And again, when He bringeth in the first begotten, that you don't argue that that's the Father, you agree that's the Father. He saith, and let all the angels, He says, or He saith, let all the angels of God worship Him. And of the angels He saith. He says, you're making the argument that all of a sudden it does a switcheroo with no reasoning, no line of reasoning why you say this. But why would it? My question to you, based upon the conjunctions that you never did argue about, you said, the conjunctions. You went to Hebrews 2 to try to argue against that. That's not even a good argument, because Hebrews 2 is talking about what God did. And He did. The psalmist is referencing what God did. And this is talking about referencing to the Son. And we know this is true because first of all, verse 6 says He says. Verse 7 says He says again. And it uses the conjunction prior to that. So there's no argumentation unless you just want to just assume you want it to change that way, so you're trying to make it change that way. Excuse me, you wanted to make it change that way, so you're trying to make it change that way. And the verse 8, it goes continuing on. But unto the Son, it uses the same language that He used in verse 5. Thou art my Son, this day have I begotten me. Verse 8 actually proves your point is in error. It can't say verse 6 is talking about the Father referencing to the angels and worshiping Jesus, and then verse 7 it changes over to the Father, and then verse 8 it switches back to the Son. That's inconsistency. You're inconsistent all around. And then you made the argument about Psalms 89. You refuted me. I actually refuted you on that. I showed you that the doer of the action shows you that the context changed. And I showed you that there's no conjunction there. You want to go to Hebrews 2 to make an argument to come against Hebrews 1, but make it come against what I'm saying is what I'm trying to say to you. Okay, I'll just make this real quick. How could you say that verse 7? The context changed when you admit that verse 6 is talking about the Father, referencing to the Son, worship the angels of God have to worship Him, and then verse 8 it goes back to the Son. That is totally inconsistent for you to say this verse 7 it switches over to somebody else. That is totally inconsistent. So how could you harmonize verse 7 with what it says after and the antecedent verse 4 and verse 6? I'm sorry, in verse 6, the antecedent verse 6 and the verse after that. shows it's still the Son. The argument is that you're inconsistent. So how do you reconcile? How could you make it consistent? Is my question.
Oh, they say your mic is echoing. Okay, is it because wait, hold on. Why should his mic be echoing?
Is my echo or
No. The on in Clubhouse. So let me see. Oh, you know what? Just give me one moment. I think I know why it's echoing. Please hold on. This is going to be really. Please just give me one moment, because you're speaking through the.
All right.
Let me see. Why is this? Okay, let me try to sort this out real quick, because if you're echoing, that will not be good. It means they won't on YouTube. And thanks for bringing that to my attention. Yeah, it's an echo. Let me.
Is it you echoing, or is it me?
It's you. Because just hold on. I would
Do you want me to talk as well, just in case it might be me as well?
You sound real good, Joe.
No. It's from YouTube. They are hearing you echo on YouTube. So just give me one moment. I want to do something real quick. Cable A. Let me just. Okay. Just give me. I want to do something. I want to make this. Let me change the. Okay. James, can you say something?
Yeah, can you? I lowered the volume on the mic. Maybe that.
No. It's not that. It's just that I want to move you away from the. I want to move you away from the. I'll sort that out. I want to move you away from the. From the system sound, because that's why he's having an echo, because when it comes out from the system sound, it's rebroadcasting. So just give me one moment. So let me see what I do about this one. B1. It's not you. No. It has nothing to do with you. It has to do with me. So just chill. It's not about you. All right. So let me see. So B1, okay, so I'm going to put this one in B1. Can you speak, James?
How's that? Can you hear me?
Yeah, don't make yourself low. Don't do anything. Just don't do anything from what you've been doing. You've been fine. It's me. It's something I had to sort out here.
So my voice is too low? Do you want me to raise the volume where it was before?
Just do what you were doing before. The problem is not you. The problem has always been me. Always been something about the system here. I'm trying to. So. All right,
I raise it to 4. So okay, that's about where it was. Maybe I got to put the mic away from me. So
no.
You say it's me.
Just do what you were doing. It's not, yeah. Don't change anything that you had before. It's me. It's not you. Okay. Please, is he still echoing though? Okay, let me respond, and then I think Taylor wanted to say something, and then James, you can have it back. So the problem, James, is that you're misinterpreting my arguments. You're just saying, you just say things and refute a straw man that nobody has made. How do you say it's the Father speaking and then switching back again to the Son? I'm not saying anything is switching to the Son. I'm not saying it's switching from the Father to the Son. The issue here, let's stay focused, James, is about the speaker. It's not whether it's about the Son. So stop saying all this, it's about the Father, then you're saying it's switching to the Son. You're strawmanning me.
Just to clarify, you're saying that verse 7 is a different situation. Obviously, we agreed that verse 6 is talking about the Father referencing to the Son. And verse 7, even though it says he says, and it uses a conjunction, you're saying it's referring to somebody else. speaking at that point, right? Or
yes.
you like it.
So so let me make it clear again, so that when you respond, you can respond to to an argument factually. But I want to see, please, on YouTube, let me see that guy to confirm again whether is James still echoing? I think someone told me. Where did he say James was echoing? Was it on YouTube? Please let me know. Please let me know if James is still echoing, okay? If you can hear James, whether in Clubhouse or YouTube, let me know if it's fine or if there's an echo, because I just changed something. Okay. What I'm saying, James, is this. The issue is this. The speaker. I went to Psalm 89 and I showed that it is possible for a speaker to start speaking and there could be a change in the reference.
And what justification do you have?
Huh?
I'm saying when you establish already, we're in agreement. Verse 6 is the Father referencing to the Son.
Yes.
And verse 5.
Yes.
So what justification can you make this up? The conjecture that it changed,
because we know that because we know from that the Psalms that this, first of all, we know that the speaker is the Father, because the Psalms where this is quoted from, we have the Father being the speaker. The Father is the one speaking. So we know when we go there, when it says, "You have said to me," when we go to Psalm 2:7, for example, let's see that. Let me give you an example. I think for a visual, it will be much clearer, because I think the question you're asking is a very good question. So when we go to, let's give an example. When he says, "For to which angels did he say at any time, 'You are my son. Today I have become your father, and again I will be to him a father.'" So we know that this is talking about the Father, because the Psalms from which they quoted this from relates to the Father. So that's how we know. So for example, if we go to the Psalm, listen to what Jesus is saying here. The same thing. Not that Jesus was literally in the Old Testament, but the Hebrew writer is putting these words in the lips of the Son, saying what the Father said to him. We know this. Look at Psalm 2:7. It's on the screen. You can look at it myself. This was taken from Psalm 2:7. "I will announce the decree of the Lord. He said to me, 'You are my son. Today I have fathered you.'" So you could see the point is that, so when the Hebrew writer is saying he says, it's the Father, because when we go back to the Psalm itself, we see that it's the Father speaking. And again, look at Psalm 2:7. "I will be to him a father, and he will be to me a son. If he commits iniquity, I will chasten him with the rod of men." So they go back to this text, and we see the father-son relationship is the Father speaking to the Son. So we don't have any problem with that. Now, but when we now get to verse 7, which is where the contention starts. All right?
Okay.
Okay, no. Okay, when he brings his firstborn, verse 6, we don't have a problem with that. When he brings his firstborn into the world, he says, "And let the angels of God worship him." I think this was taken from Deuteronomy. This is somewhere in Deuteronomy, okay? So, in the Septuagint. So, okay, it's God speaking, no problem, even if we assume. Although this is very unclear, but even if we give this to you. But the point is that when you get to verse 7, this is a new thought. "And regarding the angels, he says," or Scripture says, because this, you are assuming that because the previous verses refer to God the Father speaking about something, this must be God the Father speaking here. No, because when we go to Psalm 104, we see that it's not God the Father speaking in Psalm 104, but it's the psalmist. So what the Hebrew writer is saying here, "And regarding the angels, the psalmist says," or he says, meaning the psalmist, or it says, relating to the Scriptures. Now, you don't have to agree, but at least it's important you understand the argument before you refute it. You can't just, because what I see you've been doing is that you have been throwing out red herrings and making rebuttals to what you thought I was saying. But now I'm taking pains to explain to you the reason why we know that it is not God the Father speaking is for the same reason we know that it was God the Father speaking in the Psalms the Hebrew writer quoted for verse 5, for verse 6. But when it comes to verse, or from verse 4 up through 5, all right, and 2:6. But when it gets to verse 7 and regarding the angels, the and there is not saying that the Father continues to speak. That's not the point. The point here is creating a new thought. Okay, but regarding the angels, and regarding the angels, this is what the psalmist says. This is what the scriptures say. Why do you believe why are you dismissing this argument when you know that when we actually go to Psalm 104, where the Hebrew writer is quoting this from, it is the psalmist saying that, not God?
First of all, Psalms 104. All right, I'll go to Psalms 104 later. But
no, you can go there now. Go there now.
No, I'm gonna show it to you what you're wrong on.
Okay.
Verse 6. You agree that it says, and again, when he bringeth in the first begotten into the world, he saith, and let all the angels of God worship him. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 clauses. The fourth clause says, and the angels of God worship him. That's talking. The him would be the Son, and the he would be referencing to the Father, bringeth in the first begotten into the world, which is also the Son. So it's clear that you're in agreement that verse 6 is talking. The Father is referencing to the Son. The angels of God worship him. What you're seeing in verse 7, you're seeing there's no change. The context is still the same. Verse 7 is talking about, verse 6 is talking about the angels worshiping Jesus. Verse 7 is descriptive. It's still talking about the angels. It's descriptive. We see the conjunction, and of the angels, he saith. Now he's talking about who these angels are. They're holy. They're flames of fire. He maketh his angels spirits, his ministers a flame of fire. The last clause in verse 6 says, and let all the angels of God worship Jesus, worship him. And then, and of the angels, it's showing a description. It's not a change of a thought, like you said. It's actually describing who the angels are. The angels of God are worshiping Jesus in verse 6, are told to worship Jesus in verse 6 by the Father. And then verse 7 is descriptive. And of the angels, who maketh his angel spirits and his ministers a flame of fire. In other words, their holiness. Fire could be representative of a lot of things. And I believe it's referencing to holiness, but a lot of times it's referencing to judgment. There's a lot of meanings for flame of fire, but it's descriptive. Verse 7 is descriptive. Verse 6 is talking about the angels have to worship his Son. There's no change of thought. We have the conjunction, and we see a description of the angels. That's all it's doing. Nothing more, nothing less. And then verse 8 continues on, but again, the conjunction, unto the Son. You want to say about the Son? I don't have a problem with that, but the Greek says unto the Son. I just looked it up. But unto the Son, it's still referencing to the Father, referring to the Son. It don't have to say he saith anyway. When it says but unto the Son, it's a continuation of that. The Father is referring to the Son. Thy throne, O God, is forever and ever. And then verse 9, it goes on and on. Thou loved righteousness. You, in other words, you loved righteousness, hated iniquity. Therefore, God, even your God. The pronoun you now continues with the pronouns you, referencing the Father to the Son. And then the pronouns you are in consistency. First, the he's are consistent with the Father, and then the you's are consistent with the Son. Every verse after that says you, Lord, in the beginning. The he cannot be the you. That's just totally throwing grammar and just throwing grammar in the trash can if you say something like that. The he is the you. So anyway,
You're just a very frustrating person to have a conversation with, really, because you twist what I say. You don't even understand what I say.
Well, no, I don't.
No, you do. You said he cannot be referring to the you. You don't even understand what I'm saying. You make your way. Hold on. No, I'm the one speaking. I'll let you speak. So that you make yourself look good that you've made a rebuttal, but at the end of the day, you said nothing because you don't even understand what I'm saying. Now, James, let's go to Psalm 104. Bless the Lord, O my soul. Lord my God, you are very great. Who is the speaker here, James?
I have to go to it.
Please go there. Because the Psalm...
You're still making an argument. I already told you that the New Testament is a more revelatory than the Old Testament. Old Testament is the beginning argument, beginning statements, and then the New Testament is revelation more.
James, I'm the one speaking now. Please just don't tell me about revelatory. Let's just deal with this issue. Who is the speaker in Psalm 104? Because this is where the Hebrew writer quotes who makes his angels ministering fire. Who is the speaker here who says, "Bless the Lord, O my soul, Lord my God, you are very great"? Who is the speaker? James?
The speaker most probably would be David, because mostly in Psalms 100, usually it's, I could be wrong, but I'm not.
Okay, it's the psalmist, right? It's the psalmist.
Yeah, so
this is not God. So this is not referring. So this is not God speaking, right?
He's referring. The psalmist is speaking, referring to what the Lord did.
I understand, but who? Wait, hold on. Who is saying, "Bless the Lord, my soul, Lord God, you are very great"? Who is the one saying this?
That would be the psalmist.
Not God, right? Not God the Father, right?
Why would the Father be calling another person?
It's a yes or no, James, please, because let's move on. It's not God the Father, right?
Questions, but yes,
fine. So you now see why it is silly when you say it's God the Father speaking. That's why you see how silly what you're saying.
You're assuming it's God the Father in that verse.
Wait, hold on. I'm not the one assuming it's God the Father speaking to the Son. You are the one assuming it is. The question here is that you say it's the psalmist. Okay, let's go on. You are clothed with splendor and majesty, covering yourself with light as with a cloak. Who's speaking?
Verse 2 you're talking about?
Yes.
Who covers thyself with light as with a garment. The person doing the action would be the Lord God, who covereth yourself with light, who stretches out the heavens like a curtain.
Yes, but who is saying that, James? I'm saying who is saying that he does so? Who is the one speaking and saying that he is covering himself? Good. That's beautiful. Beautiful, because since you're quite stubborn, let's take it like a kindergartner. Let's go with the kindergartner level.
Yeah, the kindergartner. Okay.
Verse 3.
Ad homs. Okay.
He says he lays the beams of his upper chambers in the waters. He makes the clouds his chariots. Who is the one speaking and saying? Who is the one speaking, and who is the he that lays the beams of his upper chambers?
The speaker would be the psalmist. The person that does the action would be the Lord.
Good. Okay. All right. So when we get to verse 4, he makes. Did you hear what James said? Did you hear what James said?
Yes.
The speaker will be the psalmist, and the person that does the action will be the Lord. You heard him now. He makes.
Yes.
He makes the winds his messengers, flaming fire his ministers. In the same way, I'm asking you the question: who is the one speaking, and who is the he there?
And you're talking about Hebrews now, right?
No. I'm in Psalms. The same Psalms that the Hebrew writer quoted from.
What verse again?
Verse 4.
Went back.
Verse 4. No. I'm in the Psalms.
It's the psalmist is referencing to what the Lord did. And it continues on.
So the psalmist, wait. So the psalmist is the one speaking, right? Here. Regarding what the
Lord did. You're missing that
So
point.
the psalmist is saying that the Lord makes his winds his messengers, right?
Yeah.
Good.
So
when we get so when we get back to Hebrew 1:7, that is the point. But regarding the angels, the psalmist says, do you see why it makes sense now? I have to.
No, it doesn't make sense. Okay.
Oh my God! How does it switch? When the psalmist is referring, you see what James Taylor? You can see how ludicrous this is. We just went through gradually. He said this is the psalmist talking about what God does, but then we've come back to the Hebrew writer quoting the psalmist, but he's now making the God the Father the one saying this.
Yeah, so
hold up.
You see how ludicrous?
I haven't talked about ages. Let's just see.
Yeah, but he's making an argument. I have to refute it.
Yeah, I'll be very quick. What he's doing is showing you that the psalm that this is coming from is literally the psalmist speaking of Jehovah,
exactly,
the Father, which you're seeing, and therefore this is the psalmist being quoted as of seeing it of the Father.
Exactly.
Yes, but that's not what's happening in Hebrews 1, because, okay, listen, hear me out before anybody jumps in. If it was the psalmist referring to himself, and you're saying the psalmist is not even part of verse 7, he's mentioning that he saith is the Father, and we know it's the Father because it says, now look at the verse very closely, and of the angels he saith. Now, who maketh his angels? So the he saith is the one who made the angels. He saith, who maketh his angels and his ministers a flame of fire. The he and the his The he is the same person as the his, following on the following clause. And of the angels he saith, that's clause 1. He saith, who maketh his angels. The his is the he. So the verse 7 is clearly showing you wrong. And also verse 7 is showing you a description of what was prior to that. Let all the angels of God worship him. And verse 6. Verse 7 is descriptive of these angels. It's telling you who these angels are. Angels are ministers of flame of fire. So the same thought is there. You said you did use the same. You used the argument that it's a different thought now. No, it's the same thought. It's just using the description of what he said in verse 6.
Can you see how James just makes? You see how he just says a lot of things to model up the issue. See, James, look at this. Look at this. Taylor, you know what's so funny about this? This is so. The psalmist is even quoting exactly.
It's not so clear.
Wait. Listen. Wait. Taylor, when I asked James, look at this clause here. Look at what I asked James. Look at the psalmist. The Hebrew writer is quoting exactly what the he that said. And when I asked James here in this text, right?
It's like before you tell us. So you asked, who is the one that is writing this, and who is the speaker that is the he?
Yes. And he said what? That this is the psalmist talking about what God did, right?
Yeah.
So you see that
the psalmist writing what Jehovah God, the he is doing.
Okay. But then again, wait, hold on. The psalmist is telling you, James, I don't know why this just evades you, or whether you're just willing deliberately obstinate. He says regarding the angels, he says, so it's telling you, and he's quoting, it's in quote, he's quoting exactly, he makes his angels wings. Who said that here? He makes wings his messengers. Gosh, it is the psalmist. You admitted here that it's the psalmist. James, don't do this. You're eager to want to interrupt, but you're not listening.
Like James, right? The person that is saying he, because obviously the psalmist is the one saying he, who is God. The psalmist is the speaker. God is the he, but the one that's speaking of the he is the psalmist.
Exactly. So when the Hebrew writer goes here to say regarding the angels, he says, in other words, regarding the psalmist, regarding the angels, the psalmist says, he, God, makes his angels wings.
No, okay.
Gosh.
Okay.
I'm done. If you want to argue, you have to have a basis to refute this. You can't just throw out sentimental red herrings. Okay, let me hear you out.
Okay. First of all, when you go to Psalms 104, it doesn't even use he at all, even though the speaker, the one narrating, speaking would be the psalmist. I'm agreeing with that, but it doesn't use the pronoun he. It goes straight to verse 3. It uses who laid the beams of his chambers. The his is referring to God. And then verse 4 says, who maketh his angels, referring to God. Now when you go to Hebrews 1:7 now, and of the angels he saith, that is silly to say that the psalmist is saying he, referring to himself. That is silly. The psalmist would not be saying that. It just goes against the narrator. The narrator doesn't interject and put himself in here. It says, but unto the Son, verse 7, unto the angels he saith, the he is the same pronoun as the his. It's the same person. He saith, and it describes who, because it says he saith, and then it has a clause, a clause. Who maketh his angels spirits and his ministers a flame of fire. The he saith is the same person that makes the angels by the pronoun his. You're ignoring that point. You're trying to interject the narrator into the conversation where he's not. All he's doing is speaking about what the Father is referring to the Son as. But when it says he saith, you're making the argument. Okay, you could make the same argument in verse 6, and again, when he bringeth in the first begotten into the world, he saith. All of a sudden, that's the narrator as well. When does it stop? So, first of all, verse 7 is a description. I keep saying that, and you're ignoring this point. It's a description of verse 6. Verse 6 says the Father's telling the the Father's telling the angels of God to worship him. Him would be Jesus. And then verse 7 is descriptive of the angels. It's describing the angels, who they are. And of the angels he said, who maketh his angels and his ministers a flame of fire. So there's too many arguments that's going against you. You're trying to, it doesn't say he at all in the Psalms 104. It says his, referring to God. It doesn't say he, but I acknowledge the fact that the psalmist is referring to God, but it doesn't use he. you're saying, oh, it said he in Psalms 104. Therefore, the he is the psalmist. It doesn't even say he in Psalms 104. I looked through it clearly. The psalmist is speaking, but you're just assuming that the he would change, and then you're just ignoring my arguments. You're just ignoring everything that I'm saying.
So you're being very long-winded now. So land on that. So
can I just say something? Like, you do realize that the writer in Hebrews is speaking of the psalmist in third person because he's speaking to other people. Yeah, so he is talking to them about the psalmist. He says the psalmist. Right. So obviously that he says is not going to be in the psalm because it's the writer of Hebrews writing about the
someone
psalmist.
That is saying what something. He said, yeah, but Taylor, I've come and I have to say this without any apology. Either James is being very dishonest or he has a serious comprehension issue. Why do I say that? Because he'll make statements like this: the psalmist cannot be referring to himself. That's ludicrous. So he throws out all these cheap strawmans and red herrings that nobody has said, and then refutes his own red herring so that he will score cheap points. When did we ever say that the psalmist is referring to himself? You heard him say that that's ludicrous because the psalmist because
you said that he saith. You very clearly
the Hebrew James, listen, James is beginning to drive me nuts. The Hebrew writer is referring to the psalmist. I did not say the psalmist is referring to himself. James, please. Gee, goodness.
You're saying the psalmist is long and dead right here.
James, I was speaking just before that because I was saying the Hebrew writer is writing of the psalmist as the he says, and then he's saying what that he has said in the psalmist. You've got a problem with your grammar, and you think you're some kind of specialist within grammar. It's not ad hom, it's a fact.
I know grammar way more than you.
You don't mate. You didn't even know what that we was the first person plural. You can't tell that. You had to go and play Anthony Rogers. I wasn't.
No. That's not what I asked him about. I asked him about something different. You're lying.
You went onto a live stream and you said, "I've just went and paid. I didn't pay for this," and then I found out that Taylor was right. But that's not even the point.
No.
One second.
That's not what
I wasn't even ad hom, and ad hom is me attacking you personally.
Yeah, I don't know grammar. I know 10 times more grammar than you. Why you attack?
It's not an attack. It's a fact.
What's a predicate nominative?
You don't know.
So let's get back. Let's get back. See, wait. Let's get back. Hold on. Let me bring this back.
This in. This is the writer of Hebrew speaking of the psalmist, because he's saying, like, if I talk to you about OJ, yeah, let's say we're talking about a past live stream, and I say, James, do you know what he did? Because I'm talking about something he has done in a previous time as if he wasn't here, yeah? I'm talking to you yourself, he. So this writer in Hebrew is talking about the psalmist in the past writing this, he said, because he's not speaking of the psalmist as a I or a you, because it's not the psalmist speaking in Hebrews. It's someone paraphrasing, saying this is what he says, and then quotes it or paraphrases it, whatever. Not quotes it.
I don't know why something so simple as this. That's why I said, James. Why? Because see, now James has tried to. You know what he's tried to do is to dismiss this on the grounds of technicalities. To say he doesn't even say he. The issue is this, James. Who is the one saying, "Bless the Lord, O my soul"? Who makes his winds? Who makes his winds his messengers? Flaming fire. I
already answered that. You're going to keep asking the same question.
So if you say that is the psalmist saying this about what God does, we are telling you that here, when the Hebrew writer, I didn't say the psalmist is speaking about himself. So stop this, your cheap red herrings, and try to listen before you try to respond. I never said the psalmist is speaking. Hold on, James. Hold on. I never said the psalmist. I never said the psalmist is speaking about himself. So if you take time to listen to an argument before you respond, it will be better. That's how to foster meaningful dialogue. I'm saying when it says here, when the Hebrew writer says, and regarding the angels, he says, it is going back to the psalmist, like, what's his name? Taylor is trying to tell you. He's going back to Psalm 104 here, to the one who made this statement, bless the Lord, O my soul, who makes his winds his messenger. So even if you want to remove the he, you're just evading that on technicality. Okay, let's remove this. Bless the Lord, O my soul, who makes his winds messenger. So who made this statement? It is the psalmist. So when you go here and the Hebrew writer is saying, and regarding the Son, he, the psalmist, says, he, God, makes his angels winds. Why is that hard for you to comprehend?
Okay. So you would the same argumentation. First of all, you're not even addressing none of my arguments. You're just bypassing, and you're trying to make it say that this verse 7 all of a sudden it changes over. I could use the same argument because in Deuteronomy 32:43 and verse 6, the psalm, or not the psalmist, most probably Moses would be speaking here. He's speaking, let all the angels of God worship him. So basically I could use the argument when it says, and in verse 6, again, when he bringeth in the first begotten into the world, he saith, oh, that's Moses all of a sudden. I could use that same silly argumentation that you're using in Psalms 104. It's not Moses. He saith would be the Father speaking to the Son, or about the Son, that the angels of God have to worship him. So in consistency, it would be verse 7 saying the same application as verse 6 is saying. It's using the same word, he saith, he says, or he saith, whichever one you want to use. And then I still argued about the conjunction that you want to go to Hebrews 2 and argue about. And then I also used the argumentation that you said it's a different thought. Your exact words, if you rewind the tape, you said verse 6 is talking about the angels of God worshiping Jesus. You agreed to that point. And then all of a sudden you said, oh, it's a different thought in verse 7. No, it's not. It's description. It says, and let all the angels of God worship him, referring to Jesus. In verse 7, it's a description of who the angels are. He made the angels ministers, flames of fire. He's describing who these angels are. It's the same thought. You have the conjunction in verse 7, and it's the same thought, and it's just descriptive. You're missing that argument as well. You're missing a whole lot of arguments that I'm making, and you're just throwing it in the trash bin without even addressing them. So anyway.
Okay, so if you notice, these arguments have been addressed. So what he does is that he twists what I say and he makes an argument. When I said that's a different statement, a different thought. I'm not saying it's not connected. I'm saying regarding the angels, it's not connected to the previous statement as such that the Father continues to speak. Listen, I'm saying the context. I'm refuting your argument that the regarding the angels is not a continuous statement of the Father speaking. I'm saying that is a new statement being made regarding the angels. The scriptures say that's the point I was trying to make. But you're holding on to the letter and you're not understanding the substance. Now let's go to that Deuteronomy. In fact, I addressed Deuteronomy 32 earlier on. Okay. And you see why that shoots James in the foot. Because, of course, there's a lot of speaker confusion there, and I'm not saying that it's Moses. Let's give examples of where the speaker goes in and out between Moses and God, to the point where even you can't tell whether it's God making that statement or it's Moses. So that's ambiguous. So you can make that argument, who is speaking here, because he's switching between God and Moses. But in the Psalms, it's not the case. It's the psalmist speaking. So let's look at the Deuteronomy 2, so that the Deuteronomy 32, he's trying to use to evade the point. Let's put that in the trash can real quick. So in Deuteronomy 32, so let's give
go ahead.
Let's give an example of this so that you can see. So if we, so give me one moment. Let me bring this up. So look at what's good. Look at verse 4 here. Let's look at verse 4, right? See the blending here that's going in and out. This is Deuteronomy, because okay, the LXS. You want to also look at here because that's where it said that. So let's go to the LX. I think it's 43, right? Okay.
It's 43, yes.
Let's see this. So this is where it's quoted from, right? Rejoice, ye heavens, with him, okay? And let all the angels of God worship him. Okay, so now he's saying that, oh, well, that I can make the silly statement that, oh, since this is Moses speaking, the he there has to be the Hebrew writer referring to the he as Moses and not God the Father. But look at why this is a weak straw man. Let's go to Deuteronomy 32 verse 4. Let's start from verse 4 and begin to see the speaker blending here.
How is that connected?
It's connected. It's connected because I'm trying to tell you that there's ambiguity in this verse. Not so your argument that it's Moses. No, don't interrupt me, please. Please don't do this. Let me finish and then you can respond. But this is your problem. Your ears are blocked, and that's why when I finish speaking, you're going to now say something rubbish, something stupid, something silly that I never said, that you've done. How many times have I counted that? Right from the beginning, I keep correcting you because you claim I said something and I have to correct you. And this is the same attitude you're bringing in, because before you even listen, you're ready to refute. And as such, you don't listen to what a person is saying before you try to refute. And then when you now refute, you strawman the person. So listen first and then try to respond, because you've heard and you have understood perfectly the argument the person is making. Don't block your ears and then try to respond and build a straw man. Okay? Now, if you read from verse 4, right, it says what? As for God, his works are true, and all his ways and judgment. God is faithful, and there is no unrighteousness in him. Just and holy is the Lord. Now, go to verse 9. Okay? And his people... And his people Jacob became the portion of the land. Israel was the line of his inheritance. Like in verse 16, it says, they provoked me to anger with strange gods, with their abominations. They bitterly angered me. So you see, this is God speaking now. You could see that. So I'm just giving you, I'm drawing places where this switch has gone in and out between God and Moses. Then if you go to verse 32 again, look at what it says. For their gods are not as our God, but our enemies are void of understanding. So you see the switch between God and the speaker speaking. And then when you go to verse 35, it switches again. See this: in the day of vengeance, I will recompense whensoever the foot shall be tripped up, for the day of their destruction is near to them, and the judgments are at hand, are close upon you. You see that on the day of vengeance, I will recompense. This is God again speaking. So you could see the switch between God and Moses. So when we get to verse 43, where it says, rejoice ye heavens with him, and let all the angels of God worship him. Rejoice ye Gentiles with his people, and let all the sons of God strengthen themselves in him. This may very well be God the Father speaking, because we've shown a switch between the author and God the Father, God speaking. But in Psalm 104 and those other Psalms which we quoted, the speaker clearly is the psalmist. So hello, your rebuttal is weak. You can't address the issue. We've shown you very clearly that in the Psalms 104, this everything here is about the psalmist. There's nothing showing God the Father speaking here. In Psalm 102 is the same. In Psalm 45 is the same. In Psalm 104 is the same. Bless the Lord, O my soul. You know, Lord my God, you are great. That clearly tells you it's not the Father speaking. It's not God. Then it goes on to say, he makes his winds his messengers. Or, bless the Lord, O my soul, who makes his winds messengers. And the point is, when we get to Hebrews 1, I think I lost that one. In Hebrews 1, let me get back to Hebrews 1. And I think I'll be done after this one. I think because we just be going around in circles. So when we get back to Hebrews 1, verse 7, and regarding the Son, it's very clear. He says, see, James cannot show us anywhere where the Father said this. He makes his angels winds. It's the psalmist. He acknowledged it. That is the psalmist saying something about what God did. He said that in the psalm. He said that when I asked him the question. But then how he can't see in this verse when the Hebrew writer is saying regarding the Son, it is the psalmist that is saying something about God. Regarding the angels, James, the psalmist says, God makes his angels winds, and his ministers a flame of fire. For the sake of the audience, I think I've gone through this over and over again. If you still want to argue, it's up to you. And I think, there's no point. It's clear. For those who want to see it, they will see it.
Okay, first of all, Deuteronomy 32:43, I think it was. If you went down farther in the verse, it says it's referencing about the Lord in the same verse in 43. Yes, the very last clause, and the Lord shall purge the land of his people. So it's while I will acknowledge that it's leaning heavily that it's speaking about not the Lord is not the speaker, but I will acknowledge that it's possibly could be right that but it's leaning heavily against you. I'll say that much, just because of a lot of things, and also why are you moving around on that thing? The very last clause. For you change you went to the Masoretic text.
Yeah, because I have to go back again because I. All
right, let's just drop this argument. Okay, so anyway, it's leaning heavily towards that the speaker would be a human being, more than the Lord. Even though I will acknowledge that it's a possibility, a very weak possibility, that it could be God speaking. I'll give you that much. I won't close the door fully, but. Anyway, could I just I was going to show my screen on something because we're going too far. First of all, let's go on with Hebrews 1. Just finish the clause, and then I'm going to go to Hebrews 1, and then I'm going to show my screen. I finally figured out how to raise the letters. Okay.
Was Patrick trying to speak there?
Okay. Hebrews 8. Hebrews 1:8. You can
wait,
speak
hold on, James. Hold on. Let me see if someone was trying to speak in.
I was just gonna say, OJ. I mean, that the argument you're making, I understand it, but all anyone has to say is that the psalmist is the agent. So it can really this. What I'm gonna say to you is that these passages are so ambiguous and so divided among scholarship that it can go either way here.
Patrick, where are you speaking from?
No, I'm speaking from my phone, Clubhouse.
Are you serious? Yeah. Can you imagine? Why can't I see you?
I'm on Clubhouse.
Who is Livingstone?
I don't know.
He's
Okay, Patrick, have you been? Let me just confirm, because this also helped me. Have you been hearing us properly? Have you been hearing James well, and have you been hearing me as well?
Yeah, I hear everything.
And there's no echo from either myself or James?
Not on Clubhouse.
Not in Clubhouse, right? Taylor and James, can you hear Patrick very well?
Super clear. Super clear.
Wow! If they can confirm on YouTube that is not echoing, I would have achieved this thing once and for all. I thought I'd gotten it before, but someone said James was echoing. So if they could just confirm, if someone in YouTube can just confirm that it's not echoing, then that would be like a smash for me. Then going forward, and I know how to do this. But so Patrick, you were saying that all that they need to say is that the psalmist is an age.
I'm going to agree with James here because I do think the author of Hebrews is reapplying a Yahweh text to the Messiah as the New Testament authors usually do. I think the quote is being quoted, but it's being reapplied. So even though you're taking me to a direct quotation, I don't believe that he's staying true to the direct quotation. I think he's reapplying the Yahweh text to Jesus.
Yeah, but what is the basis? What is it? Okay, so what is the basis for that claim?
The basis for that claim is that the entire chapter begins and it's about, it speaks about God, but then it moves into the Son. So the
Amen.
And Hebrews 2:5, it is in my reading, there's no chapter break, so it's letting me know the world and the creation it's talking about is the new creation. James may disagree with me there, but I do see that it is continually exalting the resurrected and preeminent Son here.
Okay, so you're saying that the Father tells the Son he laid the foundation of the earth, but then again, how do you meaningfully explain that in the original text it talks about of old, it talks about definitely, first of all, do you agree that
Wait. I'm going to tell you because it doesn't say of old in the Hebrews text, does it?
in the one says of old or one says in the beginning?
Yeah, no, in the book of Hebrews,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
It says in the beginning, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how I do this is I author speaking proleptically as if something in the future has already happened, even though it hasn't happened yet.
Oh yeah, but you see that, okay, fine, and it's okay, but you see the problem with that is that you have to go through a lot of gymnastic leaps to come. Then Patrick, you see the thing about that kind of thing, that anybody can say anything. Then you can make anything what you want it to be, because first of all, like I said, the context clearly shows that God is not the speaker in Hebrews. In chapter in Hebrews 1, in Psalm 102 is the suffering servant, is the definitely. Secondly, the context clearly shows that it's talking about the Genesis creation in the original text itself. Thirdly, wait, hold on.
What I said, my claim is that even though they're quoting it, they're not staying true to the quotation. That's what I'm saying.
Patrick, then we're going to be going into the kind of Trinitarian gymnastics then, because anybody can say anything. Think about what you've just said, and I do agree with you.
Scholarship is divided here, OJ. Even Unitarian scholarship is divided here. So it's not like James or me or you can say this is how the text reads and that's the way it is. No, this is up for interpretation. It's so ambiguous.
No, okay, so no, the issue is this. So you're saying that when the Hebrew writer says but regarding the angels, he says, and he quotes a scripture directly from Psalm 104, where it is clear that it's the psalmist saying this about the angels. You're saying that, oh well, the Hebrew writer is taking that and he's reapplying it and saying that it is God saying that about the angels, right? Okay, well, I guess I'll just have to disagree on that, though. Taylor, you wanted to say something, but that's fine. If you go to Psalm 104, right, where the Hebrew writer is taking this quote from, because everything starts from
The Hebrew or does he say who the Father? Does the Father is it saying Scripture there? Not in the book of Hebrews, but either where you go to the LXX or the Masoretic text, is it saying the Scripture never calls any of the angels sons, or does it say God? Who's the he?
which particular text are you looking at?
Either one. In the LXX, when it says which of the angels has he ever called?
No. See, so we've agreed so far up to verse 5 that is God speaking, because when you go to the Psalms, it's very clear that the speaker is God. So we don't have a problem with that. However, the argument here is that when you move to verse 7, and have you taken out time? I would advise and recommend, Patrick, my brother, have you looked at the commentaries on the REV, the Right English Version? Have you tried to read the commentary? So have you read the commentaries there?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I do take it as I do take further in the passage. I do take it as evocative. Oh God, I take it.
No. It's not just about that text. I'm saying, have you read the entire commentaries about the connection, Hebrews 1, 7, 8 to 10, and how they connect them to the Psalms, and show that in all this God is not
102, right?
yeah. So Hebrew 1, 7 was taken from Psalm 104, right? Hebrew 1, 8 was taken from Psalm 45. Hebrews 10 to 12 was taken from Psalm 102. In all these Psalms that the Hebrew writer referenced, God is not the speaker in any of them. And that's a fact.
The author of Hebrews reapplies every one of those quotations, doesn't he?
Yes, but no. No, but hold on. So, if the Hebrew writer then, so check this out, right? Let's go to, notice what the Hebrew writer is doing here. So if we go to Hebrew 2, right? Patrick, can you tell me any time that the Son in the Old Testament, of course, you don't believe in pre-existence, right? Look at what the Hebrew writer is saying here. For both I'm reading from verse 11, and if you can see my screen, for both he who sanctifies and those who are sanctified are all of one Father, right? That's talking about Jesus who sanctifies us, and Jesus himself, that we are all from one Father, right? Okay, for this reason, he, that's Christ, is not ashamed to call them brothers and sisters, saying, I will proclaim your name to my brothers. Do you believe that Christ was literally in the Old Testament as a pre-existing son saying, I will proclaim?
This is going to work for me now.
No, wait, hold on. I know where you're going to with this. Hold on, and I don't have a problem with this. So you agree that the Hebrew writer is taking the words of the psalmist, right? the prophetic spirit of Christ in the psalmist that says this, and he's attributing to Christ. The Bible says it was the spirit of Christ in this prophet saying this, right? So he's attributing what the psalmist is saying and he's putting them on the lips of Christ. Do you agree?
Yeah, he's reapplying the whole thing.
Okay, he's reapplying. Now, guess what? However, I will put my trust in him. He's doing that again and again. Behold, I and the children whom God has given me. Let me go ahead of you because I already know the argument you're going to make. So you're going to say, well, so that you know that I'm already abreast with what you're trying to say. Well, OJ, then, if you can see how the Hebrew writer can take the words of the psalmist and say that it is Christ saying this, then why can't you see that he's taking the words of the psalmist and replying to God the Father? That's the point you're saying is going to work with you. But let me tell you, that's not going to work with you because you'll be comparing apples and oranges. Now, look at the connection here. The reason why it's like for like, the reason why the author of the Hebrew can take the words of the psalmist and put them in the lips of Christ because David is representing Christ. The suffering servant there is a representation of Christ himself. So when the suffering servant is saying, for example, oh my God, take me not away in the midst of my days, my bones they've cleaved to my flesh. This is prophetic of Christ. You see what I'm saying? When he says, oh my God, tell me the fullness of my days, then he goes on to say, in the beginning thou laid the foundation of the earth. We can take the same verses and apply those words to the lips of Christ the same way he's doing it here in Hebrew. That's why I said in Hebrews chapter 1 verse 10, the Hebrew writer is taking those words of the psalmist and is putting them on the lips of Christ. I have no problem with that. But hold on, but what you're saying is that he's taking the words of the psalmist who is representative of Christ and he's putting them on the lips of God the Father. That now becomes a completely different thing. I don't know if you get the problem I'm highlighting there. You see what I'm saying? It's different, yeah.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying the New Testament author is reapplying it because these words are being spoken to the suffering servant. David is never ever compared to as the suffering servant, and that's why I took you to Isaiah 51:16 about how the suffering servant will lay the foundations of the heavens and the earth.
It's a song. It's a song.
Actually, OJ agreed on that. I remember him. You bringing that up. I'm sorry, Taylor. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that it's a psalm. So even if David is the one that's doing the writing of the psalm, it doesn't mean that he himself necessarily needs to be the suffering servant. He could be writing it prophetically of Yeshua.
Yeah.
But that's still not saying that this is being done through him.
Exactly.
And I would still argue that also David laid the foundations of the heavens and the earth by establishing Jerusalem and everything else that it took. He brought the ark back. So I can speak in metaphor here just as well and apply the same thing.
But that would be adding to the scripture. And
Yeah, you see.
That's exactly what both of us are doing because there is no certain way to read these texts. Even Unitarian scholars are divided here. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh well,
I would say that was that's not the case though, because literally Psalms 102 explicitly states that it's this person that's speaking
Exactly.
it is Jesus speaking to the Father.
Yes.
It is explicit. It's not even
why?
but
Hebrews 2:5, and there is no chapter break, and it tells you about which creation it is not speaking of the entire time.
No, that's an assumption, and I think I addressed that before. I know the part you're talking about, verse 5, where it says, "For he did not subject to angels the world to come about which we are speaking, but someone has testified somewhere saying." So the argument is, in fact, I think it's even going contrary to you because. Oh, sorry, I think I'm quite loud. And I need to reduce.
the past verses in chapter 1, the past verses are past tense. This one is the world to come, which is future tense. That wouldn't even mesh contextually.
Yes.
Wait. How can you make the?
Wait,
You're
hold
talking
on.
about Hebrews 1:10, right, Taylor?
Wait, hold on. Yes, I want to respond to Patrick. So, this part that says, "For he did not subject to angels, right, the world to come, about which we are speaking." All right. So, I think Patrick, yourself and Carlos, you assume that because it says about which we are speaking, that the Hebrew writer must necessarily be referring to everything that they've been saying in the Hebrews. No. Like I said, these are the Hebrew congregation. They do have fellowship. They do talk about the resurrection. They do talk about things. Why do you assume that because he said about which we are speaking, this must refer to the Hebrews 1:10? Why? Is this the only place in the book of Hebrew when you think about, could they not have had a conversation about this in their fellowship, in their congregation before the Hebrew writer writes to them? Why must we believe that this must be speaking about what he's speaking about here in Hebrews chapter 1? Why do you come to that conclusion, Patrick?
Give me a second.
Okay. Because the question we're going to ask Taylor and James is, when it says that things have been put under Christ's feet now, is it present tense, or it hasn't yet been put under his feet, or it's the war to come that we're waiting for things to be put under his feet? So these are questions that we...
That depends on if you take the world to come to be the millennial reign, because I told you the millennial reign, if you're a premillennial, will pass away as well.
So what you're saying is that so look at this. Look, say of old you've laid the foundations, and the heavens are the works of your hands. So you're telling me that the millennial reign is the heaven and the earth that Christ is going to be found, is that we found, then it will all be then it will be destroyed, it will pass away, and that's the pass away.
The system of things, yes, that has already been spoken of, already pre-existing, yes.
Notionally already yeah. Well,
Yeah, I don't believe.
There's going to be a lot. You see, okay, fine. It's not that it's okay, but you would have to appeal to like special pleading and a lot of gymnastics to be able to come to that conclusion. But the simple reading of this text is that the Hebrew writer is saying that's why the Hebrew writer will quote and said, it is written, someone said. If we go to, we don't have to go far. The Hebrew writer cannot be quoting something that someone said, a finite person said, and then he will say it's God that said it. Except, of course, it's a prophet, it's a direct inspiration from the prophet saying something God is saying. But if it's a prophet or somebody that is praising God or crying out to God or something, there's no way. I've never seen any Hebrew writer or any writer of the scripture say that it was God saying something that a suffering servant was saying. Now, don't get me wrong. If it's Isaiah saying something that you know that the Holy Spirit is moving him to speak on behalf of God, where the Bible says God spoke in the prophet, that's different. But if it's like, okay, let me tell you how ludicrous I see this as. It's like someone going to read the psalmist say, my God, why have thou forsaken me? Then somebody would say, that the writer is reapplying that to God the Father. No, it will make sense. You can only say he's reapplying that to the Son. That will make sense, because whatever is being said by the psalmist there in the affliction of that experience is typed by what the Son is going to do. But you cannot now project and lift up an experience from a suffering servant or somebody who is speaking of himself as a prophet, not as God, and then now say that it is God that said that thing. You can't do it. It doesn't work that way in scriptures.
Can I ask Patrick a question in relation to the Psalm 102 that this has come from? Because another reason that this would not make sense in relation to Jesus being the Lord that laid the foundation is because there's someone saying to him that you have taken me in my in the midst of my days. Yeah. So who is the person that's speaking to Jesus as the one that laid the foundation, if this is about him?
Yeah. Let's go to the verse. I get what you're saying. Yes, so let's get here.
Psalm 102, verse 23 to 25.
See, look at it. He has broken my strength. Is this God telling Jesus he has broken his strength? He has broken my strength in the way. He has shortened my days. I say, my God, do not take me away in the midst of my days. Your years are throughout generations. In time of old, you founded the earth, and the heavens are the works of your hands. And remember, the Bible clearly says that the works of his hands, God has put all things over the works of his hands. So when
even with this though, with part of the point, even if it wasn't like God the Father speaking to Jesus, let's assume that it's just someone else speaking to Jesus as the one that laid the foundation. Who was the other person Is it the Father? Is it the psalmist? Or is it some other random person that's saying to Jesus, you have made this, but you've also shortened my days? And is it an evil person that Jesus has shortened these days because he is evil, and that this person's speaking to Jesus? Because it's quite clear that Jesus' days were shortened by God in Isaiah 53 by his will, that he'll be crushed for the transgressions. There's no context at all where this is saying it's Jesus.
Yeah, and Patrick, I want to ask you, in this text itself, let's start with this. I know you said you're reapplying it. Who is the one speaking here when he says, he has broken my strength in the way, he has shortened my days? I say, my God, do not take me away in the midst of my days, for your years throughout all generations. In time of old, you founded earth. So who is the speaker here, Patrick, in this psalm?
Well, the writer is the psalmist, right?
And who is he addressing?
Who is he? He's speaking first person for? Who is he writing for?
No, who is he speaking to? Who is he speaking to?
Oh, he's speaking to. It seems like he's speaking to God.
Okay. Do you think he's speaking to God Jesus, or he's speaking to God the Father?
He's speaking to God the Father.
Okay. So the psalmist. So when the Hebrew writer now goes to quote and he says about the Son, the scriptures say this. Does it not tell you that the same way we saw in Hebrews 2, the Hebrew writer putting those words in the lips of the Son, he's also telling you that it's the Son saying this to the Father in Hebrews 1:10.
I don't see that.
Okay.
I would see that if I believed he was going with a literal direct quotation, but everything about it is connected to. I don't see that. I'll probably have to get back to you because I really can't talk, but I don't see that. I see the psalmist being the author of Hebrews, which is not the psalmist with God, and has God talking about or to the Son. That's what I see.
Yeah, I see something totally. I was with you up until a point, Patrick. It's Hebrews 1:10. OJ's flipping the script, and what's really going on is you got to go to verse 8 and verse 9 and 10 to get the context of what's going on, and that he uses the pronouns you all the way through. Even verse 9, you have loved righteousness and hated iniquity. Speaking to the Son at this point, therefore God, even your God, hath anointed you, the you again, with the oil of gladness above your fellows. So the you and the your is referencing to the Son, and then we have the conjunction in verse 10. And you, Lord, the Father is still referencing to the Son. In the beginning, laid the foundation of the earth, and just to go on and on. What he's doing is he's quoting. The Father is quoting Psalms 102, verse 24 through 26, and applying it to the Son. So therefore, in Psalms 102, it's not the Father. It's actually all three, because when one person does a creative act, they're all in unity. But the direct person that the Father is applying this to would be the Son in Psalms 102. So, therefore, it's Christ. And I reject OJ's premise that the psalmist is representing Christ, and he's speaking about the Father. Therefore, that way, that's how he could manipulate Hebrews 1:10 to say that the Son speaking to the Father, because he's manipulating Psalms 102. Not on purpose. I don't know if he's doing it on purpose. I can't speak for him, but it's not. That's not what's happening. He's taking the psalmist in Psalms 102, and he's appropriating that to be Christ. So he just that's how he's making his argument. So
okay. So, real quick,
can James answer that question? And if this is Jesus, who's talking to Jesus saying, "You've killed us, or you take me in my midst of my days"?
What verse are you talking about?
Psalms 102, verse 23 to 25. Who's speaking to Jesus? If this is about Jesus who laid the foundation, who's speaking to Jesus saying, "You have taken me in the midst of my days"?
Where's the you have taken me in the midst of my days? Where's this coming from?
No, see, okay, let me deal with it. Let me deal with it, Taylor. It's up there in the screen, James. The Psalm 102 that is quoting James. Taylor is asking you, the same person speaking to the one who he said, "Of old you founded the earth and heavens are the works of your hands," right? The same person said.
Wait, go slowly, because I don't see what you're. Go to the verse.
It's on the screen. Look at what I'm highlighting, James. It's
yeah, he has
right
broken
on the
my
screen.
strength in the way. He has shortened my days. I don't see nothing what you're talking about.
Yeah. So the person is saying he, which is the God that laid the foundation, read the whole thing. He has broken my strength in the way. He has shortened my days. I say, my God, do not take me in the middle of my days, for your years are throughout the generations in the times of old. You founded the earth. So this person is saying God, which is Jesus, is taking him in the middle of his days. Do not take me, my God, do not take me in the middle of my days. The one that laid the foundation. So which person did Jesus take in the middle of his days?
Yes, and
which person is this doing?
Yes, and who was speaking to Jesus here saying, my God, do not...
He has shortened my days would be the psalmist. Remember, he's the afflicted. The psalmist is the afflicted. Yeah, it's the prayer to the afflicted.
Wait.
He has broken my strength. He would be God, has shortened my days. God's days doesn't be shortened, so it's the psalmist's days that are short. I say, my God, do not take me away in the middle of my days. For years, all throughout all generations. Now it goes into a... Matter of fact, this is a very terrible translation. I don't know what Bible this is, but it's not even quoting properly what Psalms 102, 24 through 26.
Okay. I thought it was the Father speaking.
I don't even know what verse. What Bible are you using?
James, which translation do you want us to use? Wait, Taylor, don't worry. Which translations do you want us to use? Let me bring it up.
It's butchering. It's not really butchering. It's just changing a lot of words.
You want us to use the Septuagint? Which one? What do you want?
Is that the Septuagint?
No, this is the NASB. The one that is
just quotes. Just go to the.
What do you want? Which actual Hebrew? Which one? Okay, which translation do you want?
INTERLIN, which is what you should always do instead of going to all these different Bibles.
Which one? It's
at the top. It's where it says interlin at the very top.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
no.
This translation is inaccurate. Okay, all right. Just go to KJV. Just
wait.
Go to KJV.
He doesn't quote all that, but you see, I find it very interesting. So
right, but it's this person's. So therefore, he's changing the scripture to fit his narrative. So,
Okay, give me an example, okay. Patrick. Wait. Patrick, give me...
Can you not do that?
Wait, hold on. Let me ask Patrick. Wait.
It's under inspiration of God, Patrick.
Wait. Let me ask a question, all right? Patrick, give me one example where, right, there's been something said by a suffering servant or a psalmist, not where the psalmist is speaking under inspiration for God, or like Isaiah, where it's saying like, oh, very well, seeing you would see, you would perceive not, where the Bible could say it's eyes.
Isaiah 51:16, where God says to this servant that he was going to lay the foundations of the heavens and the earth.
No, but the difference. But the difference there is that, right? I don't think there's any scholar I know of that would agree with you that when the Hebrew writer was quoting Psalm 110, he was referring to Isaiah 51. Except, are you saying that when the Hebrew writer was quoting Isaiah, when he was quoting Hebrews 110, Patrick, he was referring to Isaiah 51:11 that you referenced?
I'm saying that the author of Hebrews understands that this suffering servant will do this. So yeah, but not a quotation. No, I do think that the New Testament authors apply Yahweh text to Jesus where they were never applied to Latway in the Old Testament. There's a lot of change-ups. If you can't see the New Testament authors do reapply Old Testament scriptures, and you think that they're manipulating the scriptures or they're changing things, then I don't know what to tell you. But any textual critic will tell you that
No. So that's a completely different thing, which I'm not even. Hold on, Taylor. That's a completely different thing, which I'm not even arguing about. Like agency. I mean, wait, hold on, Patrick.
It's fair that you keep asking, hey, when it says this in Psalms 102, but Hebrews 1:10 doesn't even finish the whole quotation. It's like echoes. It doesn't. I think that's irrelevant.
No. The reason why it's relevant is this. You see, we can't. When a text speaks about something, all right, I think the immediate context of the text should have should take preeminence than an eisegetical reading into like mysteries or making it something that it doesn't say. Now, if you say there are Yahweh texts that are fulfilled by agents, of course, we don't have a problem with that. Joshua, the Bible, we've gone through that before. The Bible says that Yahweh will go through before them, and it tells us that Joshua is the one passing. That is not the issue. That is completely different from the claim that a suffering servant is speaking. You see, if God speaks, if God says something about let me give you an example. So God may say something about Israel is my firstborn, and then you see that applied to Jesus. Yes. But not that something will be said about the firstborn and you're going to apply to God the Father. That's a completely different thing. That's what you're doing here. In this case, hold on.
That's not what I'm doing. What I'm doing
Okay.
is showing that the Father's involved in a type of creation and the Son is involved in a type of. That's all I'm doing.
No, yeah, that's fine. And that's why I said if you want to make your reference to your Isaiah 51, is it 11? Independently of a new creation in the future, I'll have no problem with that. But the problem is that if you try to now inject Isaiah 53:11 into Hebrew 1:10, it's not going to work. That's just going to be speculative because the Hebrew writer is quoting directly from Psalm 102. Just like we know the Hebrew writer was quoting directly from Psalm 45 when he applied thy throne, O God, to the Son, which of course we know was originally applied to the Davidic king. So if the point here is, look at the pattern here. If the Hebrew writer is applying, okay, so let me ask you a question, Patrick. Who is speaking to the Son in Hebrews 1:10? According to the Hebrew writer, who is saying thy throne, O God? Is it God the Father saying to the Son, thy throne, O God? Or it's the psalmist saying this to the Davidic king and they're applying it to the Son? Which is it?
It's the Father.
Sorry?
It's God the Father.
God the Father is the one saying this to the Son, thy throne, O God?
Yeah, it doesn't mean it's an ontological God there.
Where in the text, where do you get that from, that is God the Father saying that to the Son?
The whole chapter talks about.
No, not the whole chapter. Yes, we know the Father speaking up to verse 5 or 6. In verse 7, the psalmist talking about what God does to makes his angels. Very clear. We saw that from Psalm 104. In verse 8, it doesn't even say he says. That was even added. In verse 8, hold on, please don't interrupt me. In verse 8, it is the psalmist, a wedding psalm to the Davidic king. It's not God the Father speaking to the Davidic king. In verse 10 to 12, it is the suffering servant speaking to God. So you have to show me where does the Bible call Jesus Christ, the Father call Jesus Christ God. Let me even tell you why that is ludicrous, and a hint to tell you that that's a problem, except you want to appeal to Elism or reflexive pronoun. If you go to the Hebrews chapter 1 itself, wait, hold on. Patrick, I will let you respond. Just hold on. If you go to Hebrews chapter 1, there's even a hint there. I want to use the literal translation because then you will see that term he says it's not there. Okay, let's just hold on. Patrick, I'll give it to you after this, but there's something I want to bring out here real quick. So I just want to find a literal translation because I feel that would help.
You're shooting yourself in the foot. You know that.
Well, you should.
Yeah, I know he is.
You will show that when I'm done. I know I'm not at all. I know I'm not. Trust me, Patrick, I'm not. You think I am, but I'm not. So, okay. So the reason why I want to use the literal translation is because you see that he is not there. Okay, so, but to the Son, right? Okay, let me use this. Good. So let's look at this because it doesn't, that he says is not there. Okay. But to the Son, your throne, O God, okay? is throughout the age to the age. The scepter of righteousness is the scepter of your kingdom. You've loved righteousness and hated lawlessness. Because of this, he anointed you, God, your God. So, does this not tell you that it is someone else speaking to someone, the king, telling him, because of this, God, who is your God, has anointed you? Now, I know you might want to apply to Elisim here, but we know that doesn't always work. But this already hints you that this cannot be God speaking to the Son, because just like in Psalms, you've loved righteousness and hated iniquity. Because of this, he anointed you, God, your God. You see that? With oil of gladness above your. So let's assume I'm speaking to the king now. It makes sense for me to say, hey king, wow, because of this you've loved righteousness and you've hated iniquity. Therefore God, the Father, who is your God, has anointed you. But if I'm God speaking to my son, why will I say you have loved righteousness, and why would God not say, therefore I have anointed you? You see that? So this tells you that there's a third party there that the Hebrew writer is referring to. So he's referring to the psalmist. So when he says, but of the Son, or about the Son, even though he says it's not there, he's referring to what the scriptures are saying about him with regards to Psalm 45. It has nothing to do with the Father speaking to the Son. Has nothing to do with the Father speaking to the Son, calling him God. Has nothing to do with the Father speaking to the Son, saying the Son laid the foundation of the earth. No, the Father did not call the Son, you, Lord, and told him that he laid the foundation and that they will remain. The thing would perish, but he will remain. No, your years will remain. If you even go back to the Psalm 102 itself, you will see that same phrase, your years remain. That is the psalmist speaking to God the Father. Yeah, go. I yield to you, Patrick.
Okay, so yes, in Psalm 45, it is the psalmist speaking about the Davidic king, but I also think in the author of Hebrews, the psalmist is switched to the Father, and the subject is no longer the Davidic king like that. David is Jesus. But if you go with the argument that where does God ever call Jesus a God, then you can never ever say that God calls Moses a God. This is why you're shooting yourself.
No.
You're asking for verbatim verses where God calls Jesus God, but then make an argument down the line and say, isn't Moses called God?
No, Patrick, don't do this. Don't be like James. Don't do this, Patrick.
Testament authors are reapplying these Yahweh texts to Jesus to exalt the Son. I think the Father's exalting the Son. I think that's what's going on here. There is also Unitarian scholars to back me as well as you.
No, but what I want to first address with is just, I thought you were going to bring up something very fantastic. I was waiting when you say I'm shooting myself in the foot. I didn't know. Wait, hold on, Patrick. No, I'm not, because what you brought up shows that you're making a claim that you can't substantiate. Why do I say that? I never said that it was impossible for God to call the Son God. That was not the argument I made. So you're bringing up, that's a red herring, Patrick. I said in that, wait, hold on, Patrick. Wait, hold on, Patrick. I said in that text, God is not calling the Son God. You didn't refute that, but you said, so you're making a claim I never made. I never said, oh, well, it's important.
I wanted to talk about that first, but yeah, I take the vocative. That's why I'm saying it's God calling the Son God. I take it as a vocative. I do.
No, but we don't see that. We don't see that it's God calling the Son God in Psalm 45. But you say it's reapplied.
Yes, it is. It's
how?
Can I speak?
I'm going to come off, guys. Just want to say goodbye to you. Thank you very much for having us on, OG, and to everyone being a part of this. Everyone smash like and subscribe and stuff. But I'm coming off.
Thanks, Taylor. I appreciate it.
God bless.
God bless. Yeah, thanks.
God bless.
Yeah, this is where the argument hinges on.
Mhm.
The only reason I see this is because of the vocative. If there was no vocative, if you could really prove there was no vocative, and we can prove there's vocative, and I'm gonna let James handle this because I agree with James on the vocative.
So when you say you agree, wait. When you say you agree with James on the vocative, what do you mean, Patrick?
That it is saying, "Oh God."
Oh, so you miss the point entirely. Then the issue.
I see what you're saying. You're saying it's saying God the Father, your God, right?
No. That's not what I'm saying. So that's why you need to listen to the argument. The argument here is not that the Son is not called, oh God. What is being contested is the speaker who is saying this. we are saying that it's the psalmist, the Hebrew writer is going to quote this. See, the point is very simple, Patrick. In Psalm 45, the psalmist is calling the Davidic king God, right? Yes or no? Wait, hold on. Yes, you. Of course, if you want to go with all scriptures, or all scriptures are inspired. Even when David was saying, my God, why has thou forsaken me?" Was that not inspired by God? No, but we can't. But
author knows this, and instead of having the psalmist speak, he has God speaking.
No. So, okay, well, we could agree to disagree on this one, Patrick. What I would say is that instead of still having the psalmist speaking, but instead of saying that it's the psalmist applying this to the Davidic king, the Hebrew writer is saying that the psalmist is applying it to the Son. That's the difference between what we are saying. You are saying.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Remember, I'm telling you that even though it's quoted, it's reapplied. So you keep trying to hold me to the literal quotation, which you can't hold me to because it's not a literal quotation, it's an echo.
When you say it's reapplied, what do you mean? So what you're saying, okay, let me get you right so that I don't misinterpret what you're saying, okay? So, are you saying that even though you acknowledge, right, that in Hebrew, in Psalm 102, in Psalm 45, it is the Davidic king, right, inspired, all right, it is the psalmist inspired to apply that to a literal Davidic king at that time, right?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. But what you're saying is that in the New Testament, in Hebrews, the Hebrew writer is applying what the psalmist said and is now applying it to God saying that to the Son.
Yes.
Okay, so I didn't get you wrong. What I'm saying, and we could agree to disagree, is that I disagree with that because I've not seen a context of that. I'm not saying that reapplications don't work in scriptures, so don't strawman me now. I've given you an example where they operate. You see where the Bible says of Hosea. Hosea is speaking about Hebrew as God's first son and saying, "Out of Egypt have I called my son," and is applying that to Christ. I don't have a problem with that. It's a like for like application. It's not moving from Christ to God application. Now, what I'm saying wait, hold on. Let me finish. So I don't lose my thought. Then you could respond to Strawman. The difference, what is much more, and I believe inconsistent. I'm not saying that there are no Unitarians that see it as the new heavens and earth. But again, the issue here is what I'm saying will be much more consistent with the context of what is going on here. Is that when the psalmist is quoting and saying, "But of the Son," and he's quoting the Psalm 45, which you've agreed to, that applies that to the Davidic king, that it was the psalmist applying that to the Davidic king. So therefore, even though the word "he says" or "it says" may have been inserted to show that somebody was speaking, when we go back to Psalm 45, we see that it's not God speaking, like we see when he says, "I'll be to him a father, and he will be to him a son." That was clearly God speaking. If you go back to the Psalms, you're going to see that it's God the Father speaking. But in this case, when we go to Psalm 45, we don't see God the Father saying that. It is the psalmist saying that to the Davidic king. Therefore, it makes more sense to say when the Hebrew writer says about the Son or regarding the Son, he says what the Hebrew writer is doing is going back to the "he says" as the psalmist. Instead of the psalmist or regarding the Son, scriptures say, or "he says," or "it says," as the REV puts it, to show that it's the scriptures that say this about the Son, not necessarily God the Father. When it goes back, it's saying the psalmist say to the Son. It's not saying God the Father. It didn't automatically make some magical switch between the psalmist speaking and then not saying that it's God the Father speaking. But in terms of the application of the personality, which we have seen, that's where the consistency of agency comes in. The psalmist said this to Davidic king. Watch this now, Patrick. Follow me now. The psalmist said this to the Davidic king. Now the Hebrew writer is reapplying it to the psalmist saying this to Jesus. God says this regarding Israel as his firstborn son, and Matthew is reapplying this to God saying this about the Son. So you see the consistency there. The twist in your case is that you're saying the psalmist said something about the Davidic king, but now the Hebrew writer is saying that it's God that said it about the Davidic king. No, it wouldn't work that way. Well, in my opinion, though, that's my. So I think we can. Yeah.
Saying your interpretation is not a possibility. It definitely is. It definitely is very easy to see that. What I'm saying is to try to take me to other books. Like if I took you to John, and John has a special rule in his where he with proston theon that the other New Testament authors don't use proston theon the way John does. So I'm trying to keep you in the book of Hebrews with this specific author because I don't think you should run to other ways that the scriptures are applied with echoes here. I do think just the way you see a speaker switch with the psalmist to Jesus, I see a speaker switch with the psalmist to God. Right? So I'm not saying that your interpretation is wacky or off. It's very legitimate. It is very, it has mountains of scholarship behind it. I'm just saying I take the other view on how what I'm saying. Okay, I'm not saying what you're saying is crazy or wrong or even a hard read. It's pretty legitimate. I just don't
See it that way. Okay, I see.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't see the heavens and the earth. Hebrews 2:5 kind of hangs me up on all of this. So I'm really not against you. It just gets that way when we're talking. I'm at my in-laws, but all I'm saying is yes, your reading is perfectly fine, perfectly clear. All I wanted you to admit is that it's not the reading that we're limited to because it is open. But it does make a lot of sense. It's easier to come to possibly than what I'm saying. Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Well, James, any thoughts? James, are you able to hear Patrick well?
Yeah, I heard him real well.
And Patrick, you can hear James well as well.
Yeah, I need James to come clean up my mess right quick.
I just want to, if you're on YouTube, please, could you just help me confirm if you could hear all of us well, me, James, Patrick, without any echo? At least for the last 10 minutes, if you could help me confirm that, then I can save my settings for next time so that I will save my settings, because now I'm so happy that I've been able to get my guests on Clubhouse to communicate with my guests on Meet. That's a very big achievement. That way it's going to grow. So that way people on Clubhouse can now interact with people on Google Meet, and we could have like a much more, okay, you can hardly hear Patrick.
I heard him real well. I don't know what they're doing.
I think, let me see Patrick.
OJ, we're cool, right?
Oh, we're cool. We yeah. I mean, this is just one of those few areas.
Chop me up in public, but you gotta be nice to me in private, okay?
Am I not nice to you in public, Patrick?
Yeah, you're nice to me all the time.
Yeah, this is just one of those few areas. I think we okay. I heard all of you well except Patrick. Okay, but common sense. Okay? Is it that you didn't hear Patrick at all, or he was extremely low?
And I might have explained a bunch of things wrong. I was trying to think on my feet, and I had so much going on around me. I probably messed a lot of stuff up.
Oh, I see. I see why it probably may have been low. Patrick, sorry. I have to make you, no, you're loud here, but I think I'd see why you may be low. He sounds very far away. Maybe it's not you, but I think it's probably where I'm projecting that. Patrick, can you say something, please?
I fought the law, and the law won.
Okay, so because I'm projecting Patrick to B1. So why is Patrick not loud enough? Okay, okay. Well, I think he said he can hear you, but you sound far. It doesn't sound like it's coming through one stereo. Same far away. You and James.
Who's making that statement? Because on YouTube, I hear him just as loud as I hear you.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm. So when you wait. So when you're on YouTube, wait, James, can you confirm this for me again? So when you're on YouTube, Patrick, say something and let me know how. Patrick, speak.
Where me and James is going to disagree as what
His voice sounds pretty much the same volume tone as yours.
So are you saying you're hearing him loud and clear on YouTube?
Yeah.
Ah. Oh no, common sense. James is not in this. No, common sense. James is not in the room. James is in the room with me on Google Meet, but Patrick is speaking from Clubhouse. You see what I'm saying? Let me just do this. You know what? Let me just do this. There's going to be an echo. Let me do this. So nobody should speak. Let me put on my YouTube. No, common sense. James. I want Patrick to just speak alone. I want to hear this on YouTube on Google Meet. But Patrick, no, that's echoing. If I raise my volume, I'm going to hear myself because there's a lag. So don't worry. Let me do this because it's going to go back to my system. I would have wanted to hear what okay, wait, hold on. I want to actually hear for myself. I just realized that I can actually hear it for myself, so that way I'll be able to see what's going on. So just give me one moment. Let me use my phone instead. Just hold on. I'll tell you when to talk, because what I'll do is that let me see this now. Let me see how it comes out from my phone here on YouTube. That would help me. From my phone here on YouTube. That would help me. Okay, Patrick, say something. Say something. Okay, Patrick, say something. Okay, I see. Okay, I see. You're coming up. It's low on the phone. You're coming out, but it's low. So I would have to work on that. I see what Common Sense was saying. Yeah. It was, who is saying I have no issues? Download me. So wait. You see, we are having different. So downloading Smithy. Are you saying you can hear Patrick very well on YouTube? This is strange. Like Pat is loud and clear.
Yeah, we can. I'm on YouTube. I'm not on anything else but YouTube. But I can hear.
So it's myself and Common Sense. We are strong. So maybe, well. Oh yeah, and we're hearing in your. Oh no, I see what's happening, Patrick. Let me interpret it. So, I and Common Sense are hearing in your human nature, but James and downloading are hearing in your divine nature because that's higher. So it's a higher. Okay, but at least I'm happy. At least two can hear you loud and clear. So even if we can't hear you, that means there's something wrong. Because when I tried to listen from my phone, it was a little bit low, but I could hear you. But at least they are confirming no echo, and it's a big achievement. So anyway, I think we'll be rounding up. But I want to thank you all. And James, any final thoughts? Anything? But today, I would say that this will have been one of our least heated, rounds. So. I'll commend you because I know you also put in some effort to try to be calm. And sorry, I may have gotten animated at some point when I was getting frustrated. Apologies if I used any kind of hard words. I didn't intend it. I was just frustrated. But yeah. I know you don't mean any harm. And I always enjoy my conversation with you, even though I could find some of the things you do and say frustrating. But I know it's based on your convictions as well. Yeah. So.
Can I finish what I was trying to make a point on?
Yes, you can go.
Close up now.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to share a screen real quickly. It's related. First of all, let me just speak 1 minute on what Patrick said. It says, "But unto the Son," I won't use the word "he saith." Yeah, people have a heart attack every time I use that. So, but unto the Son is being referenced to thy throne, O God. Patrick is very correct on that. If you look in the Greek, it's in the vocative. Vocative just means the person. That's oh God is the one being. Oh God is in the vocative being addressed to the Son. That's what the vocative means. So because you have the Son, and then you have oh God. It doesn't say the Jehovah Witness Bible says thy throne is God, so that would make the throne vocative. But if you look in the Greek, the throne's not vocative. God's vocative. It's being addressed. The Son is being addressed as being God. That's just what grammar says. That's another argument. Vocative is very strong. If you can't come against these grammatical statements here. But anyway, when you go further, like in verse 10, you, Lord, laid the foundation. I don't want to keep reharping that because we talked on this again. Basically, the Father is speaking to, referencing to the Son, quoting Psalms 102, 25 through 27, not 24. I think that's where it came into play when you showed the NASB, and it's 24 kind of threw me off balance because it's actually Psalms 102, 25 through 27, which is actually almost word for word what Hebrews 1:10 through 1:12 is saying. Literally, I wouldn't say literally. It might be a word or two off, but it's the same thing. But let me show my screen real quick, and then we can close up after this. I want to show. I kind of figured out how to raise the letters. Let me hold up. Let me go to share screen. Oh, I'm not allowed to share my screen. You took me off?
No. It was for security. Hold on. Let me take that off. So you can share now. You can share now.
Okay, I'll just do a window. Share now. Hopefully it's. Oh, I've got so many pages open. I don't know which one to go to. Oh, okay, this is the one.
Are you using a computer?
Yeah.
Okay, better because you usually use your phone and it could be very.
Yeah, I got it. Actually, I paid big bucks for this computer. It's got that. I know you're into graphics cards. It's got that NVIDIA GT 3070 Ti. So it's
37. Which one? 37 what?
3070 Ti.
3070 Ti. Whoa, that's a good one. Yeah, I have the 1660. Yeah. So, but it's that's a very good one you have. Very good.
Yeah.
Graphics,
yeah. It's a. Cost me like well, I ain't gonna tell you. I don't. It is a pretty penny. I'll put it like that. But anyway.
Yeah, downloading Smoothie. Your apologies taking. I mean, we all do wrong, but like they say, it's if you're apologizing, that's even been showing that you're a better person. So of course, why am I not to accept your apology? I know you probably got animated and said some things, but that's fine. Yep, I accept your apology, my brother. So I'm not holding it against you. So that's good. Yeah, James, go on. Sorry.
You know what I forgot?
Yeah, Chris. I know. Now I remember it's you, Chris. Yeah.
I think I took the. You know what? I messed up. I'm gonna have to. All right. I gave the wrong screen.
Ask how to get up to $700. Give it to me, James. I see that you said I should ask how to get to $700.
$700 for what? What do you
No, I'm just joking. I'm looking at your screen.
No, I mean, what are you talking about though? I don't know.
What the screen you're sharing? Can't you see what's up there? Ask how to get up to $700.
Oh, the top.
Yeah, the top.
I was like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm saying, please give me. I need $700. Okay, so.
Okay. It's gonna be quick. I'll go through this in about 3 minutes. I'll be real quick about it. You know, it says about I wouldn't go to Hebrews 1:10, but Hebrews 1 says, "But you laid the foundation of the earth; the heavens are the work of your hands." Just remember that. So I'm going to give you a quick rundown, and I'm sure you're going to say you're going to disagree because you said I brought this up a couple times. But if you look at Zechariah 12:1, it's using the same language. The burden of the word. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
No?
I can see it, yeah.
Yeah, that's the Zechariah 12:1. It's saying the same thing as Hebrews 1:10 is. The burden of the word of the Lord for Israel, saith the Lord, which stretches forth the heavens and lays the foundation of the earth, right? That's exactly what Hebrews 1:10 says. It's just shortened version. It says but the Father is referencing to the Son. You say it's not, but it says laid the foundation of the earth and stretched. It's the same terminology. A few different words, but basically a shortened, truncated version of Hebrews 1:10 through 12. It's a shortened version.
Oh, wait, don't go far. Don't go far. You brought up a text.
Okay.
Let's look at it. what this text is saying is perfectly in agreement with what I'm saying. In fact, it's in my favor. So when I look at this text, let me tell you.
All right, you didn't hear my full argument.
Okay,
right now
ahead.
I'm just
go ahead. I thought you wanted to move to something else, so I didn't want you to move away from here first.
This is what I'm trying to get you to see is that it's saying the same thing as Hebrews 1:10 is, roughly. Saith the Lord, which stretches forth the heavens and laid the foundation of the earth. Hebrews 1:10 says, you, Lord, laid the foundation of the earth and stretches forth the hands, the works of your hands. It says. So it's saying the same thing, the same language, maybe a word or two off. So that's my point, and this is the Lord speaking, right? Now I'm going to run through this real quickly.
No. We need to deal with this text, like I told you,
Okay,
James.
but I'm just showing you that right now, so far, my only argument, OJ, is this, that Zechariah 12:1 is basically saying the same thing as Hebrews 1:10. That's all I'm arguing right now.
Yeah, but
I'm not arguing anything further.
But hold on, yes, but I need to make a comment on it too, because before you use this text to do something else, let me make my observation. So I also want to make my observation and say, hey, the text is very well in alignment with what I've been saying, because the burden of the word of the Lord for Israel, saith the Lord, saith Yahweh, which stretcheth for the heaven. So that's how I've always been saying Yahweh here is God the Father. So when it says saith Yahweh, which stretcheth for the heavens and laid the foundation of the earth. So the verse is perfectly in alignment with my position, so I don't have a problem with that. So go ahead.
Yeah, could you let me lay my statement up before you just start? Because I don't agree it's the Father, but then I'm going to show you that it's not the Father. I brought this up. First of all, I only brought Zechariah 12:1 up is because it's saying the same thing as Hebrews 1:10. Now I'm going to go further and explain. I'll do this in less than 3 minutes, and then you could see my point. Right now, you're saying this is the Father, and I'm saying it's not the Father. Actually, the Father is a creator. I'm not denying that. But this particular passage is the Son. And I'll show it to you because I'll be quick on this, too. I'm going to be a 10-minute dissertation. I promise.
10 minutes?
It'll be three minutes at the most, probably 2 minutes.
Okay.
Verse 2. I will make Jerusalem a cup of trembling. We know it's the same person as the Lord here. I will make Jerusalem a cup of trembling. And then verse 3. In that day, I will make Jerusalem a burdensome stone. The pronouns I are continuing. He makes. Verse 4. In that day, saith the Lord, I will smite every horse. It's still referencing to the Lord. Verse 5. And the governors of Judah shall say in their heart, the inhabitants of Jerusalem shall be my strength in the Lord of hosts, their God. It's referencing to God again. So verse 6. In that day, will I make the governors of Judah like a heart of fire. Again, the pronouns I. It's the Lord it's still referencing to the Lord. Verse 7, the Lord also shall save the descendant of Judah. Still referencing to the Lord. Verse 8, and that day shall the Lord defend the inhabitants of Jerusalem. It's referencing to the Lord defending the inhabitants of Jerusalem. Verse 9, and it shall come to pass in that day that I will seek to destroy all the nations. The prophet is not destroying the nations. This is the Lord speaking. This is the same person in Zechariah 12:1 is the same person in Zechariah 12:9. Now the verse in question, I'm going to take you one more verse after this to show you, and only 2 verses, that's all. Now, verse 10 is the same one who laid the foundation of the earth. Now he says, I will pour upon, YHWH, that's what the I is, or pour upon the house of David, upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem, the spirit of grace and supplications, and they shall look upon me, whom they have pierced. They shall look upon me. Yahweh was pierced. That's very clear, because it's the preceding verses, Yahweh's the speaker. Now, one more verse, and then I'm going to, because it's perfectly aligning with this. Remember verse 10, they shall look upon me, Yahweh, whom they have pierced.
Where, let me see. Where verse 10? Can I see that again?
Yeah, all right, hold on, let me go up. Okay, verse 10, and I will put, verse 9.
Okay.
Look at verse 9.
Yeah, I see that. Okay. Mm-hmm.
So Yahweh was pierced, and I'll go through the whole verse because it's some people say this is Mary. And they shall mourn for him. So it's not referencing to Mary. Mary was hurt in her heart, so she mourned. No, it says they shall mourn for him, not for her. As one mourneth for his only son. So the person that was pierced is the son, but yet he's Yahweh. Okay, now let me go to. I hope I got it right. Yeah, I do have it here. I don't know why it's not showing up. Oh yeah, let me go to John 19:33 through 37. Remember, the verse says, "They shall look upon me whom they have pierced."
Mm-hmm.
Look upon me whom they have pierced. Now, here's the narrator of John. The narrator of John. Remember, he's the narrator. This is an important point to know. And verse 33, but when they came to Jesus and saw that he was dead, they broke not his legs, referencing to Jesus. But one of the soldiers with a spear pierced his side, pierced Jesus' side, talking about Jesus, that he that saw it bear record, and his record is true, and he knoweth that he saith is true, that ye might believe in Jesus. Verse 36, for these things were done that the scripture should be fulfilled. The scripture should be fulfilled, that a bone of him shall not be broken. Obviously, it's referring to Jesus Christ. Now, verse 37. Now, this is important. Remember, John's the narrator. You see a pronoun change, but the exact words are the same, OJ.
Mm-hmm.
And again, another scripture saith, the other scripture that he's saying, John the narrator is referring to Zechariah 12:10.
Mm-hmm.
They shall look upon him whom they have pierced. Why did the pronoun change to him? Because if it said me, matter of fact, it's the exact words, except the pronoun. One pronoun changed it, but the reason why it says him is because John's the narrator, and if it reiterated exactly, they shall look upon me whom they have pierced, that means it would allude to John being the one who was being pierced. The narrator speaking about Jesus, he's speaking about. That's what third person language does. He's speaking about Jesus, so the pronoun changes from me to him. So they shall look upon me, him whom they have pierced. It's the same thing as they shall look upon me whom they have pierced. It's exact words verbatim, except for the pronoun change. And the pronoun has to change because, why is this thing showing up like this? The pronoun has to. Exactly. Thank you, Patrick. So it's talking about Jesus. And then Zechariah 12:10, they shall look upon me whom they pierced. Now, when you go backwards, my whole argument is, I don't want to change context. I'm keeping the same context because the same speaker in Zechariah 12:1 is saying the same thing that the Father says to the Son. The Father says to the Son, you, Lord, laid the foundation of the earth. What does it say? This is the Son speaking. Saith the Lord, which stretches forth the foundation of the earth. So this is just a backup. Hebrews 1:10 is very solid when you go to Psalms 110 through 24 through 26, 25 through 27. I'm sorry. But this is just a backup. This is giving extra force, showing that the Hebrews 1:10 through 12 is a correct exegesis from me,
okay.
Showing that the Father is speaking about the Son. Okay, I'm finished. I took a little longer than I should have. But
okay.
Yeah.
So, well, Patrick, I'm sorry, James. Notice something. When you were speaking, you know what I did? I listened very carefully because I wanted to understand what you were saying. Okay, so
I don't do that. I don't do that.
No, you don't do that, James. I have to be honest with you. You don't, because you know why I know? Because from your responses, I don't mind your refutation or your disagreeing, but I want you to be able to at least, when you listen to comprehend an argument, then you won't just throw out red herrings. But if you're not listening, you have the tendency to misinterpret what the person was saying.
I disagree.
So let me
go ahead.
Let me show you that I took out time and to understand what you were saying. So that's why I was following you. So basically, what you have done is that you first started out by quoting Zechariah 12 to show that it's the same expression, right? Thus said the Lord who stretched out, Yahweh who stretched out the heavens and the earth. Okay, so let's say for now we don't know the identity, but when we get to the end, we see that this same speaker is saying they will look upon me whom they have pierced. So when you go to the book, when you go to John, I think was it John you went to? The book of
John 19:37.
Yes. So when we go to John, we see that they pierced Jesus Christ, and there are two quotes there that it says, a bone was not broken, and you quoted the other part that says, so it should be also fulfilled that says they shall look upon him whom they have pierced. The point you're trying to make by this is to say that Jesus has to be the one that laid the foundation of the earth, because in Zechariah 12:1 it says it's the Yahweh there that laid the foundation of the earth, and the same speaker is the same one is the one saying that they pierced him in Zechariah 12:12, isn't it? Is that not the point you're making?
Yeah, and I use that to back up Hebrews 1:10 through 12 in relationship to Psalm 102.
Exactly. So I wanted to show you that I understood what you were saying. Now, this is the problem with that. Okay, first of all, Hebrews 1:10 right? It's the quote Zechariah 12 is not the Hebrews 1:10 is not quoting Zechariah 12. All right, it's not. So if it was quoting Zechariah 12, where it says the burden of the Lord, thus said the Lord, or okay, if it was quoting Zechariah 12, that you could make an argument, but it's quoting Psalm 102. So,
yeah, it's the same thing.
Wait, hold on. It's not all the argument. Wait, oh, Patrick, no, don't do this. I would say what you're doing is not fair. Let me explain why. All right. When I went to Hosea, right, the point with the Hosea passage, right, we could go there if you want us to see it. Out of Egypt have I called my son. When Matthew quotes that, he quotes directly from Hosea. Patrick, don't do this to me. You know, wait, hold on. No, hold on. Wait, hold on. We'll deal with that. Hold on, okay? So if you say it's not fair, I think you're the one being unfair, because, Patrick, what I'm trying to point out to James is a fair point. Please, I think you need to acknowledge it, because what James is doing, he's quoting Zechariah 12 in connection with Hebrews 1:10. My quote about Hosea was a direct quote from Hosea, Patrick. All right, I wasn't quoting. Yeah, hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. Okay, let me finish. That was just only one point I brought out. Okay, if I'm done, Patrick, you could respond and tell me why you still feel it's unfair or there's a problem. Now, that was just the first problem, so it's not a one-to-one quotation. The quote I referenced from Hebrews 10 was a direct quotation to Psalm 102. So Psalm 102 should help us build on the context of how we interpret Hebrews 1:10. So that's different. Secondly, whatever you said has been answered by agency. It doesn't make Jesus literally Yahweh. And I'm sure this way the likes of Patrick will agree with me. And I will give you examples. So yes, the same way Jesus and Patrick, and I want you to listen, James, so that you see that it's not a cop-out. It's just, we understand that, and we've been trying to explain this to Trinitarians for a very long time. Let me ask you a question. Did Jesus not say that on that day, after he separates the sheep from the goat, he will say, when I was hungry, you did not feed me? Oh, but this is Jesus saying, when I was hungry, you did not feed me. And then they would ask, when did you do this? And he's going to say, as long as you did this to the least of them, you did them to me. That's agency. But so when Yahweh says they will look on me whom they have pierced, it's the same principle. That's why when you were going, I was just laughing in my mind, because I'm like, James is explaining something to us that we've already been trying to explain to Trinitarians all this long. But guess what? No Trinitarian will say, hey, you see, when this person treated me wrong, and Jesus said they treated him wrong because they treated me wrong, I am Jesus. You see, they're not going to do that, right? They are going to honestly apply agency to say, oh, well, because Jesus said, when I was hungry, you did not feed me. He used the personal pronoun I. But then he said, if you did this to them, you did them to me. But they don't say, oh, well, when you did them to, that was literally Jesus there, you were doing it to. They don't, right? So it's... Okay, no, don't do that. I didn't interrupt you. Please, don't do that.
Well, you did, but that's okay.
The principle is very laid out in scriptures, and you cannot refute this. Whosoever, this is another principle expressed by Jesus. Whosoever receives you, receives me. Whosoever receives me, receives the one who sent me. That's why Jesus said, if you reject the Son, you reject the Father. So what do you expect the Father to say? So if Jesus can say, when you do this to this list of my disciples, you do it to me, why is it far-fetched for the Father to say, even though that was originally applied to Yahweh God the Father, when he sees his Son being pierced, why can he not apply that to his Son when Jesus can apply that to us? When they do something to us, they do that. So it's a clear principle that is there. It's not making your point that makes Jesus literally Yahweh or the creator of the heavens and the earth. The same way it doesn't make us literally Jesus, because he said, whatever you do to these ones, you do to me. That's my response to you, James. It's very simple. It's not a problem at all. It's not even a difficult thing to dismiss.
New
Yeah.
Testament author then takes that quotation and reapplies a Yahweh text to the Son. But you don't have no problem with that because you're going to interpret it like me as agency. But
Yeah, so-
the point remains
Mhm.
the New Testament author changed the text.
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on.
Well,
I need to respond
You
to.
can't make this a OJ. I know it's your channel, but you can't. All right, you're not being fair about how.
No. If Patrick has said something, I need to respond. I'm not saying that you're not going to respond, but I don't want
Yeah,
to
but
get.
then he's going to respond back, and then you're going to respond back.
I don't want to get away from what Patrick said. Now, Patrick, let's be fair. You know that I believe in agency. I have told you where I don't have, because you're saying this reapplying, like I'm challenging reapplying. I'm not, Patrick. I'm the one that even told you that what was applied to Israel as the firstborn, the New Testament writer is taking that and reapplying that to Christ. So how can I be against reapplication? However, it's the methodology, all right, that you're using for this reapplication I'm challenging. So in this case, you see a one-to-one. There's something that types Israel and they're applying it to the son, firstborn son, and Christ was indeed the firstborn. So you see how it applies. In this case, what I'm saying to you, Patrick, is that the speaker who says who makes his angels in ministry, it's not God the Father, it is the psalmist. So yes, there is a reapplication. I'm not doubting that there's a reapplication. There is, but you're not listening to how I'm saying that there's a reapplication. I am saying when the Hebrew writer says regarding the angels, he says the Hebrew writer is reapplying what the psalmist said to the Davidic king, to the son. So maybe you're not getting, Patrick. So I'm not against reapplication. Where I have a problem is with this magical insert that is God the Father speaking to the Son. Hey, where's that coming from? No. Reapplication, yes, I do agree with you. Originally, the psalmist is applying a text to the Davidic king. The Hebrew writer is applying that same text to the Son, but saying it is the psalmist saying that to the Son. Compare that with the argument I'm making. The writer is applying a text God the Father is saying to Israel as his firstborn son. The New Testament writer is taking what God the Father is still saying and applying to Jesus Christ as the son. Do you see the consistency in the reapplication I'm talking about? There's no magical switch of the person there speaking. There's no magical switch. The application is like for like. So Patrick, you help you at least. You don't have to agree, but at least you should be fair enough to now see why I'm consistent with the position of my reapplication and why I have an issue with the insert that all of a sudden God the Father is speaking to the Son. So I yield on that. Let James speak, and then maybe Patrick, we can do that privately and we can build on that later, or maybe when James finishes you could still say something. But James, go ahead, and then we'll round up.
All right. First of all, if you want to have because we can't talk about agency right now because it's going to be another 2-hour conversation, but I would love to have a one-on-one with you about agency, because I believe agency exists in the Bible, but not your Unitarian version. Like when you said about if you had given a cup of water to these little ones, it's as if you'd done it to me. Notice how there's a distinction between the children or the little ones, and it's distinction between Jesus. There's a distinction. But in here, it's applying, like Patrick is saying, like if you look, it's applying Zechariah 12:10 to Jesus, because Jesus was pierced. It says Yahweh was pierced. It's very clear. And then I took you to Zechariah 12:1. Now look at, you say it's not the same thing because Psalms or Hebrews 1:10 is an application to Psalms 102:24 through 27. Yes, you're right, but it's saying the same language. It's saying, "Saith the Lord, which stretcheth forth the heavens, and laid the foundation of the earth." Now, okay, look at those words. Now I'm going to take you to the words of Hebrews 1:10. Oh, where's it at? Oh, it didn't. Oh man, it didn't show it. It's got to be here. Oh yeah, remember the words. "You, Lord, in the beginning laid the foundation of the earth." What does Zechariah 12:1 say? Laid the foundation of the earth, and the heavens are the works of your hands. That's the only difference. It says it doesn't say hands. It doesn't use the terminology hands. It says stretches forth the heavens, but it doesn't use the terminology of hands. That's the only difference. It's the same language. It doesn't matter if Hebrews 1:10 is quoting Psalms 102. The application is the same. This Zechariah 12:1 is the same speaker in Zechariah 12:10, and it says that Yahweh was pierced, just like Patrick says. Now, going into agency, you're misapplying agency. That's a whole different can of worms that we're about to open up. And I'd love to have a one-on-one with you if you have time, and then we could discuss this, because I could show you that your Unitarian version of agency is totally inaccurate. I'm not saying that agency doesn't exist, because all Trinitarians believe agency exists, but not the Unitarian definition. That's something that's a whole new ball game. But the point that Patrick made and that I made are the same argument. It's saying the same vernacular. You, Lord, in the beginning laid the foundation of the earth. Laid foundation of the earth. What does it say here? The burden of the Lord for Israel, which stretcheth forth the hands and what? Lay at the foundation of the earth. It just turns the statement around, because lay at the foundation of the earth is the first statement, and then it says stretch it forth with your hands in Hebrews 1:10. That's the hands is the only difference here. Hands is the only difference. It's basically the same language, the same creation thing, and they're both applying to Jesus. The Father's applying Hebrews 1:10 through 12 to Jesus, and then backing it up. Zechariah 12:1 is about Jesus, because it's the same speaker in Zechariah 12:1 as it is in Zechariah 12:10. Now, without using your view of agency, can you come up with another argument outside of that? Because I reject your version of agency.
No, yeah, rejecting it doesn't make it. I mean, we see that all over the
we
scriptures.
can talk about it later.
You just reject it. I
want
can't.
it to be a 2-hour talk.
First of all, I clearly told you there were two points of the refutation. Number one, that is not a direct quote. Your Zechariah 12, and that's a fact. It's not a direct quote from the Hebrew writer. It's like what you're trying to do is that if it's like saying when an author says, I will praise thee, or let's say God is great, and then you now go to another text that says God is great and said, you see, it's the same thing. No, it doesn't work that way. The writer is making a quote. The writer is making, yes, of course, when he says God stretches out the heavens and the earth, in that he will always be the one who did that. So it doesn't change. So it doesn't mean there will not be other passages that say that he laid the foundations of the earth, or but the point is, Hebrews 1:10 is making a direct quote from Psalm 102. That's a fact. At least, do you at least agree with that? That Hebrews 1:10 is not quoting from Zechariah 12, but from Psalm 102. Yes?
Yeah, I actually said that. If you listened like you said you're listening, I said that exact same thing.
Yes.
But what I did say is that that's the same language. It doesn't matter if there's a quote from another verse. It doesn't have to be a quote from another verse, because both verses are talking about Jesus, and both verses say the Lord stretched forth the heavens and laid the foundation of the earth. The only difference is the usage of the word hands. It's the same thing. It's the same creation event, and they're both being applied to Jesus. Zechariah 12:1 is being applied to Jesus, and same with Hebrews 1:10 through 12. I know you're in argumentation about that, but these are facts. So anyway.
So, okay. I'm trying to bring up something here real quick, and then because this is quite important before we go. I'm trying to bring up something in. Patrick, did you want to say something before while I'm looking for this?
I think he might have left.
No, I appreciate it. I'm gonna have to get off here.
Okay.
Yeah, it's getting late. So, but yeah, go ahead and make it.
I want to ask you this before we go. Okay, so, so based on what you're saying. Just give me one moment, and then we could end on this one. Where is this? Just give me one moment. I want to go to somewhere in Isaiah. I'm looking for the no. So okay, I think I may have found it. Somewhere in the is going on here? Okay. Sorry, James. Just be patient. This is just one. Okay. All right. So let's see. Okay, let's go to Isaiah 7:10.
You want me to take off the sharing?
Yeah. 'Cause I want to do this real quick. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Oh no. How could I have missed this one now? Okay, I thought I saved this thing. This is so sad.
Isaiah 7:14, is that what you're talking about?
No, it's Isaiah 7:10. The part, what I wanted to bring out from that place is, I thought I saw. Okay, so let me see. Isaiah 7. Just hold on. Let me see. Because when Isaiah commissioned, and it came to pass in the days of Uzziah the king, went to Jerusalem. It was told the house of David, and said the Lord to Isaiah, "Go forth to and say that." Okay, shall be Israel, thus said the Lord, it shall not come to pass for and the head of the whatever and the if and the Lord spoke again. Okay, so I can't really find it. I'll have to go search for it. But there's a place that shows that Isaiah spoke about God, Yahweh sent Isaiah, the prophet, to Ahaz, right? In verse 7, it says that, if you look at verse 7:10, let me try to see if I can share the screen. Then we'll be rounding up on this one. Okay. In this text, right? Okay, so I'll find it for you, but this is the point I'm trying to make. Okay, you say you reject agency. In this text, it says that it was Yahweh, like, that spoke to Isaiah. Right, in this text, let me see verse 10, which so Yahweh spoke to the prophet, and the Lord said to Isaiah. So it was said it was Yahweh that spoke to Isaiah, but in verse 10 it says later Yahweh spoke to Ahaz again. it's unfortunate I couldn't bring this out, but in one of the Targums, when they interpreted this, they said it was Isaiah, it was the prophet that spoke to Ahaz, not Yahweh. So is it okay to make the prophet Yahweh, because this verse says it was Yahweh that spoke to Ahaz again, but the Targums clearly showed us that it was the prophet that spoke to Ahaz again. So the reason I'm asking this is because you want to say that you reject agency, but I want to see how you deal with this, because you went to Zechariah 12 to say, well, if it was God who laid the foundation of the earth, and Yahweh there is saying that they will look upon me whom they've pierced, and they actually pierced Jesus in the New Testament, and they are making reference to that quote, then Jesus has to be Yahweh and the one that laid the foundation of the earth. But we're telling you that that's very problematic. That's not how we exegete scriptures. That agency really works. So I'm saying, if I can show you that a text says that it was the prophet that spoke to Ahaz again, but some translation says it was Yahweh, but others are saying it was the prophet. Are you happy to now make the prophet Yahweh with the same consistency without changing the rules?
Well, first of all, you gotta exegete the verse. You're going by assumptions right now, and then I want to look into it with you, and then find out what you're really talking about, because right now it's just like up in the air.
Okay, what I'm saying here is
why
that
don't we do this? Hey, why don't you make the next week's? You basically, you've been doing videos every 2 weeks now, which is kind of cool. Kind of once every week is kind of hard for me, but why don't you make your next video, or within the next 2 videos, about agency? Is that a good idea?
Yeah, we could discuss agency.
Okay.
We could discuss biblical agency. Yeah, that's something we could discuss and see how. Anyway, but I can't find the text, but trust me, I have a text where it says it was the prophet that spoke to Ahaz again. My point is, and I'm going to find that hopefully before our next stream, so maybe you might want to do research about it too, because if I can show that it was a prophet that spoke, and here they are saying it's Yahweh that spoke, then you have to make the prophet Yahweh based on the kind of claims you make, that, oh well, something is said about Yahweh God, but it's applied to Jesus, that Jesus is the one.
You know what's funny is, I know that I can't remember that verse, but another Unitarian brought that up, and I did refute that verse. But I know what you're talking about. I just can't picture it right now. It's but anyway, yeah, we'll bring it up next week, and we'll talk about it. So.
Okay, no problem. It's really quite. Oh wow, I can't imagine how. And I'm so happy. First of all, this stream didn't crash, despite all my. I'm like, I was really, because it was kept on crashing on me, despite all the things I have up, and that means our prayer worked. God heard our prayers, and I'm thankful I didn't have to do a part 2 of that. But yeah, James, yeah, Patrick, thanks. Always a pleasure, bro. One love. You know how it is, man. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Yeah, I love you too, bro. Thanks for being a blessing to the body of Christ as well with your wealth of knowledge. So thanks, Patrick. Thanks for being here. Thanks for sharing. James, I thank you as well for your contributions. I appreciate you. And I'm sure maybe when we speak again, maybe when we do something again, we'll just talk about agency, right? We'll just
okay. Yeah, we could do that. Just let me know.
We could do that. I'll let you know. Biblical agency. And
yeah, I'm subscribed to you, so whatever you put up, I'm gonna know right away.
Oh, beautiful! So when I did the ad today, right? Did it pop up? Did you get a reminder that I was going to go live sometime in the future? Did it tell you that?
Yeah, it showed up. That's why I came here.
Oh, okay, beautiful. Thanks for subscribing as well. Yeah, Chris, thanks as well. All of you, Common Sense, thanks. All of you that have been here. Hopefully, we'll meet again very soon and have further edifying discussions. The whole idea is that we come to the unity of the faith, not just for us to just argue, but I'm praying that at least God will help to bridge that gap, help us to come closer and closer to the truth by His Spirit, so it's well. Okay, so yeah, James, thanks. I'm going to be ending the stream. I'm going to be ending the Google Meet, and then you can log out, and then I'll just say final words to the audience, and I'll go. Thanks, James. So see you later.
All right, bye-bye.
Yeah, bye-bye. Yeah, bye.
I'll see you later.
Bye. Yeah.
Bye.
Okay, so today we have been discussing about Hebrews 1:10. I know, very, very tricky, very contentious, but at the end of the day, my prayer is that the Spirit of God will contemplate that truth in the hearts of men, and that we'll all come to the knowledge of the truth. That's my heart's desire, not to win an argument, but that we'll come to the unity of the faith and speak the same thing over time. So I want to thank you all, and I'll be signing out now. One love for me. God bless you. Peace. Till we meet again very soon. Bye for now. Bye. Yeah, bye.
Oh, yeah. All things are passed away. New life is here today. All things are passed away. I'm giving it all. Jesus, I'm giving it all to the blood of Jesus. Breaks everything. The blood of Jesus. Yeah. Oh yeah. All things are passed away. Oh yeah. All things are passed away. Oh